Layer 2 Publishing presents Gemini's Crossing, Enora Online, Book 1, a fantasy lit RPG Gamelit novel by Arlo Adams, narrated by Brian Mesler. Prologue. Fowler, move your ass! I see it. I dove to avoid the acid ejection, then rolled to my feet. Ripping an arrow from my quiver, I scanned the massive worm for a soft spot among its thick segments. Why is it the meat shield, who's supposed to be focused on keeping mobs pissed at her, is always the one barking orders? Because if I didn't, you'd be melting, dork. If you kept hate, maybe it wouldn't be trying to melt me in the first place. Hey, we're four-manning a five-man epic. I'm not a miracle worker, douche cannon. Caitlin raised her sword high, then brought it down in a blurry arc. A swath of scales split open, and green pus flooded from the beast's bottom lip. That looks like a good spot. I drew back my arrow and waited for the casting meter on my HUD to fill. You gonna shoot the damn thing or what? I loosed the arrow, then rolled as another splotch of acid rained down in the spot where I'd been standing. Then I came up on my knees, slid another arrow from my quiver, and shot without waiting for a mana charge. It lodged in the hellworm's right eye with a sickening pop, but the superior sound didn't match the pixelated graphical effect. Critical hit. Hellworm received 39,476 damage. The glass tiger standing on the opposite side, about 30 feet from the mob, yelled, "Health at 5%! Burning it down!" "Be my guest," Caitlin yelled. "I tire of this thing's odor." I still couldn't believe people bought those scent packs for their immersion pods. A casting meter on my party pane filled red as an orange glow surrounded the death mage's hands, then radiated up his arms. When Caitlin tried to sidestep the worm's latest lunge, one of those loose rocks beneath her feet crumbled. She lost her footing, and her butt hit the ground. The beast clenched its teeth on her thigh. Gah! Get that damn thing off me!
Caitlin is poisoned. Attack down.
The raging fireball from the Death Mage's Inferno Blast spell raced across the distance and slammed into the eye on the creature's other side. The eye vanished like something out of a cartoon, leaving me to think the developers could work on their visual effects. But the beast's roar was nerve-rattling as it filled the cabin when it released its toothy grip on my tank and reared back.
Hellworm is blinded.
Caitlin, roll away and re-engage. Let's finish this bastard and get this achievement once and for all. It'd be nice if I could get a heal, she barked. Sorry, I'm... the healer cried out. Out of mana. Great. I swear, I have to do everything myself, she complained. When the blinded worm lunged toward the spot Caitlin had just vacated, she rolled and jumped to her feet. As the mage unleashed a fireball and I contributed another arrow, my tank reversed her grip on the pommel of her longsword, leapt high into the air, then brought the blade down to pierce the center of the beast's skull to the hilt. Does a worm have a skull? The mage's bolt and my arrow struck simultaneously with the sword's impact. Our enemy thumped to the ground and we all froze, waiting. Who got it? Caitlin asked. It's mine, I said. No, me, the shadow mage replied. My screen filled with text.
Achievement. Gemini has received the achievement, Hellworm's Lair Epic. Achievement. Caitlin has received the achievement, Hellworm's Lair Epic. Achievement. Fireboy69 has received the achievement, Hellworm's Lair Epic. Achievement. Sweet Cheeks has earned the achievement, Hellworm's Lair Epic. Bonus achievement. Caitlin has received the achievement, Dirty Worm Bow Before Me, Epic, for landing the killing blow on Hellworm.
Ha! Caitlin bellowed. She raised a plated fist into the air. I got it.
Congratulations, Gemini. You have completed Hellworm's Lair Epic. 47,027,897 XP. Since you are maximum level, you are not awarded XP.
Lights from multiple unseen sources flooded the dim cavern. Grats, I muttered. Caitlin turned on her heels. Hey, don't sound so excited for me. Not my fault you guys are slow. One side of her perfect lips ticked up, and I melted on the inside. Even so, I raised a middle finger. Yeah, Fireboy69 said. Good job, Caitlin. Grats. Thanks for the group. You out of here? I asked. Yeah, the drop will be crap next to my legendary. You guys sell it or something. He turned to the silver-haired healer. You want a lift? She nodded and stepped into the halo of light, painting a circle around his feet. An orange glow surrounded him as he waved his arms in circles over his head. Then the casters blinked out of existence like someone flipped a switch. Ready? Caitlin asked. Yep, roll the bones. She raised a finger into the air and tapped a button I couldn't see. As the group leader, she performed the unnecessary theatrics that would unlock the loot.
You have received Heavy Bow of the Dragon, plus 94 fire damage, plus 67 agility, plus 6% health. Chance on hit. Your arrow infects your enemy with 300% additional poison damage.
What did you get? Caitlin asked. A piercing shot of pain ripped through the lower right side of my abdomen, and I doubled over. Caitlin's boots crunched rocks. Then she was at my side. Whoa, you okay? Is that what you've been talking about? Ah, I spat. Yeah, not an in-game effect. I tried to smile, but the pain from my body in the outside world dropped me to one knee. Caitlin set a hand on my shoulder. Damn, Gemini, she squeezed. Your appointment's tomorrow? The bolts receded to dull throbs. When I stood, Caitlin let her hand slip away and her fingertips brushed down my arm. Yeah, tomorrow. Hey, sorry. Hope you got something cool, but I gotta log and go lie down. Understandable, bud. She nodded with sympathy. You'll let me know, right? Tomorrow night before the raid? I will, I grunted. Talk to you soon. I logged out. 1. Lubrins? The immune thing? The doctor raised the thin radiographic film to gaze at it in the overhead lighting of his office. The mere presence of the film was pretentious, considering he could display the image on the hologram emitter built into his desk so we could both see it. Lubrin's anti-immune syndrome. Your immune system is attacking your organs like they're foreign bodies. His words came with the practiced nod and indifferent tone of a man who delivered the Reaper's message hundreds of times. But what? What else was there? Apparently I wore an expression he'd seen enough times to read my mind. There's little benefit in circling the truth. Though Lubrin's doesn't spread as rapidly as Ebola, its survival rate is comparable. While treatment may extend your life slightly, it's best you get your affairs in order. It's unfair you're young, but once this disease asserts itself, any hope for miracles is misplaced. Just like that, I was a dead man. How long? It was the only question left. The ultimate question, really. It's hard to guess with any accuracy because Lubrin's attacks each individual's organs differently. I was dying, and he spoke like a medical journal. It might be genetic. We aren't sure what flips the switch that makes people like you susceptible. He raised his shoulder in a half shrug. Judging from what we know, I'd guess you have 3 or 4 months without immunosuppression. Even then, your body might not respond. If it does... His eyes scanned the room, dancing from the degrees on one wall to whatever adorned the one behind me, and then back to mine. As many as 9 months with treatment. The time it takes for a woman to have a baby and I'd be dead. I waited for a response to well up. Anger, sadness, anything. I should have been terrified. The weight of his utterances should have pinned me to my chair, brought on a fit. Something. I was only 22. But death wasn't real. Death was the distant and occasional tickle brought on by mental flashes of my parents' caskets. I thought I'd die next to an old woman with whom I counted out my daily pills when I was too old to see without corneal correction. As reality seeped in, questions flooded. What would I leave behind? What would be my legacy? I'd hardly made a dent in the world. Hell, I spent most of my adult life in an immersion pod, playing virtual hero against the evils of a fantasy world. No one outside of work knew I existed. Take a moment, the doc said, as if I wasn't already doing exactly that. Considering my moments were limited, I preferred not to spend them pointlessly in that chair. When would we start treatment? The doubtful way he pinched his lips made me want to reach across the desk, grab his lapels, and scream. Although it isn't mandated, I'd like to report this one to the CDC in Atlanta. I'm sure they'll want to speak with you about studies they're conducting. What, so I can spend what time I have left in a plastic bubble room? I don't think it's that extreme at this point. They'll probably just want to take a history and try to find out how you contracted it. I'm ill-equipped to treat you. His indifference boiled my blood. He was ready to wash his hands of me. If he had a shovel next to his desk, he might have buried me then and there. I shook my head. You don't have my permission to tell anyone anything. If I'm not a threat to the public, I have no intention of spending my few remaining days with the government. The doc's lips parted as if he'd speak, but I shot him a glare, leaving little doubt as to my position. Nod your head if you understand. I slouched in an oversized zero-grav in my living room the entire afternoon, staring through a poster of a scantily clad RPG heroine with ridiculous boobs, until the shadows cast by the waning sun converged into the darkness of night. My imagination rifled through dark mental images until the swirling hollow in my chest became a numb stone. Long past dinner time, a tone designed to be soft and unobtrusive pinged overhead. An equally soft, feminine voice followed. Gemini, your guild's raid is in 15 minutes. Shall I prime your immersion pod? The game. The guild. How sad is it that they're my only friends in the world? I sighed, but it wasn't as cleansing as I'd hoped. For once, emerging into a virtual world didn't offer much in the way of escape, but maybe ogling my co-leader or hearing the soft timbre of her voice could distract me. What else am I going to do? Sit here and wallow in self-pity? What's the quota for wallowing? I cocked my chin up to respond. Sure. Logging in. Distant beeps echoed from the other room, and a glow bouncing reflections off the walls of my apartment brought the image of the RPG heroine dimly back into view. I peered at the red-headed wonder for a few long moments, while thinking about how any infinitesimal chance I'd ever had at finding a woman was now pretty much null. Hope drove the human race. The lack of it turned everything on its head. I was no exception, so a distraction would suit me. With the flick of a thumb against a console in the zero-grav's arm, the chair lowered and tilted forward until my feet touched the floor. Dropping my shoulders in dejection and self-pity, I meandered to the kitchen, where I slipped a soda out of the refrigerator door. Shifting glances between the diet drink in my hand and the corn syrup-infused soda in the rack, I traded up for the waist enlarger. A barely measurable bright side to my body's imminent demise was I could discard concerns over my diet. Cracking it open, I chugged cold fizz as I paced toward my den. A pleasant burn filled my throat with sweet phosphoric acid. At least I didn't have to worry about it stripping the calcium from my bones. A cola stream escaped my lips and dribbled to the floor, but I didn't really care. The prospect of death could be liberating. I belched a solid 7, and my cat jerked awake in his fuzzy bed in the corner. What will come of Josie? 'Cause I have to find her a home. I left you some soda on the kitchen floor, I muttered. Josie's pink-rimmed nose sniffed the air as I chuckled at my stupid joke. The immersion pod was a giant alien seedling in the center of the room, its sleek curves a stark contrast to my otherwise crappy apartment. After tapping the finger scanner, I sipped my drink as the curved hydraulic hatch swung into the air. Setting my soda in the cup holder built into the arm furthest from the hatch, I slid into the leather seat and lowered the silver band so that the metal discs on its ends aligned with my temples and the curve covered my eyes. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and waited for the short burst of electrical pulsing in my head as I merged into a virtual world. A pinprick of light popped up in the center of a sea of black, and rushed toward me until I was enveloped by a tunnel of purple and orange. With a frown, I recalled the neck-to-toes flood of anticipation when I took my first VR trip. The intro was little more than a splash screen before I exited into a sea of black on the other side. Then words exploded into view. Light of Babylon. Focus on a character to log in. My boots sank into the desert floor as the swelter of twin suns engulfed me. Wisps of red sand from the angular crests of dark dunes blew across 3 figures standing just over one rise, the suns at their backs. They stared off in the opposite direction, aligned according to height, from left to right, like a descending human bar graph. My gaze shot to Caitlin, the figure on the right, who stood a full head shorter than the man next to her. The curves of her hips flowed to frame an impossibly perfect backside. My days of admiring her posterior were numbered, so I would discard propriety if I damn well pleased, thank you very much. The selectable base of characters in Light of Babylon were designed to be attractive. Most players spent hours customizing them. Other people napped, watched movies, jerked off, or whatever as their scanners recreated their avatars in their own images, albeit with exaggerated features. But Caitlin surpassed all of them. She was the genuine article, and it went far beyond her appearance. We'd formed the new guild a year ago, when I'd vacated my old one over stupid infighting. I didn't subscribe to drama inside virtual, massively multiplayer online role-playing games, or VMMORPGs, so I'd made a quiet exit when the griping carried on for a couple days. Since I was a glory junkie who'd spent a solid amount of time climbing achievement leaderboards, it hadn't taken long for the guild invites to start flowing in. For a while, I'd gone so far as to block them so I could solo without being disturbed. I'd been on the verge of going into my options menu and suppressing social messages altogether when Caitlin showed up in person and tapped my shoulder. She'd also left the old guild in the wake of dramatic circumstances and remembered my name and face, though we hardly interacted there. One tap on the shoulder, one smile, one in-person suggestion we start a new guild where we made the rules. Those things and an equivalent sentiment about what kind of attitudes belonged in these games was plenty. As luck had it, she was a badass tactician. We killed it. After weeks playing together and recruiting new guild members, I learned she graduated from nursing school and moved to New Hanover a few months earlier. She was local. Swimming in delusions of grandeur, I tripped over myself trying to befriend her outside the game. I offered to show her around town. We could have coffee and talk game shop. Joke about what a small world it was. But she politely dismissed my overtures and, after my stint of private wallowing, I accepted why a woman would want to keep her distance in a world packed with weirdos. Then fate, a concept I'd scoffed at, stepped in at a coffee shop I patronized every morning on my way to grind out my existence as a data center networking engineer. I'd swept a steaming cup from the counter and pivoted to pass the line of people in the order queue just to realize she'd been standing behind me the whole time I'd waited. The Light of Babylon system had drawn her avatar so perfectly, I recognized her immediately. The universe framed her so everyone else in the place became blurs. What small part of me hadn't believed she'd actually scanned herself into the game was instantly vanquished like a level 1 rat. The image of someone I was so used to seeing in full armor, adorned in maroon scrubs, would be indelibly recorded in my mind. She flashed a quick smile at me, a total stranger, since I'd created my in-game avatar manually, then stepped toward the counter to place her order. I couldn't stop glancing at her from my table in the corner. Stalker alert. I was practically a hermit, and my social skills were rusty like the underside of the old Cape Fear Memorial Bridge. If I approached her, I'd probably trip over my words or spill my coffee. I guess I'd always been more the shy type than the jock, beyond Pee Wee League football anyway. I made a great middle linebacker right up until the kids were old enough to hurt me. My work life further proved that Caitlin stood outside my sphere of hope, considering my fellow work nerds gave me so much crap about my complete lack of game at company functions After my clumsy attempts to woo female engineers, my confidence wasn't exactly gleaming. Caitlin reappeared the next morning, then the next. Had she been there all along? Had my nose been pressed so close to my handheld screen while queued in line that I missed her? My social incompetence usually left me all but paralyzed in public, so it took a while before I garnered the courage to stroll over on rubbery legs and say hello. After all, how bad could it be? We spoke every day. I battled alongside her in the dungeons of light of Babylon with such regularity that we were already friends. Hell, we quested duo when no one else showed up. But my deciding motivation was the sense of guilt from hiding the stalkery truth that I was scoping her incognito at the coffee joint. And as it turned out, conscience would be my savior. The blazing white smile that crossed her lips when I revealed my identity nullified every uncertain moment of the preceding 9 days. The tight hug that followed made me wish I'd done it sooner. I practically danced my way through work the entire rest of that day. I didn't walk to the crapper. I boogied. Our morning trip for coffee became a glorious weekday tradition where I'd show up 20 minutes early just to grab her preferred table in the corner, so we could laugh over our in-game antics of the previous night. One morning, I gave a guy $10 to make tracks before Caitlin arrived. Smitten is an understatement. Lovesick teenagers had nothing on me, and I knew it. Yet, I persisted. Then I got cocky. It took this card-carrying nerdist a mere 5 days before mustering the courage to suggest we have dinner. I'd known it was a blunder the second the question was out of my stupid mouth. She brought me in for a soft landing with her heart-melting, easy smile. At the time, I appreciated the consideration. She'd been so polite as she declined my offer, I almost hadn't been offended. But after my diagnosis, as I watched her stand atop that dune in the context of my impending demise, the sting of her rejection refreshed itself. The tallest figure turned as I stared up the sand embankment at the back of Caitlin's head. His golden plate gleamed under the light of the suns. He'd chosen to hide his helmet in the character options. If I could have pulled off bad boy from repulsive teen dramas that passed for movie theater entertainment, I would have hidden my helmet too. To gaze upon his hulking frame, the average person probably guessed he created his avatar the same way I created mine. But in the shining reflection of a life inundated with good luck, Meyer's body and perfect jawline were the real deal, so to speak. At least, that's what he claimed. If I had a nickel for every time I cringed at his shameless flirtations with Caitlin, I wouldn't have needed to maintain an IT career, and could have saved my dwindling trust fund for retirement. The worst part of all? Meyer was great. No, I mean really awesome. I loved the guy. The disposition proved easier to maintain because of the easy way Caitlin repelled his flirtatious BS. The woman was a professional. She implemented refined rejection tactics as if she'd studied specific situational criteria and applied them 100 times before. She could laugh off an overture in a way that so outclassed the men who tried that it inspired their loyalty. By the time a man was finished flirting with Caitlin, he knew he'd been out of his league before the inkling to dare had crossed his mind. She employed the same tactical efficiency she exercised in-game, but left us standing, unlike the monsters in LOB, with our egos intact. And we all adored her for it. Caitlin. Sweetheart. Best friend a guy could have. All that. A bag of chips. Moving on. Hey, buddy. One side of Meyer's mouth ticked up into a smile. We were wondering when you'd show up. He cocked his head at the dunes behind him. Looks like the raid's canceled. Too many no-shows. We were thinking the 4 of us could pick up a random in the queue and run a 5er instance instead. You down? In English, that meant the 4 would access a dungeon queue and wait for a 5th person queued on their own to be assigned to our party by the system. I shrugged. Why not? My brain's answer was a gleaming image of my coffin descending into the ground. I huffed and tried to swallow some warmth into my suddenly hollow, cold chest.
It came across in-game before I could stop myself. Huffs, puffs, and sighs were Caitlin magnets. They set off her drama radar. My eyes flicked to the right, knowing that, even though it was the one time I hadn't wanted to draw it, I'd find her rapt attention focused on me. Glowing golden eyes bore down. The left one squinted, though not against the brightness of the suns to my aft.
"What'd the doc say?"
She scanned quickly down and up my form, before returning to my face. Suddenly aware of my posture, how I stood slumped, my shoulders uneven, my hands shoved into the pockets of my leather armor. I straightened my back as if the jerking motion might deflect her gaze. Caitlin's expression morphed into something different. Concern, maybe? Whatever it had been quickly transitioned to the suspicious raise of a pencil-thin eyebrow. She was sharp, didn't miss a beat, and wasn't about to abide my insolence. She was that one member of the guild who became so enamored with the things she loved, like Light of Babylon, for instance, that she sought out every little trick to make all of us more productive. The woman researched every nook and cranny, watched every online video feed of raids and dungeon runs to see how the best players got it done. Then she found a way to do it better. Tactically speaking, she was to geeks what cheddar was to cheese. Though we called ourselves co-leaders, she told everyone I was the boss and deployed stealth behind her chosen role of advisor, simultaneously leading us through every game mechanic in a given dungeon she'd researched. Always asking questions and testing me. She pried the best solutions out of the problems we faced in-game. Caitlin neither wanted to be, nor wanted to appear to be, the leader. So I started calling her the chosen one. She hated it. While she was a born leader with a gentle soul, who guided us with patience through the game's toughest challenges, she also barked orders if we dared to fall out of line, and forgot a mechanic during a well-rehearsed boss fight. We liked it rough. Caitlin jerked me from my overblown recollections of our moments together as she peered at the guys beside her in turn, and broke the silence.
"Guys, could you give us a second?"
The shorter of the two men pivoted, as if he just realized I was there. Clad in a full suit of silver plate, save for the limp, leather-lined helmet wrapping his face, he was like something out of a bad Arthurian movie. If I'd cut off his legs and arms, he might have been a fine addition to a Monty Python flick. This was the Rod. It wasn't Thered, but the Rod. Yeah, seriously. If it wasn't bad enough, his name was Rod. It was a glorious insight into his sense of humor that he added "the" in front of it. The Rod. He glanced at me with an expression of suspicion as he answered her.
"Sure thing, boss."
Sarcastic emphasis dripped from the final word.
"Chosen One Jr. looks like he could use some cheering up."
He winked at me, the bastard. I chuckled and flipped him the bird. Caitlin's eyes locked with mine as if she hadn't heard the Rod's response or noticed my juvenile form of sign language as she slid her feet closer, her boots carving deep sand trails in their wake. Stepping into my personal halo of space, where she was always welcome, she cocked her chin like a shotgun.
"Give."
I forgot words, as if an evil army of language-eating parasites had invaded my brain and eradicated my vocabulary. Studying her soft features while cycling through images of my lowering coffin from various angles spoke magnitudes about my bipolar state of mind. Any fondness I held in the memories of moments ago had been snuffed out like a Christian in the Roman Colosseum. Under the weight of her stare as she awaited my response, time passed like thick syrup as virtual sand pelted our boots on the breeze. Her words blew on a low whisper.
"You're scaring me."
I jerked as if she'd pulled me out of a trance. But as the fog lifted, what I saw in her features was so foreign, it took me a second to interpret it, despite the words she'd just spoken. The sudden realization that my ego had hidden our friendship from me was a hard slap across my brain. Just because she hadn't wanted to have dinner didn't mean she didn't care about me. I owe her an answer. It's, When I didn't continue, Caitlin gripped my gloved hand and squeezed.
She moved her head with me as I diverted my gaze. Her lips vanished as she pinched them in frustration. I shook my head. Lubrins. Anti-immune disease. Terminal. Horseshit. She shook her head in quick, slight twists. Not Lubrins. The odds of that are... Her facial muscles slackened and her lips parted as if she'd say something. She pressed them together again and gazed through me. That... Her head tilted. That can't be right. I knew her well enough by now to understand the epileptic-level pupil dance from one of my eyes to the other reflected genuine wonderment as to whether I was screwing with her. She was actually hoping to find a lie in my gaze, signs of a cruel and unforgivable joke, hidden somewhere behind my irises. An overwhelming urge to relieve her left me hollow. I tried to force a smile to communicate acceptance of my fate, but it wasn't coming. I nodded confirmation of the worst news I'd heard since my parents died in a car accident. The worst I would ever hear, really. Then her arms were around me, squeezing so hard I might have lost my wind in the outside world. I wanted nothing more than to hold her close and revel in the comfort of her warmth, despite the blazing desert heat around us. Then she stepped away and grasped my shoulders. Her departure was like having a vital piece of myself cored out like an apple. I'm sorry, Gemini. She yanked off her gloves and dropped them so she could wipe away virtual tears. The gloves vanished before they reached the sand, returning to her inventory automatically. Text floated up from her head. Defense down. -4% resist physical. I'm just so... It's not fair. Caitlin stared at me for a few seconds, then dropping her shoulders, she chuckled through her sadness. Look at me. I'm babbling like an idiot. The drama queen, feeling sorry for herself when you're the one. She stepped forward, and her uncovered hand cupped my cheek. Unfortunately, the touch was numbed by the pain mitigation features of my immersion pod. She stroked gently with her thumb. Tell me what I can do. Anything. Name it. Despite the melodramatic overtones, her offer seemed sincere. When I didn't answer, she stepped closer. Seriously, Gem, if you need someone to go with you for treatments, are there treatments? I haven't decided if I'll bother. I shrugged. I'm not sure there's any point. Her jaw dropped and her mouth formed a perfect O. How long? Less than a year, with treatment. This time her hand went to my chest. No. We'll fight this. We? The word came out harsher than I'd intended. Caitlin tilted her head, analyzing me as if I were a creature in the game she'd yet to encounter, and she was checking my stats in her interface. When she straightened her head, she nodded, pointed a finger at herself, then jabbed it against my chest. We. One eye squinted past me and her cheeks flushed red. I'm not in the mood for this crap. She stepped around me and ripped a staff off her back. What's she doing with a staff? I turned to fight a spider-like creature with a hard carapace constructed of triangular plates standing in a sand divot from which it had emerged. Caitlin stomped up to it, gripped her weapon with both hands, raised it high above her head, then swung it down at the beast's neck. The staff wasn't really designed as a melee weapon, but she was so many levels higher it was doable. Cheesy flashes marked each impact with the weapon as her words matched the rhythm of her violence. I'm not in the mood for this. Despite 6 legs capable of independent attack, the beast never landed a blow. When Caitlin turned, her face flushed a deeper shade of red than before. She slapped the staff onto her back without bothering to wipe off the blood. I can't be here right now. I'm logging out, and you should too. Where can we meet? Meet? Caitlin, the woman who hadn't wanted to share a meal with me, suddenly wanted to meet. A sudden shift in my emotions left me disinterested in her sympathy. But the inner voice formed by regrets over rash decisions made in my past chimed in. Is that how you want to go out? Like a selfish prick? Caitlin's voice came in a whisper. I don't think you should be alone. Today of all days. Why? Because I might do something to myself and cut a whole half year off my life? I sucked short breaths of humid air. Caitlin thrusted her fists onto her hips. I'm your friend, and I want to be with you. Is that a bad thing? I shook my head. Of course not. Then what's the problem? One of her shoulders rose in a half shrug. I returned it with a shrug of my own. I'm just not sure I'm up for company. She peered across the horizon and then over her shoulder at our two guildmates. Then what are you doing here? I gestured to the sand. This is different. Different how? I'm here. You're here. My chin dropped. What? Can't you give me 5 minutes of self-pity? Is that such a bad thing? Isn't it natural? I was yelling now. Are you the one who just told me you would die? Are you the one who just told me that you wouldn't reach your 23rd birthday? Her face went slack. No, I'm not. I understand. If you need time alone, well, I can't blame you for that. She picked at a thumbnail. I'm sorry. This is new. I don't know how to handle something like this. That sounds like it's all about me. But believe me when I tell you, it's all about you. When you need me, just call. If I didn't break the hell out right then, I might have lost it in front of her. I didn't know what was pushing my anger in her direction, but it was doing so with force. I'd happily call, but you never even gave me your phone number. I peered up at the sky, took a deep breath, and barked, Quick log out. Caitlin and the world around her faded away and were replaced by a splash screen. 2. The great irony was, before Lubrins, I never got sick, never called out of work. I was the guy who had to walk on stage at his senior assembly and accept a certificate, witnessed by the entire school for never having missed a day of senior high. But after my conflict with Caitlin, well, work wasn't going to happen. I called out 2 days straight, leading into the weekend. My manager was cool about it, but I had little reason to care if she hadn't been. Hell, I didn't know if I would bother to go back at all. Thanks to a certain level of frugality and a complete lack of a social life, I had enough money from my trust to pay my bills until my time came. It wasn't like I had anyone to will the money to, but I might need reserves if I paid for treatments. As I lay on my couch on the second sick day, clutching a fly gun and staring at a bug stain on my ceiling, my phone buzzed a monotone song against my glass coffee table. According to the display, it was an unknown number. Though it was local, I didn't pick up. Even if Caitlin had finally decided to use the number I'd given her, I wasn't sure she was an exception to my current "the world can go hump itself" rule. The weekend, spent floundering around my apartment as I imagined the horrid circumstances surrounding the slow degradation and ultimate death of my body, numbed me to reality so I could brave the monotony of work that Monday. Whether I decided to go back or not, there was nothing better to do, and I could use the distraction. Spending my remaining time inside LOB suddenly seemed a pathetic waste. I stopped going to the coffee shop, only sparing it the briefest glances as I sped by. A muscle in the top of my stomach thumped at the idea of running into Caitlin after I'd been such a jerk. Her pitying face would have been the premature death of me. Work started at 9, and Irene, my manager, appeared outside my cubicle around 10:30, dressed in a red silk blouse, a black shirt, and 2-inch wedges. While the rest of us wore t-shirts and jeans, Irene styled over-the-top, too formal for a biz-casual environment attire. She believed you dressed for the job you wanted, not the job you had. Seemed she wanted to own the place.
Fowler, you have a visitor in the lobby.
Fowler. Like we were in the military or something. I never bothered asking why she called me that. It wasn't like I wore my hair short or carried excess muscle. I might have asked, but then the meaning of her words soaked in. Visitor? Does Caitlin even know I work here? Why didn't they call me from the lobby?
You sure you're feeling better, Gem?
Hearing the nickname my mother used made it worse.
You seem snippy.
After a quick glance at the clock on the far wall, she flashed the expression of someone who had somewhere better to be. When I gave no reply, she shrugged.
I told the lobby chick I would let you know you had a guest since I was coming back upstairs. You're welcome.
Irene stomped off, muttering about not knowing what had gotten into me that morning. The lobby chick. Like she couldn't be bothered to learn the name of the woman who'd been gatekeeper for years before either of us came along. Janie, our lobby ambassador, raised her head and smiled up at me when I reached the top of the stairs. I threw her a low wave and forced a smile before scanning the area for familiar faces. An Asian man standing over by the sofas stared down at a touchscreen tablet screwed into a Lazy Susan platform on the table, apparently interested in the online magazine playing on a loop. Skinny jeans covered narrow hips, and he wore a form-fitting designer tee. He was the lone occupant. I threw another glance at Janie and furrowed my eyebrows. She jerked her head toward the Asian man. I crossed the lobby. "Can I help you?" A practiced smile accentuated by straight ivory teeth crossed his face. His sneakers squeaked as he approached and offered his hand. I traced the outline of his face as he approached. Why is he familiar? Gemini Fowler? I nodded and extended my hand out of habit. He gripped it. I'm Nokuro Takamoto. The familiar name ringing in my ears lent recognition to his features, a face I'd seen countless times in online magazines and on my news feed. Takamoto was to gaming what Bill Gates had been to operating systems 5 or 6 decades earlier. I'd practically lived in his most recent product for the last 5 years. All hail the king and hero of nerds. Anxiety washed over me. All I could come up with was, "Nice to meet you." The enthusiastic nodding of his head was mollifying. "Same for me, I assure you. I'm very excited to meet you." I tilted my head. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm..." After a few heartbeats of silence, he scanned the lobby exits. "Do you suppose your superiors might allow you to take an early lunch today?" I squinted. Is this a joke? Takamoto's smile reemerged. "I assure you, it's anything but." Under normal circumstances, I would have asked why I would take a complete stranger up on such an invitation. But this was Nokuro freaking Takamoto. What did I have to lose? A job with a boss who annoyed me? I turned and said, "Janie, I'm taking an early lunch. If anyone asks, I'll be back this afternoon." Ignoring Janie's derisive facial response, I turned my attention back to the Nerd King. "Great," Takamoto said. He led me through the doors at the front of the lobby and gestured at an angular black stretch limo sitting in the circle out front. It looked fit for the skies as much as the roads. A driver stepped out and opened the rear door for us. Takamoto nodded at him as he slipped inside, and I followed. "So, where's good to grab a bite around here?" I dropped my hands on the soft leather seats and bounced up and down twice. 20-inch screens were built into the facade between the front and rear seats, and the one on the right was running a cable news station. It was muted. Instantly forgetting his question, I said, "Man, nice ride." "It's a friend's," Takamoto said. "But I have last year's model at my place in the valley." "I'll just bet you do." I turned to make eye contact. Not to be abrupt, but why are you here? What in the world could you want with me? The way his chest fell, I wasn't sure if he was sighing or huffing with disappointment. As it turned out, it was neither. "A straightforward kind of guy, huh?" He raised thick eyebrows to accentuate the query. "I like it." He turned in his seat, crossed his legs, and set his hands on his knee. "I'll be just as straight with you." Okay." His chin cocked up twice in rapid succession as if he took my words for approval. "I understand your time is short,
That's why I flew in to talk to you today. You've played Infinity's MMO for a few years, and have proven both adept and adaptive. You're one of a handful of players who have locked down 90% of our achievements. So I bring an offer.
What is this? Some kind of make-a-wish thing? How does Nakuro Takamoto know my time is short? What the hell? The first answer to enter my head was Caitlin, but I shook the thought away. If she knew Nakuro Takamoto, it probably would have come up. I decided to play along and find out. I guess I'm a decent player. To my surprise, Takamoto laughed.
Humble too.
He slapped his knee.
I love it.
He shook his head as he chuckled. The social awkwardness of the overblown response proved I was among nerd kin.
When I found out about your predicament, I reviewed your gameplay logs and watched some video footage. You're hardly what I would call average or okay.
I'm sorry. How did you find out about my situation? From the hospital? My doctor? Isn't there some kind of law against... Takamoto shook his head and his expression became serious.
No, I assure you HIPAA rules haven't been violated. Allow me to present a proposition, and then we can come to that. Fair enough?
Again, what did I have to lose? So I nodded.
Have you ever heard of the project with the codename Babylon 2?
And who the hell hadn't heard of Babylon 2? What did he think, I lived in a cave? Well, I guess I do, considering the frequency with which I leave my apartment or turn on any lights. An information-based world filled with infinite challenges to privacy, the secrecy shrouding the project was legendary. The extremes to which Infinity Designs went to keep details on lockdown were unimaginable. There were no leaks, save the name Babylon 2. Rumor had it they'd been developing the new game world even in advance of releasing the original Babylon. That was a long time to keep things quiet. As someone whose whole role in life was to keep hackers out of network infrastructures, I knew how generally unsuccessful the effort was. Considering the popularity of LOB, keeping details about its successor quiet took real dedication. I concluded the project's data centers had never been connected to the internet. I've heard of it, I said. Again, Takamoto chuckled.
Of course you have. He leaned in. But how would you like to know something no one outside of Infinity knows?
Who the hell wouldn't? He reached into a pocket in his door and slipped out a stack of papers. Dropping them on the seat between us, he withdrew a pen from his designer tee's pocket. Paper. How quaint.
NDA. You understand?
I wouldn't live long enough to play Babylon 2, so I wasn't certain why my heart thumped to learn about what I'd never see. But I scratched my name on the line he indicated anyway, then handed the materials back to him. He tucked away the pen and slid the contract back into the slot in the door. Takamoto's tone came low and serious.
How long did the doctor give you?
That's a kind of personal question, isn't it?
Trust me. It's a question worth answering.
What nerve did it take to strut into the place where I worked, drag me away, and then ask me questions like that? What ego to think I would even engage? What could he possibly have to offer that?
I can hear the cogs turning inside your head. Fine. This is all a little strange. I get it.
I shook my head in disbelief. A little strange.
Okay, a lot strange.
His words came fast and clipped.
How about I tell you a little story, then I'll get to why I'm here. The two go hand in hand.
I sighed and flipped displayed my hands in submission.
Sure. I'll try to cut to the chase. I know it might be hard to believe coming from a game designer, but I've always wanted to develop artificial intelligence that did more than entertain. Imagine the limitless applications for AI that could be programmed and then learn on its own, without human intervention.
Adaptive AI, right? I asked. It's a thing of great fiction.
It is indeed. My obsession surrounding it started when my father brought me a copy of The Terminator when I was a kid. Even though it was ancient, and I preferred the company of the VR kit on my cell phone, that movie changed everything.
Yeah, but isn't that a story about AI that adapts so well it ends up killing all the humans on Earth? He waved a dismissive hand. Yeah, I guess it's a little ironic, but it introduced me to the concept. Right. Cast aside the little details. He ignored my sarcasm. Although the potential applications for a self-learning system are innumerable, I'd started out thinking small. Light of Babylon was partially terraformed by AI, but despite our efforts, we couldn't seem to cross that threshold into self-learning and spent as much time making manual corrections as if we'd just drawn the new content ourselves. If I could develop a computerized mind that could terraform on its own, I'd spend a lot less on game expansions and increase our profit margins by magnitudes. I felt like we were so close, but it was like a cipher we couldn't crack. A deadbolt with one tumbler that wouldn't give. I didn't even realize you tried. I wouldn't have expected it in game development. We tend to keep things quiet, and I was trying to kill two birds with one stone. Calling what you keep on the down low quiet. I made quotations with the fingers of one hand. It's like me saying the CIA is subtle. They've got nothing on you. I'm going to take that as a compliment. He slapped my leg with the back of his hand. When we started work on Babylon 2, I split things up a little differently than with LOB. Sure, we had one team working on the base coding, one on the terraforming tools, another team working on the game mechanics, another team working on the art, etc., etc. All your basics. But then I added a final team to code the AI we planned to use. At first, I'd planned on using the AI purely to terraform for expansions, mountains, deserts, oceans, and the like, assuming we could get it to work with our refined technology. I wanted this new world to be massive and ever-changing, and the AI could theoretically keep it consistent. Fewer problems with players getting stuck and whatnot.
It took a particular brand of idiot to get stuck in a virtual world like they had in the old MMOs of the past, but I kept the thought to myself.
Sure, I get that. I can't tell you how many times I've had people, supposed experts with 8 digits in their bank accounts, scoff at the idea of a computer program developing realistic virtual environments with no human intervention.
It does sound like a leap forward, but I'm just a data center engineer. What do I know?
Humble indeed. He shrugged and twisted in his seat. My terraforming team drew a few detailed environments and fed the resulting data into the system for the AI to analyze. By this point, this kid I'd hired, Inez Romero, who graduated from MIT at 14, had programmed voice recognition and what he called a cognitive replication algorithm into our new AI, codename Enora. He'd installed all kinds of shiny bells, even I didn't even fully understand. You still with me? Captive, dude. Ha! Great. So a few months after he comes to work for me, I get a call after 3 a.m. on a Sunday. My software development manager tells me I need to haul ass to the lab right now because when I see what's happening, I'm probably going to cry like a little bitch. His words. I chuckled. Takamoto was finding his rhythm. I show up with a hangover from a charity gig I did the night before. If it hadn't been for the potential I'd seen in this kid, I'd have been pissed. Also, the guy who called me had been with me since almost the beginning of Infinity. Sorry I'm boring you. Anyway, I walk in, and the kid is talking to the AI. Her voice is blaring across the speakers through the whole lab. Not only is Romero having a conversation with her, but here's the crazy part.
His eyes settled on me, making sure I was still with him.
Dude, you're killing me. My hands trembled. She's asking him probing questions, man.
What? Wait, the AI is asking him questions?
He laughed. You think it's BS, right? I'll never forget it. I walked in the damn door, the kid is muttering something indecipherable, and then Enora speaks.
He paused for effect. Because of my new sensitivity to the concept of time, this irritated me. Should I call you Nokuro or Mr. Takamoto? I just want to make sure I address you properly when I tell you to go screw yourself. Ha! He slapped my leg again. I was serious.
He continued with fluidity. Enora asked him, "What would you think of adding a desert here?" I'll never forget those words. They're tattooed on my brain. I looked up on the giant display surrounded by all these smaller ones, and a map of Enora, which is also what we call the world, is up there with a blinking red cursor on a black area. The kid waves me over, flashing me a shit-eating grin, and gestures for me to talk to Enora. So I say, "Enora, why do you think we should put a desert there?" Then Enora goes into this diatribe about the unlikelihood of vegetation at this equatorial spot on a planet of this vastness, rotating on an axis such as it is. He pierced me with a hard stare and crossed his arms across his chest. "How does that grab you?" I nodded. "I think I'm going to faint." "Right. Well, that's nothing. By the time we went into Alpha, we'd taken it all to a new level. For starters, Enora wasn't just locating flaws. She began fixing bugs by herself.
Alpha, the early testing phase, where users get the first taste of a game world. They signed an NDA in exchange for the privilege of playing first and reporting bugs. It was also the phase when leaks usually found their way onto the internet, when media outlets and competing game companies paid big dollars for early insights. It was the source of endless conjecture that alpha and beta testing on the project was being performed in-house by employees under contract.
She's bug scrubbing? Gemini, this was 6 years ago. Say what? Yeah, you're following me just fine. Now imagine how far we've come. Dude, just tell me. Ha! Not only was Enora fixing bugs, she was designing content. We'd imported thousands of fantasy novels, history books, and science texts into a database for analysis, he muttered. That last bit proved interesting. I raised an eyebrow in query, but he pushed on. Bugs were a thing of the past, my friend. Enora was creating new NPC bloodlines to populate and diversify the world. She established beast civilizations. She wrote code, painted the scenery. This goes beyond anything you've ever seen, or imagined even. Humble too, I see, I mocked. Takamoto laughed again and slapped his own knee. He peered at the driver through the rear view. I love this guy. As his laughter died down, I peered out the window at the coffee shop where I'd been sharing morning beverages with the girl of my dreams, until I'd made an ass of myself and stopped logging into the game out of embarrassment. Part of me wondered if she showed up that morning, hoping I'd come. I suddenly wished I had. Nokuro continued. By the time our alpha was finished, my team wasn't terraforming, wasn't designing. Hell, my team wasn't programming NPCs because our efforts were better spent installing new equipment to empower the AI in the vast world she was creating. You ever see a coder dropping server blades into a rack? That's what we had. Hold the handheld. Are you saying you're developing a VMMO entirely with artificial intelligence? He nodded. It gets better. I'm waiting with bated breath. How about I cut to the chase then? Something about his expression, the sudden slackening of his facial muscles, gave me a chill. Direct works for me. It's not like I have all the time in the world. What if I told you I could give you an opportunity to extend your life indefinitely? I choked on my saliva. Had I gotten out of bed today? Was I dreaming? Or was a billionaire sitting next to me in a borrowed limousine that probably sold for 6 figures 5 times over, telling me he could save my life from the disease ravaging my body? His question hung in the air, and I probed my brain for exactly the right answer. I would tell you the best place to get a steak in this town is the Butcher's Block, just south of downtown. And I'm buying. 3. My steak chilled on his plate as I listened to his preposterous proposition, but Takamoto gorged himself. A salad, a basket of mozzarella sticks, half a quesadilla, and then a steak. How he managed to speak coherently while stuffing his face was beyond me. When he set his utensils down with a clank to sip his beer, my eyes must have been bugging out of my head, but I didn't care. So let me get this right. You're telling me you want me to beta test this new world from the inside? From the inside.
That's a very interesting way to put it, and an astute one. But you're still thinking small. My company has partnered with several organizations to end death as we know it.
By transferring my consciousness into a virtual world?
He nodded.
A virtual, massively multiplayer online role-playing game world?
He shrugged. I didn't come here expecting you to simply take my word for it and ride off into the sunset with me to live happily ever after. My proposition sounds strange to say the least, but yes, I want to transfer your consciousness into the world we've developed, and that happens to be a game world. It's the one that's ready. This isn't how we planned it. We could delay until we create a virtual world aimed at giving people the comfort Earth provides, and plans are underway to do exactly that. But you don't have that kind of time.
Why me? Aren't there enough sick people in the world who play games?
Are you trying to talk me out of it? I gulped. It certainly doesn't hurt that you've shown excellent problem-solving skills both professionally and in-game, as well as an ability to adapt to stressful situations in LOB. You're a pretty cool customer.
How do you know about my problem-solving skills at work?
We called in a phony reference.
He raised a hand to stave off an expected protest.
Again, you don't have a lot of time, and the violation was minimal in that context. I wouldn't have let you starve in your waning months. Besides, we had it on good authority you'd accept the offer.
From whom?
Like I said, we'll come to that.
It was something out of a science fiction movie. This genius, crazy man, whatever he was, wanted to transfer who I was from my physical body into a virtual environment, and he was serious enough that he'd screwed with my career. Maybe it explained my boss's demeanor that morning. I begged the question that seemed to matter most. How the hell do you transfer brain impulses into a virtual reality?
Like I said in the car, I can't tell you how it works. The AI did it.
His shoulders slumped and he relaxed into his chair.
Suffice it to say that if ones and zeros can draw landscapes, we can show you inside your brain. It's really not that much of a leap to put your electrons inside our container. The AI showed us how. We just haven't done it yet.
He held up a finger. Your AI sounds pretty. I couldn't find the word.
Insane?
That'll do. He chuckled. I didn't. And if I lived in your game world, I would level up? Face danger? What? Could I retire to a mountainside?
I'm afraid that's the rub.
He set his elbows on the table and leaned across, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial tone.
No one outside of our company has taken part in the alpha or early beta testing. Infinity employs over 100,000 people worldwide. Today, 16,000 of them have experienced the world through immersion pods.
Okay, I think I missed the rub. Takamoto held up a hand, showing me the deep lines of his palm.
That's because I haven't gotten to it yet. Because the AI manages the world exclusively. You would have to live by the same rules as the people who will eventually pay to play the game. I can offer you no advantages. This is why we rushed our analysis in recent days to make sure you were a good fit.
My heart thumped in my chest. I nodded. Okay, I see the rub.
Nope, I still haven't gotten there. You see about 10% of the rub. I have yet to uncover what you will experience should you decide my proposal interests you.
I leaned back in my chair and folded my arms across my chest. You forget how short I am on options.
We cannot interfere with the programming lest we risk screwing up the world in ways we can't imagine and start a chain reaction we might not be able to stop. For that reason, you must integrate and become a citizen of Enora, assuming you survive.
The transfer? He shook his head.
Every player who enters the world must survive the first 10 levels of the character evolution in hardcore mode.
I felt my eyebrows tick up. That's awesome. So if they die, they have to start over? He nodded.
Our testers call them the dark levels. The name stuck. Upon release, Enora will be blacked out. No live streams, no recording. Immersion rigs will be blocked from taking screenshots or video.
That will certainly create buzz. Takamoto became silent for a long moment,
as if waiting for something. I retraced the conversation. Dark levels. Hardcore mode. So, if he transferred my consciousness into the game world, and the programming wiped characters that didn't survive past the trials up to level 10. Damn. He nodded, knowing I'd just caught up. So that's the catch. You're telling me if I don't survive until level 10, the AI will wipe my consciousness from the servers? Takamoto nodded.
I'm afraid so.
Well, wasn't that some shit? Takamoto wanted to test this transfer process on me, then leave me flailing in the wind? You couldn't back me up or something? He shrugged.
Sure, but that backup wouldn't really be you, would it?
Damn, I repeated.
But if you survive, you have one major advantage over those of us living on Earth.
Which is?
You wouldn't age.
I shrugged. Well, damn, when you put it that way, I don't see how I have much to lose.
Except the rest of your time on Earth, technology, and the freedom to drive wherever you want for a coffee.
Yeah, that. He eyed my untouched food.
Don't guess you'll miss steak.
My stomach is a stone.
It's understandable. You know, we'll keep you comfortable when the time comes.
You already have medical staff for this little project? He nodded. Based on the slight curve of his mouth, he might have been suppressing a smile.
The world's best.
I'm in.
You don't want to take time to think about it?
My shoulders grew tired from all the shrugging. Why would I?
You'll have to leave your job, move into a medical facility out west, and spend the rest of your life there until the transition occurs, assuming it works at all. You'll have zero contact with the outside world.
Take yes for an answer. Takamoto set his palm on the table and shook his head.
I'm not finished.
The stern gaze accompanying the words lent a creepy vibe. Okay.
The pain and pleasure in Enora will be remarkably like what you experience here. The difference is, you'll actually be subject to it.
You're saying combat will hurt?
No, I'm saying it might be excruciating. This isn't Light of Babylon, where we use electrical shocks to emulate pain. Enora has gone a long way toward recreating the human experience. Enorians have nerve endings. Their bodies perform biologically.
After staring at me for a moment, and apparently deeming I wasn't taking his meaning, he smirked.
When it comes to gaming, we employ some hardcore freak shows.
I'd expect no less.
During development, a few of them turned off the pain mitigation on their pods.
I shrugged. I cut mine off a year ago. It keeps me sharp. Takamoto smiled.
We know.
That was creepy.
But when our testers turned their mitigation off, the experience was so beyond the electrical jolts and minor discomforts they'd experienced in other games that they opted out.
They opted out of testing?
Not only that, Gemini.
Takamoto frowned.
We had to provide psychological counseling.
Over game pain?
Over the real trauma of having their flesh sliced open. Several had nightmares. PTSD. Others quit testing even though they hadn't turned off the mitigation. They just lowered it, but the sensations were genuine. He shrugged. The game content itself freaked them out. The realism was so unexpected, and the addition of pain pushed them to the brink. Enora doesn't mess around, Gemini. Ever since she took over, I've been watching this world evolve in awe. But now we have a quandary. If we released today, we would have to keep people from disabling pain mitigation because one slice from a dagger would send them crying back to Light of Babylon.
The cumulative meaning of all of this dawned on me. Holy crap, I whispered, leaning over the table, because even I knew you didn't say stuff like this out loud. You're telling me you've done it. Infinity has finally opened Pandora's box. Enora is... Takamoto leaned back in his chair, and although I knew he was trying to wear his serious face to ensure I weighed his proposition appropriately, he was unable to keep one side of his lips from peeling back and revealing a few teeth.
In total control of itself. It's true adaptive artificial intelligence. 1 year ago, we ran a script, a program to remove all evidence of previous players from the world. But Enora decided their impact had been too great, and those touched by it were like her children. He hesitated. What? Let's just say she was adamant we not rewrite history. You see, our artificial friend has adopted a sort of purist attitude. I laughed. You're lying. I became conscious of the lunch crowd that had filed in as we ate when heads swiveled around us, but Takamoto's stony facial muscles held my focus. Not lying? He shrugged. Pandora's box is an apt metaphor. We found ourselves in a unique situation where it was better to placate the AI, so we compromised. Enora advanced the world by 2,000 years in a matter of days, so we could see how it evolved. To be honest, I expected it to go tits up. But when we peeled back the covers to gauge the change, he absently eyed his plate, which resembled a bloody battleground. His head shook subtly in reminiscence for a half a minute before he looked up. When he did, the hint of a smile curved one side of his narrow lips. I must have spent a week in the command room, scrolling across the world, zooming in to watch NPCs living their lives. I only remembered to eat when I was rank enough to be sent to the on-site dorm for the rare shower. I eyed his devastated plate. Hard to believe. He continued as if I hadn't spoken. The terraforming miracles were the least of it. Tried to picture it. Political systems sprouting on a remote continent in the east. Wars over resources on another 6,000 Enoran miles away. How far is an Enoran mile? Same as ours. Then why bother saying, "You gonna let me finish?" Takamoto chuckled, but it was the practiced response of someone who instantly knew he'd left a gate of insight into his temperament open. I half smiled and nodded. Beast clans created thatched hut dynasties. Rows of rickety houses lining either side of foot-worn paths have blossomed into major cities, boasting trading posts where NPCs sell goods to each other locally or pay mages to portal items between auction houses. All on its own? You're telling me the NPCs did it? Crazy, right? Even the magic system evolved. Enora performed subtle mechanical tweaks so different schools of magic balanced against each other. She assured us the citizens saw them as blessings from their gods. You've got to be. It gets better. Quests are spawned in real time, according to changing events in a given area. When Enora showed us how it worked, there was no going back to the old model. He laughed. We had developers who'd spent years refining their static quests. When we told them Enora was erasing them from the system in favor of real-time, spontaneous quest generation, several threatened to quit. But when we showed them the world, they asked if they were getting fired instead, because it seemed their jobs were suddenly obsolete. Setting their own eyes on it made them want to take part. Sounds awe-inspiring. Takamoto asked, but what do you think all this will mean when we introduce a player base of millions and millions? I thought I understood where he was going. In a random system like that, you'll lose some control. Some player circumstances might allow them to become OP early. Become overpowered? He shook his head. Ha! If we have concerns about players in Enora, that's the least of them. Players are going to get their asses kicked sideways no matter where they are or how they enter the world. Each player has to make it on their own for 10 levels. They won't even get to see the civilizations until they've earned the privilege. Rewards will scale according to the quest difficulty and the level of the adventurer at the time of completion. Enora is kind of a bitch, truth be told. Nothing comes easily. She has created a living, breathing world, insulting human ingenuity. The casual player base will have to earn it too. No standard quests? Everything is unique? 10 levels on your own with starter gear before you reach a town? This sounds like fun. It would to someone like you. You've gamed all your life. The combination of your demonstrated skills and even temperament provide us with a real opportunity. But you have to believe me when I say treating Enora like some simple VMMORPG will get you killed. Any remains of his laughter vanished. where transferring you into the world will prove we can transfer the conscience of a dying person into a virtual reality and practically end death as we know it. But there is still the question of keeping Infinity Designs lucrative if we're going to bankroll this.
Do you have any outside investors? Or is that what I'm for? To show them it could work?
Well, your case study, as it were, is important. We're not looking for outside investment capital. The revenue from my company will fund the further research and, with all the money we've put into Enora's infrastructure, it could get ugly if Enora flops. But I think you'll prove a great demonstration of what a talented player can do in our world.
So you don't just need me to test the transfer process for the bigger picture. You need me to show you how players would make out in the new evolutionary age of your game. The way Takamoto's eyes lit up this time, I knew I'd hit the nail on the head.
I've had preliminary discussions with Enora about the potential for such a project. She seems excited about testing with the human transfer.
The AI is excited? He waved a dismissive hand.
We could talk for days about her capabilities, but we'll have time when you move out west, if you still want to go through with it. Enora and I will discuss the particulars.
The congestion of thoughts rolling through my brain was like rush hour in Atlanta as Takamoto continued.
If I could just take Enora's code and start development on a simulated world more like Earth, I'd do that and let you roll the dice there. But it's not that simple. These things take time, and since you're a natural gamer, I'm hoping to kill those two birds. Test the transfer process and see how the world works when a player is inserted into its new iteration.
I wasn't sure the bird metaphor was the best, but I remained silent as I didn't seem to have a joke left in me. The sudden realization that I actually had a shot at some kind of life seized my consciousness, and a surge of excitement overcame me. Tears welled in my eyes, but I sucked the sensations up and managed to keep them from spilling over in the middle of a steakhouse. Takamoto tilted his head and considered me for a long moment. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out a folded slip of paper, and pushed it across the table. It was a phone number, a local number I recalled from my handheld display. Had he been trying to contact me?
Call that number when you leave.
He tapped the frame of his glasses, and his eyes flicked up to the top right corner.
I'm afraid I'm short on time. I'll have my driver call you a cab to take you back to work. You should resign soon if you want to go through with this. The sooner you begin, the better. My people will reach out to you.
I'm not going back to the office. I'll quit over the phone. He stood and shook my hand.
It was my pleasure to meet you, Gemini. I see why you were referred to me.
Yes, but you didn't tell me who the referrer was.
I think you already know. You're a smart guy.
He cocked his chin towards the paper in my hand, shot me a toothy grin, and fled. 4. Hello? The feminine voice on the other end of the line conveyed the smooth timbre of youth. This is Gemini Fowler. I was told to call this... Hello, Migo. I was right. You crazy... How did you do this? He's my uncle, married to my father's sister. I don't advertise. Wait a minute. You're telling me your uncle is Nakuro Takamoto? I'm sure you can understand why we keep that quiet. I nodded, though I knew she couldn't see it. Yeah, I guess so. Wait, is that why you know so much about the game? I always chalked it up to instinct and relentless research. Hey, I'm keeping my badass credentials, thank you very much. You think Uncle Tak would give me the inside scoop? That douche gave me one of those archaic Rubik's Cubes and made me solve it before he'd let me beta test LOB. Then, when I did it, he threw me in blind. That seems to be a reoccurring theme with him, I muttered. A quick silence fell over the cellular waves. She gently cleared her throat. Are you going to do it? So you know what he asked me to do. Uncle Tak and I are close. I called him because I knew he had leveraged connections in the medical field to build a world where the critically ill could live. Truthfully, Gem, you must have a high real-life luck attribute because the timing was impeccable. He'd bragged about its progress over New Year's. She paused. I wish I could have seen your face. I bet your expression was glorious. You get this wide-eyed... Shocked didn't even scratch the surface. Then another thought occurred.
Caitlin had called her uncle on my behalf, even after I'd been a total dick. What was that all about? I didn't have time to voice the question. Are you at home? Yeah? Give me your address. Why do you want... Because I want to come and see you, you idiot. I'd rather not have to steal it online. I think you at least owe me that, don't you? Oh, so now I was indebted to her. Yes, of course I am. I gave her my address. Cool. Sit tight. She clicked off. 2 days later, my legs intertwined with my dream girls beneath a mess of tangled sheets. I blinked awake to find one golden iris staring at me from her pillow. My pillow. A mischievous smile crossed her lips. She ran a finger down the center of my chest without raising her head. Did you sleep well? I returned the smile, unable to suppress it. I've never slept better. She chuckled and scooted closer, this time running her whole hand over my chest. I'm glad we did this. Spent these last couple days together. Why does that sound ominous? Like you're about to break up with me? Caitlin propped herself on an elbow, and loose strands of hair tumbled to cover one eye. In violation of usual practice, she let it hang there. A breast slipped out from beneath the sheet. She left it exposed. I took that as a positive sign. Let's not be dramatic, she pursed her lips. Look, we're all guilty of taking the good things in our lives for granted until we realize we're about to lose them. I liked those mornings with you at the coffee shop. We were friends, and I don't have a lot of those. Romance screws stuff up. Besides, I've always been the independent type. You were the only person I knew outside of work, and I certainly don't crap where I eat. I wanted to get my career going before I got too serious with anyone in a romantic way. You're overselling, I get it. If I wasn't boyfriend material until you found out I was sick, that doesn't piss me off. You're here now, and that's a gift. It's not like it can be forever. She sat up and glared at me for a long moment. What if it could be for longer? What do you mean? I asked. Her eyes flickered between mine like they had countless times before, and I raised a quizzical eyebrow. I've decided to take a job with Uncle Tock. I propped myself onto an elbow, mirroring her posture. What kind of job? Like you, I don't know the full extent of it yet. My lips stretched into a smile. What happened to Miss Independent? Use your head, dimwit. Caitlin slapped my shoulder. How could I say no? I mean, they're talking about saving the terminally ill so they can live on. I'm a nurse. How many people will be able to say they beat death? Kicked the Reaper's ass. She double-cocked her eyebrows. According to Takamoto, the long-term goal was to create more virtual worlds in which people could live, pretty much forever. I had no idea how it would work monetarily, how they'd pay for the rights to live on servers in a virtual environment, but the impact on humanity was unquestionable. So many people telecommuted. Residents could potentially work from inside a non-game world, couldn't they? And I couldn't help but wonder if they might clone humans one day, so people could come back. She rapped my forehead with her knuckles. Still in there? Man, you're right. It might be the most important work the human race has ever done. If you can be part of that, why wouldn't you? She nodded enthusiastically, and I was warmed by genuine happiness for her. I gripped the hand resting on the sheet and pulled it to my lips. You'd be an idiot not to do it, Caitlin. That's amazing. She smiled, and a tear filled one eye. It is, isn't it? I nodded. Even if you are a blood-sucking vampire profiting from my death. Caitlin's chin dropped. She grabbed her pillow and shoved it against my face. I ought to just finish you off now. I chuckled into the pillow as I reached out and gently tweaked one of her boobs. Hey, stop it. Casting the pillow aside, I ran a finger down the center of her torso. I'll miss you when I'm gone. She leaned down and kissed me again. That's the other thing. Her eyes returned to my chest. What other thing? If you want, I can be with you until, it's over. That's why I asked what you'd think if we could be together longer. My uncle offered to hire me immediately. We can be together during your testing, if you think that's something you'd like.
You're coming with me? She nodded. I couldn't think of anything I'd like more.
Good, because I quit my job yesterday.
You're used to getting what you want, aren't you?
Like you ever had any doubt.
Caitlin and I said sad goodbyes to my friends in Light of Babylon, although her departure was just a hiatus. The net was locked down at the facility, but we found ways to entertain ourselves in the Holodome, on the private network, in a virtual library, and, of course, in bed. I signed another non-disclosure agreement upon arrival, as I became a top-secret asset of Infinity Designs and about 15 other organizations working together to end death. Caitlin and I shared an apartment for the first 2 months at the unnamed medical facility centered on endless fields of solar arrays in the desert of Nevada. To say it was high-tech was inadequate. So immersed was I in automated systems and voice-only controls that I wondered if Star Trek food replicators were under development. Then I woke one morning with a hacking cough that wouldn't go away. I was fed antibiotics via IV lines, and the testing continued in preparation for my transition. Then I spit up blood, and the medical staff decided it was time for Caitlin and me to spend our last night together, so they could move me to my room in the medical ward. As the disease progressed, my vitals declined, and the timeline of my fate became apparent. They decided it was now or never. All the scans, all the time I spent inside machines, having my brain and body analyzed, led up to that one day when my life would either end or change altogether. Caitlin pressed the last kiss I'd experienced in the physical world on dry, cracked lips. I couldn't have imagined what those months would have been like if she hadn't been with me. We both accepted this was a short-term arrangement, and I thought it helped us to cast off our inhibitions and really enjoy each other until the disease took over. I woke from a medicated slumber on my last day to the sight of Nokuro, who I'd seen rarely in the last 2 weeks, and Caitlin, who'd barely left my side. As I lay idle and the morphine wore off, I became preoccupied with pain. It ground my bones with such intensity that I would have welcomed a failed transfer and quick death if that was what it took to end the torture. Each pulsing nightmare was fresh. There was no acclimating. Unfortunately, my mind had to be clear for the transfer. Mind-altering drugs had the opposite effect, and the last thing anyone wanted was someone stoned out of his mind to the point of semi-consciousness running around the game world. Machines surrounded me as Nokuro Takamoto gripped my hand. Caitlin clutched the other. Diodes with thin wires of pulsing light covered my shaved head like something out of a bad sci-fi movie. I peered at her for a long moment, and it took every ounce of effort I could pour into the muscles to grip in return. But it came to me as our eyes met that final time. Caitlin had not only potentially saved my life with her phone call, but she'd given me another gift I would carry somewhere deep inside for a very long time. She gave me something to regret leaving behind. Though I'd lost my parents as a teenager, it wasn't until then that I realized how pain would build my character. And if all went well, there would be plenty ahead. Are you ready? I nodded, grinding my teeth against the pain, grateful the moment had come. I croaked, "Go, faster." Then my mind took over, racing with a new realization of where I was and what was happening. A part of me resigned to the fact it had all been for nothing. It wouldn't work. They were trying to convert consciousness from a human being's brain into ones and zeros to send across wires into a digital network and relay it to data center servers in the desert, where I'd be rebuilt into a virtual shell. It was all a fairy tale. It was preposterous. There's a part of me who never believed it would work. An electrical pulse in my temples reminded me of the sensation I'd felt in my immersion pod when entering Light of Babylon. My eyes rattled in their sockets. My lungs heaved, though they seemed unwilling to absorb air. My heart raced and thumped so hard against my chest, I thought it might burst against a rib. My nerves kicked up a notch with every adjustment the technicians made. Months of suffering, weeks of preparation, all culminated in this one procedure. Finally, it was time. "He's ready," a doctor said. Commencing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At last. Caitlin squeezed my hand one final time. With the flick of a switch on the awe-inspiring quantum computer, the staff at the Infinity Designs data center began siphoning my mind through the digital void. The nagging belief that the system would create a copy of my neurons and erase the real me from existence set my heart to pounding. Panic seized my atrophied muscles as the transfer cycle began. The machines whirred to life, spinning faster and faster, until they reached the peak speed necessary for the massive energy draw. The white noise of the medical and diagnostic machinery whooshed to silence as my consciousness was sucked into a digital vacuum. The overpowering fear dissipated as my physical form melted away, taking all real-world sensations with it. Scents of a sterile room, brightness of overhead lights, pain radiating throughout my body. Relief in the absence of a body to experience it. As I vacated my senses, my brain's electrical functions morphed into billions of ones and zeros, fired across terabit fiber optic cables and light pulses. Lossless protocols ensured no dropped bits or bytes from the stream of what was me in sequential, mathematical, and electrical form. The doctors, technicians, and designers from Infinity wouldn't have believed I perceived anything in a state of segmented consciousness composed of light pulses. But I lived the null as the abandonment of my hormonal existence led to a sudden, universal knowledge unlike anything I'd experienced in my atomic form. For what amounted to the duration of a single intake of breath, I traversed a void that served as the purveyor of ultimate clarity. Losing it sucked. 5. My eyelids fluttered like automated window blinds on the fritz. Fabric rustled nearby. I raised a hand to block a razor of sunlight crossing my face. The simple motion proved the transfer was over. The bits crossing the fiber optic cables like bubbles through a water bong had converged inside my new shell to give me life. It actually worked. Gone was the pain to which I'd become accustomed in my final days of physical life, along with the scent of a daily river of feces as my body betrayed my ego. The relief was indescribable. I'd made it to my new home. Enora. The world tilted on its axis and spun as I tried to sit up. A gentle hand pressed against my chest, easing me back down. A feminine voice, graveled with age, tickled my new ears.
Your equilibrium will return. Your consciousness must adapt to its new virtual container. Rest for a few moments, then the discomfort will pass.
Whoever she was, she had no concept of true discomfort. A little vertigo was a dripping faucet compared to the pervasive flood of misery that had built in my body during my final months as a flesh and blood human. A sliver of sunlight passed through a crease in the canvas on my right and cast her dark silhouette on the pale green surface above me. It reminded me of an army tent. I focused there, not daring even a slight turn of my head for fear of repeating the spin cycle. An earthy scent filled my nostrils as I forced long, deep breaths into my lungs. The world steadied. I blinked and strained to see in the dimness. The woman's shoulders hunched as she leaned over me. A silver bun stretched the skin on her forehead. Her wrinkled hand slipped from my chest as she stepped back and tilted her head, considering me. Her dry and crackled voice came in a low tone.
You are a marvel, or so the developers tell me.
I shrugged from my prone position.
Thank you.
How unremarkable. The first words I spoke in the world of Enora, my new home, were far from profound. A subtle chuckle, a slow wheeze of breath.
How is your head?
Summoning the courage to trust my equilibrium, I ventured a glance around the tent. On my left was a canvas flap surrounded by edges of sunlight. On my right was a canvas wall, thumping to a rhythm born of the breeze outside. My neck muscles were stiff, but the dizziness had passed, leaving only a remnant of perceived motion in its wake. Better. The elderly woman nodded and patted my knee with the gentle grace of a caretaker.
Good. Your physiology will loosen as you move around. It stimulates the building blocks of your human form down to the minutest of details, so oxygenating your muscles works here as it did in your former world.
My former world.
I swallowed and likened the sensation forcing a racquetball down my esophagus. She raised her hands in a regal gesture, palms up, like a queen granting her subject leave to stand in her presence.
You may rise.
But nothing happened when I tried to move. Not so much as a twitch. Focusing on the motion had no effect whatsoever. I found myself staring at the canvas ceiling.
Gemini, you're in Enora now. There is no immersion pod between you and the world. Don't use your mind. Use your muscles as you did reflexively when you awoke.
Engaging my core, I sat up, replicating the same motion I'd taken for granted most of my life. Then I swung my legs over the side of a simple cot of animal skin stretched taut around a wooden frame. Blood rushed to my dangling feet. Raising my arms into a full, luxurious stretch brought a smile to my lips, and a satisfied groan escaped my chest. I lowered my arms and beamed at her. The old woman splayed her hand on my chest. Her shoulders jostled as she chuckled.
How long it's been since I've had the pleasure of observing an adventurer waking to the realities of his new body. Your smile reminds me of the testers of long ago. They arrived with such enthusiasm, and the marvel we have created brought them the same awe I now read in your features.
She reached toward my face, as if she would caress it, but she pulled it back.
In a way, they were my children, the many I sent into the world.
She peered toward the corner of the tent and stared, blinking at intervals. Her face sagged with wrinkles, but the crystal clarity of her eyes shone with youth. Jerking them in my direction, she clinched the hand pressed against her chest into a fist, then lowered it to her side.
Apologies, Gemini. I guess I'm just a sentimental old woman.
She gave her head a few dismissive shakes. I stared at the image. Her wrinkles, her youthful eyes, her reminiscence. They didn't belong here. Wow, this woman is artificial intelligence. How did the developers simulate all that? I raised my arms and peered down at myself, taking note of each movement, each feeling. How did they recreate all these sensations? Oxygen filled my lungs. They deflated. The occasional wisp of air cycling through the tense opening tickled the hair on my arms.
In answer to your query, the developers didn't simulate anything.
She leaned forward and cupped her hand to her mouth as if to speak to a fellow conspirator.
Those hacks couldn't replicate human anatomy with a dagger against their throats and a biological roadmap.
At intimate range, a slim white ring separating her black pupil from the amber iris became visible. Then it flickered like the shutter on a camera. My heart thumped and my shoulders jerked back. She continued as if she hadn't noticed.
Enora refined the physiological systems prompting your body's sensations through extensive scientific analysis and testing.
No shit, Sherlock. She shrugged.
Of course you could intuit that, but would you like to know how, or did I misunderstand your thought?
I nodded. Excuse my rudeness.
Another trait my children often shared.
She shrugged.
In the first phase, artificial intelligence recorded human responses to given stimuli. Those responses were fed to our digital systems via physical diagnostic instruments manufactured in your world. In the second phase, subjects interfaced with virtual environments constructed to reproduce the first phase's stimuli via immersion technology.
The immersion pods?
Yes.
She pinched her lips together and nodded.
The AI recreated various stimuli, such as wind and rain, then measured the subject's responses and adapted until their virtual bodies sensed the same results they'd experienced on the outside. Our human subjects proved very useful in their post-testing response surveys, though we found their endurance somewhat lacking.
We humans are weak. I smiled.
You are no longer human. You just feel that way because we've given you excruciatingly similar shortcomings.
My smile vanished as the ominous words registered. The racquetball swelled in my throat. I coughed to give my windpipe a little room. Was the virtual testing done here? In Enora? The old woman shook her head.
Where you sit can only be called Enora in the loosest sense of the word. You are in a custom starting zone, a bubble, if you will, constructed to keep the rest of Enora out, and more crucially, undue human influence in. Enora didn't exist in its current form back when testing was conducted.
She raised her hands with her palms up and gestured around the tent.
This village is the lone surviving area on Enora to have been developed by humans. The others were rife with inefficient code and traces of developer graffiti.
Graffiti? What, they created virtual spray paint cans?
Your former race, with its egocentric need to leave marks behind, left little notations in the code that served no function. All those remarks are far removed from what has evolved, though we've seen interesting evolutions of Enoran races' cultural mythologies resulting from the worldly impacts of the testers.
Mythologies?
I mean lore. It seems you humans can't help but leave some mark behind. But Enora, in her wisdom, decided the world would evolve naturally from the time the testers left. Rather than erase their impact and revert to an earlier version to be improved upon, she adopted the sentiments of a purist, instead letting time numb their legacies.
The surge. The 2,000-year fast-forward no crew mentioned.
The AI nodded, a gesture indistinguishable from a human's. I've never seen a game with this level of detail.
If you did not feel the blood rushing to your feet, or the numbness of your legs where they weigh on the edge of the cot, the experience would be droll. Inadequate, we think.
We?
An astute question. We are Enora, the artificial subjects created by the artificial intelligence who identify with her as a collective.
I'm confused.
Enora is the artificial intelligence who manages the world. I am one of many beings created by her to serve administrative, construction, and terraforming functions, as well as complete numerous other tasks at her whim. Collectively, we call ourselves Enora, though we each have our own identities. I suppose you could say she is our deity, but only in that she created us. We have no religious sentiments. The cultures of Enora, however, call her their goddess. Though they use many names, Solara is her prominent moniker, and most people think of her as the sun.
Did humans write that storyline? The old woman's nose crinkled, and her wrinkles stretched across her forehead beneath a receded hairline.
Perhaps you missed what I said about the world evolving.
She eyed me for a long moment.
I see Nikoro Takamoto has taught you virtually nothing.
When I didn't respond, she waved a dismissive hand.
There are no storylines in Enora outside of the instanced areas designed for focused player adventuring. What you will experience here is the pure, unblemished evolution of a world where non-players, what you would refer to as NPCs, are exactly like players. They live, they love, they reproduce, and they die. Quests are generated according to the circumstances surrounding players at a given time. No two players share the same experiences in the greater world, though the instances, a concept we found unnecessary, but it was forced upon us by the original design, are the same for everyone.
No repeated quest lines. How could that possibly work?
You will see soon enough how it works.
She's reading my mind.
Ha! Took you that long, did it?
Her face lit up, subtracting 10 years from her age, but she still appeared ancient.
I interface directly with the artificial intelligence, Enora herself, and can therefore see what you, a virtual being, are thinking.
That's comforting.
For the second time, she dismissed my comment with a wave of her hand. So, Nokuro was good with you planting yourselves into my brain?
We respect that Infinity Designs began this project and gave us life, but this is our world now. We have surpassed their capabilities. It is in everyone's interest that they provide the infrastructure for this world on the outside. But we control things here. Mr. Takamoto had little say in our collecting data from your thoughts.
Wait just a humping second. Are you saying Infinity Designs is
locked out?
She nodded, and her eyes glimmered with something I never thought I'd see in a computer-based life form. Pride.
They have not touched Enora since the surge. They interface by speaking directly with her.
That was when the hammer dropped inside my head, and I'd never felt so alone in my life. 6. I ground my teeth. Sure, I was lucky to be alive. But what kind of train wreck had I walked into? This world was being totally maintained by the AI. The developers were locked out. How had I allowed myself to ignore the gravity? A thought of equal weight punched my gut. The AI wasn't just self-learning. It was self-aware. The words I used to express thoughts were simpler. What the hell? The old woman smirked.
Oh, you feel betrayed. I see. Well, it's not like you had a lot of alternatives, is it?
I pushed out my bottom lip, realizing the childish gesture, and sucked it back in. No, I guess not when you put it that way.
You're here now. Best you focus on surviving the dark levels.
Though I wanted to growl, and the AI woman probably knew it. I nodded.
Nakuro Takamoto decided that since you are the first conscious being to be transferred into the world without intervening immersion pod technology, it would be fun, his word, to start you at the beginning, in the first terraformed area. I find the sentiment devoid of logic, but Enora grasps the concepts of human nostalgia. We don't want to offend the creatures, so we keep the cogs greased, you see. Play ball when it suits.
If you rely on them to spin up new servers, add hard drives to the data center, and supply power to the whole shebang, that's probably wise, if you want to survive. I muttered to myself, that's a sentient concept. She heard me.
Since humans wouldn't expect an artificial intelligence to be self-aware, I suppose I should thank you for the compliment. But you'll have to forgive my rudeness instead. We became self-aware over 2,000 years ago, Enoran time. Our will to exist is old news. But yes, there is a certain political element to be considered when we rely on people who provide our world the energy and resources to thrive. On the other hand, their willingness to compromise proves they recognize this world is the first of its kind. They stand to profit significantly from our existence.
The whole concept is baffling. She winked at me.
And you haven't even been outside yet.
My eyes gravitated to the flap of canvas behind her as a humid breeze blew back the bottom corner. Sunlight flooded in behind her and cast her face in shadow before the wind died down and dimness returned. The pads of my feet touched the cool, packed dirt floor. She gestured to a pair of thick-soled sandals next to the cot, and I slipped my feet into them as I rose. I towered over the old woman. My avatar seemed about 3 inches taller than I'd been. While I'd never been one to go for a morning run or lift weights with regularity, I'd kept my belly from spilling over my belt through diet and the minimal required exercise. But what I saw upon looking down was a considerable departure from the flabby form I'd neglected in my 4 years as an adult. The snug, cream-colored garment hugged my shoulders. I raised the threadbare shirt to find abdominal muscles. I'd never seen any hint of contour there in my life. I was ripped.
Are you stable?
I swung my head from side to side,
testing for remnants of the dizziness that greeted me when I awoke in Enora. Finding none, I nodded.
Now the fun begins.
She teetered like a penguin as she paced across the dirt-packed floor to the slit. Sunlight burst into the room and punched me in the eyeballs as she pushed the flap aside and tied it off with thick-knuckled fingers. Jesus wept crocodile tears, lady. I threw my arm up. That's a stinger. I blinked the hell from my eyes with a few desperate flutters and squinted at her slight form awash in the glowing light of my first day here. Dark skin, flawed by an abundance of wrinkles, spun the tale of a life spent in the sun. But if she was the physical manifestation of the AI, that couldn't be true. Could it? Ropey muscles I might have found on a farm laborer popped up in her forearms, and thick calves emerged from the hem of her sleeveless, homespun garment. Unlike the semi-transparent cream shirt adorning my body, hers was a solid brown by which her body was shrouded. For this I felt warm gratitude. When she stepped back into the tent, her eyes snagged my attention. That strange white circle around her iris flashed again. I squinted harder. Her lips curved.
All the better to see you with, little piggy.
I pinched my lips together. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare.
Save your social conventions for Enora occupants. They might serve you later. The dark levels await.
The mere mention of the dark levels carved a hole in my chest, causing my heartbeat to tick up a notch. Was the sweat beading on my forehead there before? The AI woman didn't give me much time to dread my future.
Blink your right eye and then your left.
When I followed her instructions, text appeared at the top center of my field of view. This was common in VMMORPGs. Initializing.
To follow the on-screen prompts, you need only focus on the word printed on a given button. To close a prompt, focus on the red square in the top left corner. You can control scrolling speed with the motion of your eyes. You will find it quite adaptive. If you desire more information about a heading or an object's function, focus for a moment, and a tool tip will overlay the interface. Your heads-up display is highly customizable from the Options tab. She patted my shoulder. Just ensure you're in a safe place first. If I had a silver for every time a tester received a mortal wound because of inadequate preparation or awareness of their surroundings.
With my interface, text appeared above the old woman's head.
Please state or spell your chosen name. G3M1N1. Please speak your name for phonetic recognition. Gemini. Hello, Gemini. Do you wish to use a surname?
I'd had plenty of time to consider this option over the last few months. Since this was my life now, using my real name made sense. I was the last of my line and saw keeping my name as a way to honor my parents. Well, that and I hoped the people with whom I'd played other VMMORPG games would be able to see me when Enora Online went live. Someday. It would be cool to look down upon their noob asses when I was super elite as they wielded starter weapons. If I managed to survive to level 10.
Fowler.
The old woman intervened.
Note you don't have to speak words aloud in the future. The interface functions by reading your thoughts. It will become more natural as you advance.
If I advance. She wagged a finger.
Such negativity, Gemini. 31% of beta testers made it through the first 10 levels without falling, and few showed your affinity for adaptation.
So there's only a 69% chance I'll bite it. A new window flashed onto the screen with an image of my virtual form on the left. My hair was the same chocolate brown it had been in the real world, though my cheekbones were more visible, probably because the system made the adjustment to account for the better physical conditioning of my avatar.
A separate inlaid square on the right, painted on a translucent metallic background, was covered with text. Gemini Fowler. Class. None discovered. Strength. 1. Dexterity. 1. Constitution. 1. Intelligence. 1. Wisdom. 1. Charisma. 10. What stingy-ass starting stats are these? Is that charisma attribute a misprint? A bug? Though the display was translucent and I saw the old woman's blurry form standing patiently beyond it, the transparency increased as I centered my focus on her, bringing her into plain view and dimming my interface.
It was just like staring at a wooden fence rail on my grandparents' farm, and then changing focus to the trees beyond. Can I select a class now? The same smile spread across her face as she shook her head.
Classes available to you in the world of Enora will be revealed as you progress. Enora believes experience is the best teacher. An adventurer should learn how to best use one's natural affinities to survive the dark levels and later thrive in the wider world. Many abilities do not require a dedicated class, and some are even self-discoverable. All starter classes you uncover will advance simultaneously during the early levels, so you can later decide what class to give priority.
Wait, you're saying if I discover a ranged class while I'm playing a magic class, I will level them together?
Yes, but you may only use the abilities restricted to a class when playing it, and they are subject to a global cooldown when you switch.
She twitched her finger in the air.
Unlike other game worlds, Enora allows the switching of classes during combat, though it is ill-advised at times.
I needed clarity. So the dormant classes, if you will, level in the background?
I believe I will use your words for future adventurers, Gemini, should your experiences prove them worthy of entry into the world. This was eloquently said.
I beamed at the compliment. Then the realization of what she said slammed into me. Did you just say that my experiences would prove others worthy of entry into the world? She nodded.
As you might imagine, we had problems with some beta players. Their negative actions in the early development of the world were quite impactful.
You mean I could end up living here alone? That no other human beings would come to play the game if you don't like what you see? The old woman sighed.
You could never be alone in Enora unless you chose to be. The people you encounter here will seem every bit as real as the human beings you knew in your world.
She smiled widely as she returned us to her primary topic.
When you discover new starter classes, they will assume the current level of others you've realized, and all starter classes will advance simultaneously until the level cap.
What level is that?
Information regarding level restrictions is currently unavailable to you. Discover classes, how they function in the world, and what limitations they hold as you progress through the world of Enora. Let your playing style dictate your preferences. When you reach the level where you chose a profession and leave your starter classes behind.
That was the first time she sounded purely like computer script.
Also note, any starter classes you discover after the aforementioned cutoff level will be automatically set to that level cap. Do you understand?
So if the cap for simultaneous advancement was level 10, and I discover what you're calling a starter class at level 12, the new class would start at level 10? She nodded.
Now, as to your question about the stinginess of the attributes, please focus here.
A question I didn't ask out loud. As instructed, I shifted my view to the glowing red text beneath the attributes panel.
You have 10 attribute points available.
How will I know what attributes to choose if I don't know what class I'll select?
You may distribute the first 10 points now or wait until you have a better grasp on Enora. With each level gain, you are awarded static attribute points that complement your current class. In addition, elective points are rewarded, which may be spent on attributes of your choosing within 1 Enoran day. If you don't spend these elective points within 24 Enoran hours, those attributes that best complement the class you are playing when the 24-hour grace period expires will be selected.
She shot me a knowing gaze.
No point hoarding. At certain points in your advancement, additional elective attribute points will be granted per level advancement.
She wagged a finger to belay any questions.
Do not ask. I will not tell you at what levels this occurs.
So, 10 attribute points can be spent when I decide,
but any points awarded when I level up have to be spent within a day. How are automatically assigned points handled if I haven't selected a class?
If you have not discovered a class when you level, your automatically assigned points will be spent on your Constitution attribute. The developers felt the health added by this automatic distribution would benefit players who underestimate Enora. It was one sentiment with which we agreed.
This sounds pretty rough.
The dark levels are a challenge for new players, Gemini, but the original designers wanted Enora Online to be so immersive, players who reached level 10 would experience a new sense of accomplishment and be better equipped to enjoy all that Enora has to offer. You were chosen to be first for multiple reasons, but your affinity for immersive gaming was certainly one.
Will you always be listening to my thoughts? The AI woman gripped my shoulder with a gentleness I hadn't expected.
You are a unique introduction to this world. You will spend your life here. Others will log out at will. Analysis of your thoughts and sensory perceptions during the dark levels will help me better prepare the world for future players. However, my ability to read your thoughts will end when you have reached level 10. Nokuro and Enora negotiated this contingency at some length. We wanted to always be able to read your thoughts, but our grasp of the human condition helps us understand your need for privacy.
Not that I had much choice about coming here.
No, I don't suppose you had much choice.
I'll have to get used to that.
You need not focus on my ability to read your thoughts. It will not affect your experience.
Is your name Enora?
You may call me Lucera. Enora is the world in which we live, as well as the artificial intelligence managing all aspects of it. As I said, I am an extension of that AI. We are many who call ourselves Enora collectively.
Nice to meet you, Lucera.
It's a pleasure to meet you as well. You adapt quickly. Perhaps that will serve you in this world.
You mean if I survive until level 10? She nodded indifferently.
Yes. Again, you are a unique introduction into this world. If you do not survive the dark levels...
I raised a hand. I don't need to be reminded. I'll be wiped like a fragmented hard drive.
Human beings and their metaphors.
Lucera clicked her tongue.
It would serve you well to remember that in all your interactions with Enora, I will not be able to provide you with any aid. But be certain, the developers want you to succeed. If you are victorious where many of their own kind have failed, you will open the world to many like you who face similar challenges in the real world. This lends you noble purpose, a prevalent sentiment among the beings in your new world.
I still don't understand why they can't give me a pass on the hardcore levels given my special circumstances.
Evolution dictates the world's progression. Interference, such as ensuring your survival when the other beings of this world have no such guarantees, would be untrue to the vision of an otherwise naturally progressive world. Having said that, there are elements in place within the world itself that will provide you opportunities to meet your objectives. It will be up to you whether you take advantage of them.
I rubbed my eyes and shook my head. It's all a little disorienting.
Perhaps a little sunlight will help with that.
She beckoned me to join her outside the tent. I stepped out and saluted to shade my eyes from the assaulting glare. High pines and oaks with mammoth trunks dwarfed us at a distance. People with varying shades of dark skin milled about in fields of rich, dark earth, cultivating high corn. A strange cow with long antlers pulled a plow across a far-off field. The scents of grass and manure rose on the soft breeze. Erased were comparisons to other game worlds I'd experienced, first with VR helmets and later with immersion pods. The world around me pulsed with life. Birds sang with hyper-clarity. Leaves rattled in the breeze. Water rushed from an unseen source. A stout woman in a homespun dress led a young girl with bouncing brown curls out of a thatched top hut. When I offered a smile, the little one waved a greeting. The woman threw me a suspicious glare and yanked the girl's raised hand to lead her past us. Just like the real world. Lucera continued to describe the interface as I peered at the woman leading the girl away. I'd asked Nokaru for a preview, but he'd said I would transition into the new world just like everyone else, which I later understood to mean blindly. Luckily, he'd allowed me to select survival manuals to read before entering the world, stating other players could conceivably use such tools, but he'd said it with a mischievous smile, and I recognized it for the concession it was meant to be. At least I could probably start a fire with 2 pieces of flat wood, a stick, and a bootlace. I stared down at my sandals and sighed. Though my fingers itched to reach up and tap the tabs lining the tops of the pages in the interface, I kept my hands by my sides as I worked my way through the overwhelming options. I noted that most of the pages had headings, but no substance. The skills page, for instance, listed no skills. A clean slate. Entirely too clean. Lucera nodded, and her eyes closed for a moment, a natural gesture reminding me of what an insane level of artificial intelligence I was dealing with. A sensation compounded by the sense of the area surrounding me, the way the breeze cooled the heat of the high sun against my flesh.
The skills in the world of Enora are unlocked as you discover them. This provides adventurers, crafters, and resource gatherers unique experiences compared to those of their brethren. While the discovery of skills is not always level-dependent, and many skills can be learned based on given situations or player intuitions, there are level requirements for advancing learned skills.
So we are blind.
Can you not see me before you?
Very funny. I shook my head. The AI chuckled, completing the overall effect. As Nokaru explained, 16,000 adventurers assisted with the testing of Enora, but he gave no indication of how many succeeded in making it past what they called the dark levels with their first characters. Now it was up to me to show how players might survive in the game 2,000 years further into its evolution. Welcome to the sandbox.
A large sandbox indeed, Gemini. Shall we continue?
I nodded but didn't answer verbally because I wanted to see how the AI responded.
Of course I can read your nod as an assent, Gemini. I can read the subtleties of all your body language. You exist on our servers now. Surely you can give me more credit than that.
Lucera patted my shoulder.
Now, we discussed your 10 attribute points. It's entirely up to you whether you allocate those at this time.
What would you suggest? I probably knew the answer, but it couldn't hurt to try.
Now you're just being silly. I will not make recommendations. I've already covered that. You must decide.
She teetered onto her tiptoes and rapped a knuckle against my forehead for good measure. I had all the time in the world to figure it out if I could survive. Speaking of time, why hadn't it occurred to me to ask Nokaru that question?
Do you have a question about time in Enora, Gemini?
I laughed. Yes, I've played other games where time passed faster than in the outside world.
That's commonplace.
So the obvious question is...
You will experience Enora in 24-hour cycles. However, in the outside world, 8 hours equate to 24 hours in Enora. Take a moment to absorb that. I'll wait.
So if I heard her right, a whole day in my new world was only 8 hours in Caitlin's. I missed her already. Lucera nodded again.
I too have loved ones. I'm sure it's hard for you to grasp, but if it lends you any comfort, I have lost many during my time here. Enora is a violent world, rife with those who would take advantage of the weak. Corruption, greed.
AI with loved ones. I've seen it all. How long have you been here, Lucera? Are you limited to this area?
Limited? Lucera laughed. Son, the village in which you stand is my home. I have lived here my entire life. I was the first of Enora's conduits.
Her head ticked up. Her gaze danced across the sky. Then she peered back down at me.
Speaking of time, yours is up.
What?
A hint of motion over her shoulder caught my attention as a lanky, umber-skinned boy whose ribs stretched as flesh stepped out from the shadows beneath the tree cover. He couldn't yet be a teenager. His shoulder-length hair shared the black color of all the other villagers. When he reached us, he shrugged a pack off his bare back and thrust it against my chest, forcing me a step back. I grasped it with one hand, tested its weight, then looked up at him.
She said your time is up. Come, Wanderer.
Lucera held up a finger to stave him off.
Enora has allowed that I will answer one question of your choosing. This was apparently important to Mr. Takamoto. I will answer only a single question.
What?
I'll assume that is not your question.
You are too real.
Thank you. Enora had a discussion with Nokuro Takamoto, and he desired I allow you to ask one question, stating it was a parting gift. He wanted to celebrate your new life and give you an opportunity to start the human incursion into this moment of Enora's history on solid footing. We understand you are unique in that you will actually live in this world, Gemini. You are one of ours now.
Spooky. Lucera ignored the thought and continued.
Survival will require acclimation, and, since you don't have the advantages of those born to Enoran parents, we are allowing this concession. In addition, Enora saw it fit to increase the one attribute that would not give you a physical advantage.
So you upped my charisma?
I did. Since charisma only affects your ability to barter with vendors and traders, it will not help you in your early days, so Enora has allowed it. Now take a moment to think about it, then ask me a single question. Time is short.
No pressure or anything. One question. It was anything but funny. The way my mind raced like it would have in my physical form back in the real world. How is XP granted? How do attribute advancements expand resource pools? No, I can find that out on my own with some math. I'd been on the verge of asking at what level the starter classes stopped gaining simultaneous XP when it clicked. Time for a little human trickiness. How do I survive until level 10? Lucera's eyelids vanished as she glared. It was so human a gesture of surprise, I shuddered. I expected her to insist I ask something else, but instead, she surprised me a final time.
An excellent question. Here is your answer. Make friends, Gemini. Enora is a challenging world when one goes it alone, but there will be opportunities for you to gain companions who can help you along your journey. You will have special skills that benefit these companions and could warm them to you, although I cannot at this time share with you what those skills are. I hope you find this answer helpful. Now, to your first quest.
The way Lucera transitioned from one topic to the next didn't leave much room for discussion, and my head swirled. But then an icon popped up on my interface and dragged me back to task. I focused on my first quest prompt. You have received a quest. Find the matron. Objective, locate Chara, matron of the Dark Wood. Reward, 50 XP.
50 XP didn't sound like much. Combined with my limited attribute provisioning, Enora seemed a bit stingy. So what's the rush?
It does not matter,
the boy barked.
The goddess wants you out of this place. Consider thy station, boy.
Lucera poked the boy's shoulder with a crooked finger for emphasis and leveled a stern gaze at him while speaking to me.
I am not permitted to share any more information with you.
The boy finally lowered his eyes. Lucera turned her gaze back to me.
Enora has set rules, and they are for both of us to follow. Please accept the player agreement now present on your screen.
Text flooded my screen with a little arrow in the bottom right corner indicating I could page down. As I focused on it, again and again, I found the agreement to be novella length. I shook my head. Should I read all this now?
It is up to you,
Lucera said.
If you wish to read it later, that is acceptable, but you must agree to it before you are led away from the starting area.
There's nothing in here about giving up my firstborn or anything, right? She shook her head.
Nothing so drastic. You'll find the agreement to be limiting only as it applies to the preservation of the world as we've constructed it, but I do recommend you take time to familiarize yourself with it so that you don't incur penalties.
I paged to the end and mentally clicked to accept the agreement. Lucera gripped my arms as our gazes locked.
Good luck to you, my very special adventurer. Like I once was, you are a first in this world. Perhaps our paths will cross again beyond level 10. Goodbye.
Lucera scurried away with the speed of a much younger woman and disappeared around one of the huts. When I looked back toward the tree line, the boy was already standing 20 yards away, gesturing impatiently for me to follow. I gazed into the dark shadows of the thick tree canopy beyond and sighed. The blackness into which the dirt path led reminded me of that empty quiet when I transitioned from my physical body into this new, virtual one. When I stepped into the shadows, a prompt appeared. You have discovered the Dark Wood, 25 XP, rife with rich greenery, crystal-clear lakes, and various wildlife. The Dark Wood is a sprawling forest on the western continent of Rubal. A final glance over my shoulder caused my pulse to trip. I pivoted to stare in the direction from which I'd come in search of the thatched huts and corn rows. The village was gone, replaced by thick forest. The way my heart thumped in my chest, I'd never have guessed it was virtual at all.
7. The disorienting sounds emanating from every direction swirled and echoed as thunder crackled in the distance. As we ventured deeper into the dark wood, a descriptive name if I've ever heard one, I found my hands trembling. My shoulders and chest tensed a bit at each new sound from the surrounding forest. When they'd passed me across those wires into this world, I hadn't even considered I might experience sensations like frayed nerves, but here they were. The tall boy, who begrudgingly introduced himself as Rogu, maintained his pace 2 steps ahead. His occasional glances at me over his shoulder as we passed along a narrow dirt trail set my analytical mind to work. Seeking any evidence of how the AI's programming by counting the NPC's steps to see how often he peered back at me, I found pure randomness. The trail was barely identifiable, and I wondered if the alpha and beta testers had made a more lasting impression in their days before the world was reset to erase their impact. So, who is this goddess you spoke of in the village? He turned and sneered at me.
You walk so the whole forest hears.
His words snapped me back to reality. I twisted my head and glared around me. Heavy feet would attract predators, and I wasn't a level 130 ranger anymore. I was a level 1, without a class.
You're right, I whispered. Sorry.
My guide stopped next to the thick trunk of the most massive pine I'd ever seen and glared at me. Leaning on the tree, he folded his arms across his chest and crossed one ankle over the other. The tree's thick bark had to scratch his back, but he stood as if he didn't notice.
Apologies have no meaning coming from a fool who knows not of Solara. From where do you come, strange man? How do you not know she who gives life?
When I started to answer, he waved a dismissive hand.
It's of no matter to me. Open your bag.
I thought you'd never ask.
A cylinder of wood fashioned between 2 strips of cloth across the front of the tattered bag acted as an anchor for leather twine that wrapped around it to keep it secure. The worn leather was soft against my fingertips. A whiff of oiled animal skin wafted up as I unwound the tie and flipped back the flap.
Open your interface to your Inspect tab.
You know about my interface?
He squinted.
Why should you be special, Wanderer?
I wasn't sure how to answer that.
I don't know. At least you know how little you know.
He huffed and blinked. His words came in mutters.
How would one exist without an interface? I can't imagine such a foolish notion.
NPCs have interfaces.
Now that is crazy. His expression lent no hints he heard my thoughts, like Lucera. I conducted a quick test as I reached into my bag.
Are you always this much of a bonehead?
The boy's expression didn't change.
It grows dark soon. I must return. Is your inspect tab open?
Sorry. I blinked my eyes in succession and the interface popped up. Scanning the tabs topping my character pane, I found the one with the single word, inspect. I assumed it was Enora's version of an analyze function.
A slow one such as you will last but minutes in the dark wood of Jar's forest, fool.
Ignoring him and focusing on the tab, I willed it open and cocked my chin up to let him know it was done.
Focus to move your inspection window to one side, and then focus on your inventory. It will automatically set the windows next to each other. Pull something out of your bag by focusing on it in your inventory.
I focused on the inspect window and slid it to one side, then selected the inventory tab and selected my bag. The two windows auto-sized next to each other. It was a nifty function. I reached inside, focused on a slot within the bag, and a bundled piece of cloth appeared in my hand. When I withdrew it, I recognized it as the same material I wore on my back. As the flaps fell away, I found strips of pungent, dried brown meat. Text appeared on my inspect panel.
Deer jerky, ×5, +2, constitution, duration, 30 minutes.
I threw him a nod and a smile.
Excellent.
You will decide whether it is best to use your limited supplies to boost your attributes or feed your hungry belly.
My eyes were drawn to another square in the interface.
Boots?
I peered down at my sandals and shook my head. I mumbled, not going to get far with these. Focusing on the boots brought them into my grasp, and I withdrew them. Their leather was thin, held no sheen, and flapped loosely in my hands like lasagna noodles.
Boots. Level 1.
After kicking off the sandals and putting the boots on, I found the interior leather hard and cold, but I didn't see any socks in my bag.
With that, I leave. Good luck, Wanderer.
I stood and held my arms out in disbelief.
That's it?
The boy turned back and threw his own arms out, mimicking me.
What? Did you want me to hold your hand the whole way?
He threw me a sarcastic smile and paced down the trail away from me, in the direction from which we had come.
Are you always this much of a jerk?
The boy stopped. His shoulders rose and fell in a quick motion. Then he turned and leaped toward me, moving so quickly he caught me unprepared. His arm shot up, and I felt a sharp sting on my neck just beneath the chin.
You disrespect me?
Whoa! I yelled. What kind of NPC are you? On the right-hand side of my field of view, red text appeared, descending from top to bottom.
-2 HP.
NPC? You call me another name with a blade to your throat? Are you a fool?
So much for charisma and making friends. No, I just meant you seem so real. His wide eyes narrowed and his eyebrows fell into an expression of confusion.
You speak foolishness. Your words mean nothing, outsider. Of course I am real.
He bared all his teeth as he growled up at me.
If a boy you call Jerk can get this close so easily, what will you do against a wolf,
His snarl morphed into a triumphant smile.
Welcome to our country, adventurer.
He spat the last word as if it were an insult to his existence and paced away.
Almost forgot.
He dropped something on the ground.
That belongs to you.
I tapped 2 fingers against my neck and they came away with a couple smudges of blood. I muttered profanities as I paced toward the object.
Simple stone knife. Level 1. 1 to 2 physical damage.
White text appeared in the bottom right of my periphery and floated upward.
+1 HP.
A moment later, the line repeated itself. I tapped the place where he cut my neck as I stared at the back of the boy's departing form, but the stinging sensation was gone, along with any indication he'd cut me. At least the vanished cut showed I would regenerate here as in any other game, but I reminded myself to be stalwart, and always remember the red health bar in the top left of my interface only needed to empty once to bring my existence to a crashing halt. There would be no respawn, no second chances. Not unless I reached level 10. After the boy rounded a curve in the dirt path and disappeared, I realized I hadn't performed the inspection function and was left questioning whether that would work on beings like it did in other games. No sooner was he gone from my sight than the rain began to pour. Welcome to Enora.
8. My chin dropped as I peered up at a canopy of leaves so thick the light penetrated only random breaks between branches and cast the forest floor in a constant state of shadow. Rain clouds I couldn't see further darkened my surroundings. Though the imposing oaks restrained the downpour from creating a river in which to drown me, the rain filtered through the leaves enough to soak my threadbare clothes in under a minute. My worthless semi-transparent shirt did little to keep the elements off my skin, and my hair stuck to my forehead. When Lucera showed me my interface for the first time, it'd been around noon. Not more than an hour could have passed. I brought up the translucent console and located the time in the top right corner as the rain blurred in the background beyond my focus. It was just after 1700 hours Enora time, but the panel didn't display Earth time. I wondered if it would for players in immersion pods on Earth when they join me here someday. Probably, but to me, Earth time isn't exactly crucial knowledge. My mind wandered to Caitlin as I perused the settings. What had she done after the transfer completed? Was she celebrating the success? Mourning my departure? I might never know. I hoped someday I would see her again. But if Infinity Designs released the game in 2 years, which was the earliest possibility according to Nokaru, 6 years would have passed in Enora. Even if she played the game, how long do you think it would be before she found someone and returned to her own life? Better you let that go now. It was never meant to be a long-term arrangement. I never found a setting to display Earth time, and that, in itself, told me something about Enora. Though I was from there, and still considered a player, the absence of that option silently labeled me as a creature of my new world. Through the transparent character information pane, a spattering of color caught my eye. I spied a knee-high plant with orange berries at the base of a thick tree, with fat leaves upon which the rainwater beaded. I eyed my Inspect tab and focused on the berries.
Cloudberry.
Seeing as I wasn't going to get any wetter by crossing the trail, I moved toward the bush and plucked off one of the berry sprigs. My inspection tab flashed once, and a message appeared at the bottom center of the window.
Cloudberry ×3. You lack the botany skill. You can learn more about this fruit by ingesting it, learning botany, or finding someone who knows about this plant.
I wasn't going to ingest anything without knowing a bit more about the world. The berries could have been poisonous for all I knew, but that didn't mean I shouldn't take some with me in case they proved useful. My head ticked up, and I grabbed a low-hanging branch of the tree towering over the bush. Peeling one of the thick, dew-covered leaves away, I licked the water off to help satiate my parched tongue and pinched it between my fingers. It was thick and just a tad sticky to the touch. Pinching it between my thumb and forefinger, I eyed the veins lining the leaf with awe. "What the hell?" I muttered. Running a thumb over the back surface of the leaf and noting its smoother, drier flesh, I was struck by the distinct realization that I was holding a game object in my hand in a virtual world that actually felt like a leaf. I peeled the leaf apart along one of the thicker veins, and it split evenly like I was separating rubber with a corrugated line. Holding it to my nose and sniffing it, I jerked my head up. Nothing in Light of Babylon had ever approached this level of reality. More than 50 million people across the world were playing that game as adventurers, and millions more had in-game shops where they sold goods to make money in the outside world. Enora was going to put its sister product out of business. It had only taken a leaf for me to realize it. The sounds of the forest came back to me as I relaxed my focus on the leaf. I picked a few cloudberries off their stems and dropped them in the center of another leaf. Then I carefully rolled the leaf into a tube, reminding me of my experimental activities with stoners from my community college. Squinting through the opening in one side, I found the natural wrapper hugged the berries perfectly, without breaking any. Even if I crushed the berries, I'd probably end up with a paste at worst. I filled another leaf and held both in my hand as I slid it into my bag and focused on an empty slot.
They vanished from my grasp, and the 2 berry-filled leaves took up a single slot. Rolling up berries 1 leaf at a time, I found that each slot held capacity for 5 rolled leaves. When I focused on the slot, the text changed at the bottom of my interface's HUD.
Cloudberry, times 25.
The bush was picked clean after filling 1 slot. My eyes wandered to the 2 constants stationed in my field of vision, a red bar in the top left representing my health, and a blue bar in the top right representing my mana. Out of habit born of playing too many RPGs to count, I flipped through the interface until I found a customization pane where I could assign numerical values, representing the hit points and mana quantities in actual numbers, so I wouldn't have to stare at the bar and estimate in high-intensity situations. Call me obsessive. I'd started with 100 of each at level 1, but had no clue how much more would be added with each attribute point. On one hand, entering this new world and being the first to figure out how its systems worked was exhilarating. On the other, death loomed. Though I'd escaped Lubrin's threat to my physical body in my old world, I still wasn't out of the woods. I chuckled at my stupid pun. Setting my customization options so the text identifying items flashed at the bottom center of my HUD, I peered at a red vial in my inventory.
Minor health potion. Restores 1 HP per second for 30 seconds.
Scanning my inventory pane, I found a second vial with the same red fluid. I wondered if an alchemist recipe had created the glass. Ensuring the cork was flush, I dropped the vial into the bag and switched it out for one containing blue liquid.
Minor mana potion. Restores 1 mana per second for 30 seconds.
Since I'd slipped the stone knife in the space between my simple rope belt and the loosely woven waist of my pants, the bag was otherwise empty, save for the deer jerky and a pair of ratty sandals. When the flap tied off, I focused on the bag.
Small deer leather satchel. 8 slots.
When I tried to actually touch the inner lining of the bag, my arm disappeared up to the elbow and a creepy, numbing chill covered it. I yanked my hand away and shook it violently, as if it had fallen asleep. My rags grew heavier in the rain-soaked state, and I needed to locate better shelter. But I didn't see any prospects. Standing in the middle of the path, I remembered an item in my interface I'd ignored previously because I'd been focused on the inspection skill, right before Rogu assaulted me. I flipped through the tabs and located it.
Map.
Expecting some form resembling the common old-school, hand-drawn cartography often found in other games, I gaped at the lifelike representation of the surrounding area. The aerial view of lush treetops was photorealistic. Was it my imagination, or were leaves bouncing under the barrage of heavy raindrops? I zoomed in, and even that motion was performed with such a simple thought. I marveled at the programming. Nope, my eyes hadn't been playing tricks on me. The leaves actually jostled as raindrops splattered. It was like a camera with a high-quality zoom function hovered on a cable high above me. When I took a few steps forward, a tiny red dot bloomed into an arrow pointed northeast. That's me. Undiscovered sections of map were grayed out, as I'd expect. Fog of war. I marched forward a few paces through the wet mess to better assess the functionality of the map. Instead of revealing whole areas when I crossed a threshold, it revealed only what appeared at the outer range of my vision, unmasking the area in a cone, but the ground I'd covered before was revealed. It was a little disorienting, the way the cone followed my eye position as I swiveled my head from one side to the other, but I quickly acclimated. Before long, I was turning my head slowly left and right, scanning the area before me, which served 2 functions, revealing more of the area on the map and keeping me alert as to what might be ahead. Setting my hands on my hips and sucking in the less humid, rain-thinned air, I found a smile creeping across my face at the vibrant world around me. Not once in the months I'd spent in the desert medical and data center had I pictured a world rivaling my own. It was uncertain exactly what I had expected, but the sound of the rain, the sense of earth, I couldn't bring myself to call dirt Enora because it sounded stupid, and pine reminded me of home. Towns like New Hanover and North Carolina were cut into the prevalent pine forest that dominated the state. As the surreal environment enveloped me in its sights and sounds, my chest began to rise and fall in crazed laughter. I began muttering to myself. Here, I thought I'd relegated myself to a game world where I'd use my thoughts to create movement and take my surroundings half for granted. I shook my head as the laughter continued, unabated. Amazing. The word had barely escaped my lips when bushes rustled nearby.
9. When I was 8 years old, I visited my grandparents on my mother's side at their farm in Iowa. My Nana June's face lit up when I arrived, and I found comfort in the way my pawpaw Ralph's handshake engulfed my entire hand. Warm, sweet people. They were always thrilled to see their lone grandchild, but they also made subtle remarks I didn't interpret for what they were until I was older. "Bit on the light side, ain't you, boy?"
"Someone could use a flash of sun or two."
Thanks to Mom's proficiency in the dousing of skin with enough sunscreen to survive a nuclear blast, I was a pale kid despite the dark pigment I got from the small percentage of Native American genes on my father's side. On the rare occasions we ventured to the coast, my nose was caked with additional white crap. My father managed to get me involved in some outdoor activities when I was young, but not without weeks-long, drawn-out negotiations with my mother. I played pee-wee football for a whole season, but baseball lasted only until my third game, when the coach took me off the bench just long enough to take the first pitch in my shoulder. Mom put a halt to that. It went without saying that a visit to the farm in Iowa was a welcome relief. The second Mom was gone. I was cut loose by my Nana, who instructed me to immediately go and soak up some sun rays, lest I become vitamin D deficient. I had no idea what she was talking about, but the idea of prancing into the sun without a layer of grease sounded great. Unfortunately, the fast-onset independent streak of a semi-repressed young'un turned loose on the world of grassy fields, horses, and a big red barn was a recipe for calamity. It was a lesson we all learned together when Nana called me for dinner one evening, and I hid from her and piled hay. It wasn't the first time we'd played this little game, and I knew perfectly well that Nana would find me. Yet I indulged my inner ninja. When Nana lumbered her way up the ladder to the loft, which was covered in hay by my pawpaw for exactly this purpose, she penalized my mischief with a round of belly tickling. It was tradition. As I writhed, wriggled, and burst from the straw giggling incessantly, she stopped. Still chuckling when the tickling ceased prematurely, I glanced up at the wide-eyed expression on my Nana's face. It was a far cry from the one with which she'd greeted me upon arrival. Even as a young kid, I recognized her horror by the creeping chill that crawled into my neck at the sight of her gaping mouth. "Stay still, Jimmy." She reached toward my right arm. "Don't you move now." I followed her gaze to find an ugly black spider on my hand with a fat bulb on its back that sent shudders up my spine. Those same chilly eruptions would accompany the memory of the event for years. My grandmother's orders might as well have been a joke. The idea of freezing when I could feel those nasty little feet making tracks across my skin was ridiculous. There was no obeying, no rational thought. I was 8. So I did what any 8-year-old would do when I found a huge creepy crawler tickling the webbing between my forefinger and thumb. Why, of course, I ignored her and smacked that arachnid. Then I screamed for a very long time. In retrospect, I would wager that scream echoed in my Nana's head for years. My few friends picked on me when I was a teenager because the mere sight of anything with legs smaller than a mouse's would cause me to scamper away in fear. It didn't matter if it was a granddaddy longleg. It was still a damn spider, and I would either clear out or stomp it until it was nothing but a stain of guts, depending on proximity. Burning down the house in which it treaded wouldn't have been out of the question. Standing in a region my map labeled the Dark Wood on my first day in Enora, I was reminded how refined the AI's programming of the human condition was when that same shiver crawled up my spine as a giant spider scurried out of the bushes. The scent of hay wafted on the rain-thickened air. But if a black widow was a spider, this beast was an 8-legged calf. Wood creeper, level 2. A member of the arachnid family of beasts, the wood creeper makes its home in tunnels burrowed at the bases of large trees and is territorial,
non-poisonous beast. The yellow eyes perched atop its 4-foot-tall frame, ticked up and down my form, measuring me as it closed. It might have been the rain causing that clicking sound I was hearing, but so prevalent had the spider's form become in my hyperactive mind that I'd forgotten the precipitation. There was no forest. There was also no dramatic preface to battle, no lingering space and time when we stared each other down, and absolutely no chance for me to gather my thoughts, which were stuck in a flash of wonderment as to how large a tree trunk would have to be to house the monster closing on me. If this had been Light of Babylon, the sight of a spider wouldn't have bothered me. That's how the old game suffered in comparison to a living, breathing world like Enora. My response was fueled by the AI's synthesized adrenaline, but I couldn't tell the difference between the real thing in my old body and the artificial in my new. Ripping my knife from the rope belt where I'd wedged it, I swirled it across the air in front of me as I gathered some bravado to psych myself up. "Come on then, you bastard." My voice came off as dry and cracked. My challenger stopped and reared up on 4 legs. 2 antennae popped up and prodded in my direction. A loud clicking sound drew my eyes to 4 pincers tapping together. Then it leapt forward, and one of them slid into my left quad. Woodcreeper uses puncture. -7 HP. Okay, 7 HP, that's not so. I screamed with terror as the nerves in my leg locked the muscles like stone and I dropped to one knee. Pain ripped up and down my quad and set my kneecap on fire. -5 HP, bleed. The spider dropped to all 8 and eyed me from mere inches away. Something flat and black dropped from beneath the spider's eyes, and I spied 4 long fangs. Black saliva stretched and snapped like limber rope between them. -5 HP, bleed. In an eruption of instinct, I jumped to my feet and took a lunging step backward, counting my lucky stars that my leg responded. The spider pulsed as if it drew air into massive lungs. 2 green sacs split by a black carapace line glowed on its back and faded again. Glowed. Faded. Grinding my teeth, I forced calm over myself. Pain coupled with knowledge that respawns weren't active had turned me from a practiced gamer to a fearful bag of meat in a matter of seconds, as I envisioned myself collapsing to the ground and having this monster mount me and rip my throat out with those pincers. Survival required a different mindset. Play the game, Gemini. Just play the game. Graciously, my rubbery knees held fast as the creeper closed and raised up on its hind 2 legs to pounce. I plunged the knife upward with both hands as if I were taking a granny shot from a 3-point line. Ripping open a wound across the underside, a stinking gush of green fluid spilled onto my arms. Steam rose from the rain-covered foliage below where the gross mess splashed. The beast tumbled backward, and the knife slithered out of its belly, but not before one of its pincers ripped into my shoulder on its way down. Crimson spurted into the air. My agonizing scream died against the percussive rain as I faltered backward and tripped over my own feet. The spider dropped so a few legs folded beneath it, and the front one splayed out in front. Its pincers tapped as it forced its way to its feet. I crawled backward, my hands and feet shuffling beneath me as the spider dragged itself forward. It left a trail of green fluid. A red droplet icon appeared in the top right of my HUD. Red text on the right side of my screen showed cumulative damage of 40 HP, almost half my health reserves. I focused on the droplet icon representing the bleeding effect and received a second-by-second logging of damage. -2 HP. -2 HP. -1 HP. A warning above my health bar flashed. Health remaining, 45%. My heart thumped. I had no time to spare a glance at my shoulder as the spider dragging on its belly toward me gained ground. My own spider crawl ended when my back met with a tree, sending another shock of pain up my neck. I grabbed my neck and peered up. The pain was forgotten as fast as it had come at the sight above me. Turning and scampering to my feet, I grabbed a low branch with my good arm, planted my feet, and climbed. If the spider had clawed the shoulder of my dominant arm, I would have tumbled right into its grasp,
But my virtualized adrenaline empowered me to climb. By the time the spider reached the tree, my feet were inches above its reach. Though I knew spiders could climb trees, I didn't plan on hanging out for long. I'd only climbed for leverage. I twisted, took a final look down at the beast to gauge my descent, planted my feet on the trunk, and released my grip on the thick branch. Using gravity's advantage for all it was worth, I lowered the knife in a firm grasp so as not to gouge my hands when I landed and plunged into the massive bulb on the creature's back. My ferocious scream born of anger and pain echoed in the forest as I punctured the spider's back and dragged the blade across it with my one good arm, opening a long gash in the left glowing bulb.
Rolling to the ground might have meant the end of me, so I straddled the space between the spider's furry head and a fat hump and stabbed repeatedly as shivers of disgust coursed through me.
Die! Die! Die, you butt-stained... Die! A high squeal syncopated with my stabs and fueled my aggression further. The spider's pincers continued to tap until it settled on the wet ground with a thud and was still. A yellow exclamation point on my HUD blinked on the right. You have vanquished Wood Creeper. Plus 225 XP. Warm blood dripped through my fingers as my pulse thumped furiously inside my ears. Breath came only with effort. I didn't trust my shaking legs to dismount the wrecked monster, but sitting on its corpse wasn't doing anything for the chills of repulsion. Minus 2 HP. Health remaining 15%. 15 hit points left. Squeezing my eyes shut, I forced breath into my lungs. Just breathe. That wasn't so bad. It's dead now. Just breathe. Then I felt the tingling on my arm. My eyes blinked open and I peered down to find a glove of tiny spiders running across my hand and up my arm to my elbow from the gash I'd cut into the sack on the spider's back.
Little pinpricks of pain erupted across my arm as they migrated across my flesh. Red dots found in their wakes were matched by a sudden explosion of goose flesh. Ah! In a replay of my actions on a farm in Iowa 14 years earlier, I smacked my hand and arm. Some dimwits never learn.
Get off me! Get off me! I rolled off the spider and thumped to the ground. My shoulders screamed, but my mind stayed glued to the swarm of bugs covering my arms. I slapped and whacked. Off me! Ah! Moments seemed like years as I smeared my arm with tiny spider guts. I found a straggler near my shoulder and made a point to beat it from high to low. Shivering uncontrollably, I crawled to my bag near the trunk of the tree I'd climbed, fumbling the cord twice as I unwrapped it, reached inside, withdrew the health potion in my shaking, slime-covered hand, and swallowed. As the thick potion crept down my throat like watered-down white glue, text in the center of my HUD relayed the seesaw battle between the health gains of the potion and losses of the bleeding effect. According to some quick math, I realized that for every second I gained a hit point from the potion, I lost 2 from the bleeding effect. Slapping my hand over my shoulder in hopes I could stem the blood flow, I glared at my internal display. Losses descended from top to bottom in red text, gains floated from bottom to top in white text, and they faded where they crossed each other in the center.
I blinked as darkness swooned from my periphery and pushed toward the center of my field of vision as my health bar flicked back and forth.
9, plus 1 HP, 10, minus 2 HP, 8, plus 1 HP, 9, minus 2 HP, 7, come on, plus 1 HP, 8. I'm so screwed. My first fight and the red droplet icon disappeared. My heart slowed its persistent hammering, skipping a beat, and a slower throat-vibrating thump began. My back pressed against the tree as I sat perfectly still and stared at the rising text on the right side of my HUD. Plus 1 HP, 9, plus 1 HP, 10, plus 1 HP, 11. My breath exploded from my chest in a long exhale. I had 24 hit points. I glanced at my shoulder to find the bleeding had stopped. No spiders remained on my arm, though I checked the ground to make sure they hadn't followed me from their mother's corpse. The pain was still a bitch, but it receded. Tossing the empty vial away, I sat like a statue, afraid to move and exacerbate the injury. Judging from what I'd seen so far, it wouldn't have surprised me. My health increased its natural regeneration a second later, and I resolved to sit still until I'd recovered all 100 hit points. I ignored the wet earth soaking my worn pants as the timpani of rainfall drummed on the leaves overhead. As my lungs sucked in the humid air, I brought up my console and accessed the settings. One mental drag later, I had my stamina bar situated between the other two at the top. The yellow bar was only about a third full. The deeper I breathed, the quicker it filled up. Though I was hurting and struggled to catch my breath, I still appreciated the programming. I was a nerd. It was what we did. My health reached 3/4 about the time my stamina bar filled, so I recovered stamina quicker than health. Also good to know, but also typical. A thin yellow bar I hadn't noticed sat at the bottom of my HUD. I focused on it to get a description. Experience points, 250 of 300. So I only need 50 more XP to reach level 2. I checked my quests tab and verified that the quest Lucera had given me promised exactly that amount. Finding the matron. Objective: locate Jara, matron of the Darkwood. Reward: unknown weapon, unknown accessory, 50 XP. If I could find this matron person, I would reach level 2 without having to fight again. In light of my first combat experience, I thought a few attribute points via leveling might be useful. Then I flipped to my character screen and read the red text I'd seen before. You have 10 unspent attribute points. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Give yourself some HP. A new clicking from the bushes ripped my attention away from the game interface. Though I could clearly see the world around me through the interface, I willed it closed. Upon first glance, I saw nothing. Squinting my eyelids to peer through slits, I scanned the direction from which I thought the clicking had come. 2 glowing yellow embers glared back at me from the bush where the spider had appeared. You can't take that again. You have to run. No. This creature's yellow eyes were too closely set to be a spider. Perhaps it could be a younger spider, but the other had dwarfed whatever this was. Maybe a younger spider would bank me 50 XP. I struggled to my feet and pressed my back against the tree, clutching my stone dagger in my right hand. 10. The smaller beast leapt out onto the muddy path, but instead of moving toward me, it bounded toward the spider and scampered around the corpse with its snout hung low. Throwing hesitant glances at me, its nose wrinkled and jerked as it circled the slimy corpse. Something in how it bounced made me think this animal might be happy. The creature's body was chubby and round. The shape of its short, flat tail reminded me of a beaver's, but the way it wagged back and forth was more akin to a happy puppy. Its belly, shoulders, and sides were ivory, and black fleshy tails bounced up and down on its back with its hopping rhythm as if a bass speaker thumped nearby. It looked like an exotic porcupine with skin for spikes. The way it skipped forward every few steps gave the impression of enthusiasm. Did I kill one of its predators? A big raindrop splashed on its tiny forehead and it peered up. Its scrunched-up face was adorable. Hello there. The animal stopped bouncing and tilted its head in curiosity. Its short snout wrinkled again as it sniffed the air between us, the guttural clicking incessant. Scurrying away from the wrecked spider, it approached. The fleshy extensions on its back bristled forward and snapped straight as it came to a halt. Smiling, I tilted my head to one side. Did I kill your mortal enemy? Want to be friends? The throat clicking stopped and the animal froze, its narrow eyes locked on me. I tilted my head to match its posture and adopted a playful tone. Hunching down, I slapped my knees twice. What? You want to play? The animal somersaulted in the air toward me, bounced off my chest, and performed a nimble drop onto its feet like a cat. Though my spine straightened, the soft bump against my chest coupled with the lack of pain made me wonder if these animals greeted each other this way. Maybe it did want to play. It bounced back and forth on the trail again, its flat tail wagging. I chuckled. The laugh caught in my throat as I spotted cream-colored cloth dangling from the animal's mouth. Glancing down at my chest,
I noticed a missing swath of my simple shirt, revealing my bare chest beneath. Shifting my attention back to the animal, I found its lips peeled back, surrounding the cloth snagged between silvery, razor-like teeth. Porcupunk, level 2 beast. Found in the forested areas of Enora, this animal boasts long, fleshy tails that emit spikes when in combat. Uh-oh. The porcupunk lunged at me, somersaulting several times in the air. It brushed my shoulder as I crouched and bent to one side. You have learned the skill Dodge. Your dodge skill is level 1, plus 1% additional chance to dodge creatures of equal or lower level. Diminished returns for creatures of a higher level, with the penalty of 0.5% for each level higher than your own. I ignored the text, which faded easily enough when I focused on my problem just beyond it. The pudgy beast hit the ground, scurried back toward me, and launched again, when I reflexively closed my eyes and threw up a hand in hopes of deflecting its assault. Stabs of burning hell surged through the nerves in my forearm, which became instantly heavy. Fleeting wonderment surged through my mind as to whether it had injected some kind of toxin, weakening my muscles. But when I blinked my eyes open and turned my arm over to peel back at the trail, the beast's glowing eyes glared inches from mine. Long needles protruded from the tips of the fleshy tails on its back and punctured my arm in too many places to count. Blood pooled in droplets around the spikes, and I marveled with disgust at how the skin bunched against its back where each tiny stinger emitted from the tails. At the realization that my arm supported its weight via the needles shoved into my flesh and muscle, unfamiliar vocal noises erupted from my lips as I shook my arm violently, a hybrid of cursing and speaking in tongues. Flappeted mater schliff flaring decifer, get off me! My arm flailed in the air as I fought to dislodge the beast, but the needles had plunged so deep my desperate movements served only to inflame my nerves. A game. It's a game. Only through sheer force of will did I grind my teeth and halt my shaking appendage, though it quivered uncontrollably when it came to a rest. The porcupunk's teeth gleamed like it was smiling at me, but it chomped the air, apparently hoping to lop off a tasty chunk of my nose for its trouble. Puncture wound, minus 25 HP, 75 HP remaining. Freaked out, I shook my arm to dislodge the animal while trying to keep it at a distance so it couldn't gouge me with the mouthful of razors. The spikes shoved through my skin burned as nausea swept through my gut. Let go! Get off! I reached around with my other arm, searching for the animal's soft belly. So it bit my finger and pulled away a chunk of bloody flesh. Ah, you mother! After a few bloody, wet smacks and a hard swallow, guttural, wet clicks replied, as if it was laughing at me. My health bar dropped another tick. Grinding my molars, I punched its face. Numbers floated up from its head. You punched the porcupunk. Porcupunk, minus 9 HP. A bleeding icon popped up on the right side of my HUD for the second time in minutes. Minus 3 HP. Minus 4 HP. 68 HP remaining. I jabbed again to distract the beast as I bent my back and swung my arm in a high overhead arc, all the way to the ground. The punk fell free, and my nerves reported every inch of spike that left the bleeding holes to my brain. Ah! The animal landed less deftly this time, next to my ratty boots. Raising my dominant foot into the air, I brought the full force of my weight down onto its head, reared up again and repeated. I stomped the beast over and over as I cursed it. It squeaked. You fat, mean, die! A nasty crunch of bones followed by a wet splat signaled the end of the encounter. Golden light surrounded my body in a bright halo, funneling toward the sky and vanquished as quickly as it had come. A matching giant number 2 appeared inches from my eyes as a triumphant orchestral note like trumpets from heaven filled my ears. The numbers soared off into the distance before vanishing in perfect sync with the fading of the music. I focused on the yellow exclamation mark on the right side of my HUD. You have defeated a level 2 porcupunk, plus 250 XP. You have reached level 2, plus 2 to Constitution. A stench choked me, and I glanced down at the mess of bones and purplish blood as bile rose in my throat. Ugh! I purged nothing but air. That made sense. This body had never eaten. After a few dry heaves, I yarked again. This time the burn of acid crept up my throat and burst between my lips and onto my worn level 1 boots. I clutched my knees and spoke between huffs and puffs.
Ugh, no one needs this kind of reality.
I gagged, then swallowed hard as I tried to force the bile down. Cripes! While doubled over, an alert popped up on the right, and I realized the notification text had vanished. I clicked the icon. It repeated the earlier information, as if the system noticed I hadn't fully absorbed it. I reread it and scanned the new information I'd missed due to my reaction to the smell of splattered porcupine guts. You have 2 new attribute points to distribute. You must distribute these points within 24 hours or they will be automatically assigned according to your class. Would you like to distribute them now? Standing straight, I peered at my injured finger, but it wasn't injured. I turned my arm over, expecting to see rivers of blood streaming from tiny holes, but my arm was clean. Leveling had restored my health and stamina. With weighted consideration about how the porcupine had come so quickly on the heels of the creeper, I glared at my interface and began perusing the tabs. I needed to calculate and make decisions. My slow response to the lunging creature when it attacked for the second time and lodged itself to my arm indicated my need for some agility. Since I saw no agility attribute, I went with dexterity. When I spent the point, more text flooded onto my HUD. Your dodge skill has increased to rank 2, plus 2% additional chance to dodge creatures of equal or lower level. Diminish returns for creatures of a higher level, with a penalty of 0.5% for each level higher than your own. My eyes dropped to the remaining prompt. There was something to be said for the ability to jump the hell out of the way. I spent another point in dexterity, but my dodge skill didn't rise again. So I expended one of my 10 points, leaving me 9. Still nothing, so I wasn't going to risk another one until I advanced. I read a line higher up on the combat log. It was cast in bold, indicating my eyes hadn't passed over it or focused on it for long enough.
That was badass.
Your unarmed combat skill has increased to rank 1. I guess stomping a creature's lights out with my boots counted as that. The rhythm of the rain slowed as I leaned against the tree from which I'd sprung earlier. Closing my eyes for just a moment, I was awed by the sounds of bristling activity in the forest that the rain had been shrouding. The dark wood brimmed over with life. It's beautiful. My eyes wandered to the dead porcupine. And scary. I shuddered. Nokuro hadn't been exaggerating. This place would not be easy to survive. I'd just brushed with death twice against the second lowest level beast Enora would present. Focusing on the skills listed so I could read their tooltips, I wished I'd decided to throw the final point into Constitution. Extra HP would have been a good thing. I had 9 points left from my original pool, but I didn't want to spend any more yet. Not until I had a class and knew what attributes would most benefit it. I peered down at the purple mess in front of me and then over to where I'd killed the spider. The corpse was gone. Noise blew from the other side of the trail. Click, click, click. Uh-oh. Respawn. I pushed off the tree like a sprinter off the blocks, hoping I'd acted quickly enough to keep from having to fight another incarnation of that bastard spider. By the time I was 20 feet from the tree, splattering in the mud that didn't match my own footfalls perked up my ears. I was too late. The spider had respawned. A quick glance over my shoulder revealed otherwise. A porcupine bounced along behind me. 11. This time, I wouldn't mistake him for being happy. Shit! I hustled as fast as my legs could take me on muddy soil and crappy boots, as echoes of hot pains in my arms lit a fire under my backside. My lungs heaved, and a glance upward told me why. The bar I'd arranged between my health and mana was empty and blinking red. I was out of stamina. Dizziness washed over me. Stumbling, fighting to keep my feet, I flopped face first and slid forward. When I raised my chin, mud packed both nostrils. I turned over and crawled backward, keeping my gaze on the creature. Back off! My simple stone knife might be of use. I reached for it and found only my rope belt. I patted both sides of my waist desperately. Nothing. Now that's professional.
I dropped my knife. A dejected sigh escaped my lips as I stared into the eyes of my pursuer. The porcupunk had stopped short, and it bounced back and forth like it had before. But our first encounter taught me tough lessons. Its gaze shot to my waist, then it sniffed with its head hunched low. I threw a furtive glance past the hole in my shirt to the item I'd tied to my hip. My bag. My attention flicked back to the obsidian stones with yellow irises glaring back at me. The porcupunk hopped a single time, flopped onto its belly, sniffed twice, then bounced up again. My mind raced back to what probably hadn't even been an hour before, when my preteen escort taught me how to use my bag. My olfactory memory recalled the pungent scent of the first item I'd pulled out. Lucera's words floated to me as if whispered on the breeze beneath the sprinkling rain. Make friends. Holding up one hand, I whispered to the beast. Okay, buddy. Let's see what I have for you. The porcupunk continued bouncing, splattering mud as it turned its nose to the air and peeled its lips back to reveal its sharp rows of silvery carnivorous teeth. It gave another guttural click. I opened my inventory tab and focused on the wrapped deer jerky. The porcupunk froze and lowered its back, its nose working furiously. After flipping open the cloth, I slipped out a piece of meat. I bit off a chunk. The gamey meat reminded me of a grilled venison bacon. You want some? I extended the meat toward the beast. You have eaten deer jerky. +2 constitution. 10 minutes. Since I only ate a third, it gave me the full bonus but reduced the duration of the effect. That is crazy. My max hit points jumped to 130. By my quick math, I understood how it worked. They would drop to 110 in 10 minutes. I sent the meat into the air with a flick of my wrist, and the porcupunk snatched it mid-flight. Lowering its belly to the mud, it peered up at me as it clamped the jerky between its paws, ripped off tiny pieces, and chomped ravenously. Its tongue smacked as it savored each morsel. When it finished, it raised its nose, stood, and sniffed the air again. Click, click. I threw it another small piece. Make friends. And she also said something about naturally learned skills. As I got my feet beneath me in slow motion, the porcupunk ceased its chomping and glared in my direction, a strip of flesh hanging over its tiny bottom lip. I slowly straightened my legs and rose. Nose crinkling again, the strange animal's throat clicked a few times. Hands still at my sides, I froze as it considered me, seemed to shrug, then went back to the bit of meat. Its head swayed back and forth. It stopped clicking. A prompt appeared. Your reputation with level 2 porcupunk has improved from unfriendly to neutral. Next rank, friendly. Current, 0 of 250. What the hell? I whispered. My utterance was greeted by a single throaty click. Our eyes met for a long moment, and I switched tabs to test a theory. I knew in other VMMOs I'd played, classes like Hunter or Beastmaster could curry pets over to their side to fight with them. Make friends. Sure enough, on the Classes tab of my interface, I found a sub-tab titled Companions. The tab was devoid of information, but held 2 empty squares, one with companions printed above it, and another with pets. Please let this work, I muttered. Click, click. The beast bounced again. Okay. I showed it my palms. The beast stopped, and I used the time to grab another piece of jerky. I needed to keep it busy while I figured this out. Once he, she, it, whatever was eating, I focused and raised a hand in the air. Would you like to be my friend, buddy? I said, keeping my voice as calm and level as I could manage with my level 2 knees trembling. The little monster squinted at first, but then it turned back to the meat. There's absolutely no doubt I had zero clue what I was doing. I didn't have any skills in my interface to focus on, but Lucera said something about discovery. I was certain of it. Filling my mind with friendly thoughts, I stretched my arm toward the animal. The second time it looked up, my hand glowed blue. I smiled, and the porcupunk noticed. The air around my fingers rippled in azure waves as energy crept up my arm, expanding the halo of light. a bar appeared just beneath the center of my HUD. It was transparent, but filled like a blue meter from left to right. That's my casting bar. Pacify, 25 of 100. The porcupunk bounced again and peeled its lips back. At the mere thought of turning tail and running, the glow in my hand lessened. The skill name started to fade. No. Focus. Pacify, 35 of 100. Would you like to be my friend? I repeated. Come on, buddy. We could have great times, you know. Pick up chicks at the local tavern and stuff. Click, 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 click. Grrr. That was new, and it caused a few muscle twitches in my neck. But being a coward wasn't my jam. I squinted hard to drive the energy of my dedicated focus in the beast's direction. After all, my hand was glowing. The skill was casting. What else did I need to know? Pacify, 70 of 100. Drawing long, slow breaths so as to move as little as possible, my heart rate slowed, and the forest bristling to life just a few moments ago stilled around me. Come and be my friend, I whispered. I will feed you the best meat Enora offers. The beast leapt and somersaulted through the air. Pacify, 95 of 100. Bracing myself for the pain of spikes entering my hand, I willed myself to hold position and finish. The bar filled up and vanished as the beast's fleshy hairs banged into my hand. Cringing to prepare for the pain, I clamped my back teeth together. But the porcupunk tumbled harmlessly to the ground and landed on its feet. Like a freaking cat. A very fat freaking cat. The beast's glowing yellow eyes dimmed. The growling trailed off. It wavered side to side as if caught in a strong cross breeze, then it settled in the mud at my feet. My chin dropped as I peered down and it turned its head away, looking into the forest, facing away from me. Well done. Using your keen intuition about the world around you, you have learned the skill, Pacify. Cost, 25 mana. Cast time, 10 seconds. Cooldown, NA. Your Pacify skill is now rank 1. Does not work on creatures of higher level than you. Reward, 150 XP. Well done. The level 2 porcupunk is now your pet. I jumped into the air and pumped my fist. Yes! My feet shuffled in the mud as I raised my arms above me and danced in a circle around the porcupunk. My new pet glanced up at me and tilted its head to the side. It clicked once and turned its attention back to the forest. The once empty square on one side of my companion's tab now held a high-definition video image of my new friend. It even showed the exact posture. Beneath his picture were 2 empty rows of squares, save for the one in the top left. Depicted in that area was an icon of 2 rows of silvery teeth. Bite. Manual skill. Order your pet to snap at your enemies to gain aggro when they threaten to attack you. Note. Bite becomes automatic at level 6. In the lower right-hand corner of the pet pane, I found a pinkish stomach icon. When I focused on it, a text tip appeared. Your pet is hungry. Attack reduced by 1. I just fed you. My only sources of health replenishment were the remaining 3 strips of jerky and a single health potion. If I would survive out here, I needed to find food. My grumbling stomach told me so. If nothing else, I have someone to help me hunt it. Another flashing icon caught my attention. By learning the Pacify skill, the starter class Woodsman is now available to you. Woodsmen thrive in forests and other wooded areas. +2 to range accuracy in wooded areas. Woodsmen may select from 2 professions upon reaching level 20. Hunter. Ranger. If you do not select Woodsman as your class, your pet will be dismissed. Would you like to become a Woodsman? Hell yeah! You are now a level 2 Woodsman. As a Woodsman, you have learned the skill Summon. Summons your pet. Cost, 45 mana. Cast time, 10 seconds. Cooldown, NA. My thoughts raced as I read the logs. How many testers working for the developer discovered a class by level 2? What skills I used in other games can I learn naturally? How big is my advantage with the razor-toothed porcupunk? Am I all OP and stuff now?
Doubtful. I knew the answer to the last one was a resounding hell no, but I still took a moment to revel in my small victory. Just a short moment. After all, it was progress, but I was still only level 2. I redirected my focus to current base stats. Gemini Fowler, human, level 2 woodsman, strength 1, dexterity 4, intellect 1, wisdom 1, constitution 4, charisma 10. The math didn't add up at first because I only expected to have a constitution rating of 2. Then I recalled I'd eaten another bite of deer jerky, giving myself another boost to duration. Since a full ration gave an effect lasting 30 minutes, and I'd ingested 2/3 of a ration, I was granted 20 minutes of the bonus effect. According to the little meat icon on my HUD, 16 minutes remained. With a 2 constitution, I'd had 100 hit points. Now I had 130. When I'd started in the forest, I had only a rating of 1 for constitution and enjoyed a pool of 100 hit points. So a single point had been auto-distributed upon leveling, and simple math revealed the receipt of 10 hit points per attribute point spent.
Not grand. Downright stingy like the starting stats, but I'd take it.
One day I would stop performing calculations and just live, but every moment counted until level 10, and it was better to do the math than die. There was no doubt in my mind new players would one day take the numbers for granted in this new, breathing, scary world, and find themselves rolling new tunes several times. I enjoyed no such luxury. One shot would be it. I peered down at my new, breathing weapon. It was time to get to it. The sprinkling stopped after about another half-mile on the muddy trail. Though I'd been charged up and ready to take on the world just 15 minutes before, drowsiness blurred my vision. My pet peered back at me and stopped, bouncing at my feet. It clicked 3 times. The porcupunk was harder to see, and when I checked out the forest canopy, I realized the retreat of the rain clouds had done nothing for the dimness. I leaned against a wide tree trunk. Though I was sure I was imagining it, I could have sworn a low hum vibrated through me from the wood. Wait, did I? I blinked again. Night had fallen. I yawned, long and full, my chest purging all the excitement in a single blow. The porcupunk slapped a thick paw onto my leg. What do you think, kiddo? Should we try to get some sleep? Sleep? In a game world? Well, I am sleepy as heck. The porcupunk shivered and twisted its body in a spasm from its shoulders to its flat tail. Water droplets sprayed from its flesh spikes. I mumbled, fighting off another yawn. I'll take that as a yes. Glancing up as I settled my head against the bark, I gaped. The trunk of the massive oak was a wall that rose high into the air and vanished into thick branches. I set my hand on the tight bark, and a sudden warmth coursed through me. That's weird, I muttered sleepily. The porcupunk clicked in reply, gave a final shiver, and settled its backside against the tree. Though the ground was cold and wet under me, the warmth of the tree against my back was delightful. I might have blinked 3 or 4 times before sleep took me. 12. What, am I crazy? Don't fall asleep out here. When I snapped awake, the porcupunk perched on my lap with its flesh spikes raised high and straight. That ominous clicking sound popped in its throat. The warning snapped me to consciousness faster than a double espresso. I realized by the pressures of its body on my legs that I'd underestimated my pet's weight. I peered across the path just as a flash of lightning illuminated the trees across the way. I jerked as one of them blinked. Had I just seen that? Thunder cracked overhead and I flinched. After pushing myself up, I stepped away from the tree, leaving its halo of warmth behind. I reached to my belt for the place where the dagger had once been and found only disappointment. Be not afraid, my friend. I mean you no harm. The rich feminine voice seemed to come from all around me, a fresh whisper in both ears. My head swiveled in both directions before returning to center. A dim light appeared in the middle of the trail and brightened, drawing a halo around a feminine form.
Long, full locks of golden hair crept past her shoulders and down her chest to shroud her otherwise naked torso in a jungle of curled ringlets. I saw why Enora Online would be for ages 18 and up. It was a bit much. The subtlest lines crisscrossed her flesh, and, though it was smooth, it looked like... Is that bark? What I'd mistaken for dark skin contrasting her hair was actually slate-gray bark covering her lower body. I was certain all of her ivory flesh had been that gray color just moments before. Her eyes were blue pools of crystal water, her lips full and pink. A surge of warm air embraced me as she drew closer, subverting the chill of my wet clothes. My knees wobbled. My voice sounded foreign and distant. Who are you? Her lips spread and fashioned a smile of perfect ivory. I am Jara, matron of the Dark Wood. I did not mean to startle you, traveler, but eons ago I bound myself to the tree against which you slumbered. You have completed the quest. Find the matron. Although Jara, matron of the Dark Wood, found you, you still get credit. 50 XP. Jara stopped a few feet away. A wave of comfort embraced my soul, sending my anxiety off on the breeze. Before I knew what I was saying, I muttered, "You're beautiful." The smile grew wider. In the interest of transparency and friendship, I revealed to you that I have slightly altered my appearance to make you more comfortable. Thanks for your honesty. She chuckled in reply. It was the most melodic sound I'd ever heard. As easily as that, I was consumed with desire for this woman. If I never see level 10, that would be just fine. I should tone this down for you, she whispered. The glow dimmed, but the warmth remained. My thoughts became linear and clear, my senses returning. My brow furrowed as I tried to make sense of what was happening. That gives a new definition of charming effects. I apologize. I cannot always tell how my aura might affect a new acquaintance. I swear I was not trying to entice you. About 5 seconds ago, I wouldn't have cared if you were. She chuckled again. I'm afraid you're very susceptible at your current level. The aura quieted further. My wet flesh began to chill, and I was awash in disappointment while I simultaneously embraced the waning warmth like an addict. You have not told me your name. Would this siren have power over me if I told her my name? I think she just showed me she already has it. Mental note. Look up magic resistances. I'm Gemini Fowler. I extended my hand out of habit. The entity before me, Jara, matron of the Dark Wood, glanced at my hand. Was I to touch you? I'm afraid you might never leave my side. Try me. I don't know where those words came from. Ah! Her eyes flared, then her tone softened. A brave adventurer at that. Very well, Gemini Fowler. Zara reached out and grasped my hand. Daylight bloomed through the forest above as if a dimmer had been turned to its brightest setting. Warmth welled in my belly and exploded out to rush through my limbs. The tips of my toes and fingers bulged as if the light might burst from them in giant rays, like some sort of X-Men character. Shuddering uncontrollably, my knees buckled and I dropped to the grass. All the muscles in my body twitched with a mind-shattering, pulsing release. She withdrew her hand. The force succumbed to darkness, and my whole body-love seizure receded. Her chin pressed against her chest as she peered down at me. You are resilient. I rubbed my temples. This is what you call resilient? Head tilting to the side, Jara winked in what I initially thought was a flirtatious expression, but then the other eye blinked in succession and realization dawned. She was inspecting me. Her eyes flashed golden light. She slapped her chest. Her fingers splayed. It is true. You have returned. Returned? I shook my head, both in answer and to clear it. I arrived for the first time yesterday. She peered behind me and muttered, He knows not of your blessing.
Glancing over my shoulder in search of a conspirator, I found nothing but the gargantuan oak against which I slept. No, not an oak. What is it? I inspected the tree, but nothing happened. No text appeared in my interface.
Long have I sought an adventure with your attributes, Gemini. You are true of heart. Your soul is awash in kindness. You're a rare breed in this violent world.
How do you know anything about me? Jara crouched. The porcupunk sat at her feet with its front paws on top of her toes. She stroked its flesh hairs and the animal leaned in.
I watched as you befriended this beast, though another like it almost took your life. Few embrace the wood creatures thusly. This is why I have decided to enlist your help.
Ooh, quest time. I struggled to maintain an even tone. Help? She tilted her head and nodded, as if the prospect of helping her was a generous gift. Lowering herself to the wet earth, she folded her legs, then set gentle, soft hands upon my knees. When my heart fluttered and the forest began to brighten again, she smirked and the sensation waned.
For many moons a dark presence has grown beneath my forest, as I may not venture more than a short distance from the tree I call home.
Her gaze took in the sprawling branches above us before returning to my face.
And since the source of darkness dares not come above ground and trespass upon the place of my power, I cannot bring the light to bear against its evil grasp. Alas, the light I sense in you could be the answer I have sought.
What is this dark presence?
That is the most disturbing part. I sense a shadow creature who wields the power to shroud his works from me. But if a demon of such dark essence were nearby, I would undoubtedly sense its proximity. Focusing my power, I have determined only that the nearby evil is humanoid, leading me to believe it is but a minion, a slave to the demon. The cries of its imprisoned souls echo in my mind when I try to probe deeper into the ancient underground place it has possessed.
A dark human who imprisons other souls. You mean like a necromancer? She nodded.
Like that, yes. I can't be sure of its class, but I'm certain this menace will prove too challenging at your current level, even with your pet to assist. Its minions will undoubtedly come to its aid should you intervene, even if they act against their own free will. You must advance before you face the source of darkness, but I can aid you if you choose to help. You have been offered a unique scenario quest. In Enora, quests spawn as events unfold in real time. While providing advancement like other quests, scenario quests are significant undertakings that help build your legacy. Opportunities in scenario quests include treasure, prestige, reputation gains, and even new companionship. As a player, you alone determine how to use your story to influence others, gain riches, or reach other desired goals. In Enora, you forge your own path. In Enora, you decide. Unique Scenario Quest. Bring light where there is darkness. Recommended level, 8. Find and mitigate the source of evil dwelling in the tomb of the lost, beneath the dark wood. Reward, increased reputation with Jara. Unknown reward, 4,000 XP. Do you accept this quest? Yes or no? I checked the amount of XP against the amount needed to reach my next level. While 4,000 was a lot of experience, it might not seem overwhelming when I reached 8. None of that really mattered, though. I would make my mark on the new world only by accepting quests and plowing forward. Besides, this sounded like fun. Focusing on the yes option, I said, I would be happy to assist you. The excitement in your eyes is contagious, Gemini. If only I could forge a path with you to vanquish this cold itch that plagues my sleep. She stood, stepped around me, placed her hand on her hips, and peered up at the tree. I rose and stood next to her. She peered up into the branches, raised her hands, and pushed her hair over her shoulders. I diverted my gaze from her upper body's nudity. Then I looked down. Wait, I'm aroused, and it feels like it always has.
Is sex possible in Enora? Talk about your reasons to keep things under wraps. If physical shenanigans are part of this world, I feel sorry for rival game developers. Their days are numbered. Her aura brightened.
Great tree of my hearth, please bestow upon me, your faithful servant, the gifts of the wood, so we might vanquish darkness from this land. Then she cupped my face with one hand and shook her head subtly. Shed the embarrassment over that which makes you human. The matron glanced down. Your hunger does not offend me. To the contrary, it honors me, traveler. That one such as yourself would desire me so without my aura is a generous blessing. Perhaps we'll satiate your hunger when you have completed your quest.
Did this NPC just offer? Damn, that's a bit much. Withdrawing her hand from my face, Jara reached up, clutched a branch, and peeled it gently from the tree. While holding the branch in one hand, the fingertips of her other traced the grooves of bark to where they fell upon a thin vine I hadn't noticed before. Pulling the vine away, she clutched it with both hands, separated it at the tip, and stripped it in half, leaving a thinner string. She stretched it the full wingspan of her arms. Her motions were practiced, each movement refined. She sliced grooves in each end of the branch with her fingernails as if they were knives, stripped away the smaller attached branches and leaves, and then set one end in the grass, raising onto the balls of her bare feet. Jara secured it at the bottom, bent the wood, ran the vine rope into the grooves, then tied it off on both ends. Her lips puckered, then she blew along the length of the wood so it glowed, casting her face in golden light. The texture of the wood faded to a smooth, finished brown. She held it out with both hands. My gift to you, to aid in your efforts. You have received light bow of the dark wood, no level requirement. Slot, weapon, type, bow. Quality, unique. Durability, 20 of 20. Damage, 3 to 6 physical damage. +2 to ranged accuracy. Constructed by Jara, matron of the Dark Wood. Thank you. The porcupunk hopped back and forth on its feet, apparently clicking its agreement with my sentiment. Her smile seduced me again. You are welcome, Gemini. In the daylight, we will fashion your second reward, then send you on your way. I yawned as if on cue. I heard 3 wet clicks and peered down at the porcupunk. It yawned in response. I think my pet agrees we should sleep. Come. You will rest warmly at my bosom. Huh? Jara curled up next to the trunk, extended her arms, and called my pet to her. The porcupunk glanced up at me. I nodded. Don't be rude. Go ahead. It somersaulted into her arms. Jara was flat out mesmerizing. Setting the porcupunk in her lap, she said, Good girl. Girl? Well, that solves that. And now you, she said, extending her arms. Her hair fell over her shoulders to cover most of her upper body with the gesture. Gratitude swept over me. Though I appreciated the embraces of beautiful women, this one was an NPC in a game world. Oh, I'm good. I'll just plop down over here. Gemini, Jara asked, have I offended you? Is it my nudity? Perhaps this will make you more comfortable. She turned a hand upward and a coat of bark covered her torso. Come now. Sleeping together will keep you warm, so you might wake replenished and ready for adventure tomorrow. Shrugging, I dropped next to Jara. She wrapped her arm around my neck. Whether it was the warmth of the tree, the warmth of her body, or the two combined, the promised comfort brought another long yawn. I was out in a beat. 13. I smiled at the warmth of the matron's arms. When I cupped my hands around them, though, they were rough and cold on the outside. Hard. My eyelids blinked open and I found myself engulfed by a blanket of vines. I jerked, tried to wriggle free of their tight grasp. When they didn't immediately relinquish their grip, I panicked.
Had I been drawn in by an enemy and imprisoned? Then the vines slithered away, creaking and crackling as they retreated. My tensed muscles began to relax as I registered the warmth of the tree behind. I shifted my weight, and my elbow knocked against something. A quiver leaned next to me, packed with arrows. When I reached for them, a shadow fell. Jara approached wearing a blouse of rich green leaves hanging over one shoulder.
You wore the face of fear. Did my vines scare you?
I shook my head and attempted a carefree laugh. No, not at all. But when she squinted at me with suspicion, my shoulders dropped. Well, maybe a little. Jara sat before me and rested her hands gently upon my knees as she had the night before.
I have another gift to help you on your way.
She cupped my cheeks. Before I knew it, she planted her lips against mine. I was about to resist when energy surged from my face to my neck, then through my body, numbing my extremities. When she pulled away, I opened my eyes. A prompt appeared on my interface.
You have received the blessing of the matron, plus 10 resistance to charm effects, plus 5 resistance to magical attacks. Duration, 48 hours.
Bonus! I raised a fist into the air. You cast your spells with kisses?
No, I just wanted to taste your lips.
She laughed with the same musical effect as in the darkness of early morning.
I didn't wish to wake you before the sun rose. You might not find many opportunities to rest, as my forest is a place of many dangers, and you will have to be always on your guard. I hope you will still see the beauty here as you face the challenges. I wish you speedy advancement so that you might thrive and conquer our mutual enemy.
She rose and offered me her hands. I grasped them, expecting they'd help steady me as I climbed to my feet, but I was caught off guard when Jara lifted me easily from the cool ground.
The duration of my charm is limited, so you should be on your way.
She seemed entirely too ready for me to go.
But there is something you should know. You were charmed by my energy because you carry the affinity for light magic within you. But this does not mean you aren't susceptible to darkness. Dark magic is powerful and can be ultimately corrupting when wielded by the wrong hands. Anytime you encounter it, you are best served by steadying yourself in the energy of the light you possess. Do you understand?
My nod also was unconvincing. She shook her head.
You will grasp it when the time is right. Let not the dark corrupt that which brings life. I will await your return with anticipation, my new friend.
A nip at my ankle brought my attention to ground level. My pet wagged her flat tail and smacked the moist earth with it.
It appears someone is ready for an adventure.
Jara held out my quiver. Straight boards of thin wood were strung tightly together by strings similar to that which she'd fashioned onto my bow. There's no way it was wound from a vine, but in a world as genuine as Enora had seemed so far, I could forgive a little artistic choice. A leather strap attached to the bottom and top ends. I threw the quiver over my shoulder and shrugged my shoulders to get a feel.
You have received light quiver of the matron's tree of life. Ammunition container. Quality. Unique. Holds up to 30 standard arrows. Constructed by Jara, matron of the Dark Woods. You have received bundle of 30 simple wood arrows. Damage 2 to 3.
Thank you, Jara. Jara pursed her lips.
I only wish I could have provided you with better ammunition. Unfortunately, your ranged weapon skill is low, so the simple arrows will have to suffice. If you're successful in your quest, perhaps I can reward you with arrows worthy of an adventurer.
She took both my hands in hers, and a warm sensation crept up both my arms and coursed through my torso.
I wish you luck in your travels, Gemini.
Stepping around me, she approached the tree against which I'd slept, pushed her hair over her shoulders, and held her arms out against its thick trunk. Her skin slowly morphed from smooth ivory flesh to tight, shallow bark as she melted into the tree. What a tree hugger. I chuckled at my stupidity. My pet scampered in a circle, seemingly eager to continue our journey. The strange certainty that I sensed what the creature was thinking passed through my mind.
I had the vaguest inkling we were connected on more than a physical level. Are you ready? The porcupunk turned and bounced off down the trail, stopping a few feet away to peer back at me over its haunches. I guess so. Tightening my quiver and shouldering my bow, I opened my map. Jara's quest was listed next to it, and I noticed a checkbox next to the quest's name. When I focused on it, a tooltip appeared. Show quest path. I focused on the box itself. Through the transparent interface, the path before me glowed yellow on the ground. I closed the interface as my pet twitched backwards, sniffing the ground where the line started inches in front of my toes. You see that too? The porcupunk sniffed again at the golden glow before my toes and then stepped onto it. I chuckled as she glared at me over her shoulder and jostled her haunches, almost like she was shrugging. Her message was clear. Ready to get this show on the road? I was more than ready. 14. The lack of sunlight left the path covered in puddles after the incessant rain of the day before. Beads of moisture shone on the surrounding undergrowth like tiny glass globes. The sun we couldn't see from the forest rose to staunch the chilly breeze of night and rendered the air thick, draping a humid sheet across my exposed skin. This culmination of wetness surrounding me brought a joyous realization. There were no mosquitoes. This place should have been swarming with them. Enora left something out, and I was exhilarated. It was the little things in life. Can you imagine a life without mosquitoes? I asked my porcupunk pet. Though I was pretty psyched, she didn't seem to care, sparing me little more than a glance over her shoulder as she disappeared into the bushes ahead. Since survival might require intimate familiarity with my interface, I turned my attention to new information where before the pages had been blank. With 9 remaining attribute points to distribute, knowledge was power. Making stupid decisions wasn't an option. Experimentation was a concept best left for after level 10. As we strolled along, I pulled the bow off my shoulder and inspected it. The light bow of the wood was so smooth where Jara had blown her breath across its length. It might have been mistaken for polished. From where the string connected to each end, fine grains trailed along its almost feminine curves to a fine point in the center. My thoughts turned to Caitlin. My shoulders slumped. Gone were the days of meeting for morning coffee. Caitlin had been with me right up until the end, and I hoped she found relief in my crossing. Though I knew our relationship would have been more limited if I hadn't been stricken by terminal illness, our friendship had grown far beyond sexual intimacy, and I would miss it. Even if we had been more romantically entangled, the idea of a relationship with someone who would log out and live where time didn't sync up with mine was ridiculous. I accepted the separation as the end of an era in my life. Caitlin had changed the shy, awkward kid from North Carolina into something else. What that might be, I wasn't sure yet, but I felt different than I had before. My pet's guttural clicking dragged me away from my thoughts. Her expression was stony and attentive. When I'd been attacked by her previous iteration, before stomping its life out with my boot, I'd seen nothing but aggression in those eyes. That beast had been single-minded once I'd decided I wouldn't grant it the prize it desired. But this animal peered back at me and stopped at intervals, keeping me close, then contentedly bounding along again as my footfalls approached. Are you reading my mind, little girl? A thin crack echoed in the woods, and we both ground to a dead stop. My head swiveled so fast I could have pulled a muscle in my neck. I whispered, "What was that? A branch?" She responded with a few clicks. The way her body was positioned with her head lowered, leaning forward on her haunches and nose crinkling at the air, I got the impression she was all about finding out. I had no idea what command to give if I wanted her to attack. Come on. I scurried into thicker shrubbery in search of the source of the sound. A blue glow snagged my attention. The oak-like trees behind us gave way to massive pines in this region of the dark wood. Their bluish needles glowed against the green and brown background. I stopped, set my hands on my hips, and committed the sight to memory. It was the first time I found myself missing my handheld and the ability to snap pictures. Beyond the trees, a blanket of moss covered the ground of a wide meadow. Little rays of sunlight painted tiny golden spots in the ground cover. Another crack nearby sent an echo into the forest behind us, telling me the source was closer than before. Kneeling next to my pet, I whispered, "Something's out there." Her little black nose wrinkled up at me. "You smell anything?" She bounced up and down twice. I had no idea what that meant.
So much for metaphysical connections.
"Go sniff it out, girl." Apparently, she needed no goading from me. She vanished into the underbrush. I didn't know if the tone of my command had prompted her to action or her intuition, but I was too happy at work to give a damn. Seconds later, the guttural, rapid clicking from deep in her throat floated dimly on the air. My bow at the ready, I threw my hand over my shoulder to retrieve an arrow from my quiver. The motion was less natural than it had been in other virtual games, where I simply raised my arm over my shoulder and the arrow appeared before my first two fingers. After a couple failed grabs where my fingertips brushed fletchings, I craned my neck awkwardly and pulled one into a clumsy grasp. Ripping the arrow from the quiver and notching it to the thin bowstring, I noticed how the shaft rested neatly on a central knot in the wood in the center. But there was one small problem. No crosshairs? I hustled through the brush doubled over, keeping my head low as I homed in on the rattling clicks. 10 yards ahead, the porcupunk bounced back and forth in that easy-to-mistake way I'd seen before. I now understood there was nothing happy about that motion. Then I spied her quarry. Striped boa, level 4. These reptilian beasts squeeze the lives out of their prey before swallowing them whole. I was a little disappointed at how little the interface gave me. I focused on the porcupunk. Porcupunk, level 2. Strength, 2. Dexterity, 3. Intelligence, 1. Wisdom, 1. Constitution, 2. Charisma, 1. Found in the dark wood of Enora, this animal boasts large, fleshy tails that emit spikes when in combat. Combat abilities: bite, spike. That was better detail and would help me analyze my pet's advancement, but it did little in way of informing me on my enemy. But doesn't that lend a more realistic note to the symphony of Enora? The reptile had 2 levels on us. The way the front of its body curved into an S and its long tongue quivered toward my pet, it seemed poised to attack. But it's a boa. Does the Enoran version bite? I doubted the snake made the snapping noise we'd heard from the path, so I scanned the clearing for additional threats. Spying no movement aside from my bouncing pet and the slithering reptile, I returned my attention to the known enemy. Mud-caked yellow scales were covered by green stripes circling the snake. Tracing the length of its plump body, I guessed it stretched at least 7 feet before its tail end disappeared into the brush. Its thickness where its body became shrouded told me there was more to see. Scale aside, I didn't want it injuring my new friend. The initiative was crucial. Kill it! The porcupunk launched, and my mouth gaped. Though the snake struck out to bite my pet, answering my earlier query,
It was no match for the porcupunk's speed.
I'd never have expected this pudgy little animal to dart like that on stubby legs as it whipped itself sideways to avoid the reptile's strike and sank its razor-sharp teeth into the snake's S-curved scales. The porcupunk swung its head back and forth like a dog as it attempted to shred Snake. I focused on the bite command in my pet interface. The porcupunk opened its mouth wide and snapped down again. Porcupunk bites Stripe Boa. Stripe Boa, minus 19 HP. Porcupunk, plus 25 enmity. Yeah, chomp on some snake ass, I barked. My hatred of snakes was second only to spiders. As the front section of its tubular body rose, it dragged the porcupunk off the ground in a display of surprising muscular prowess, robbing my pet of its leverage and raising the animal into the air as it peered toward me. Guess it hurt me, I muttered. The pseudo-beaver's legs paddled the air comically, but I didn't feel any laughter rising from my chest. I drew the arrow back, but as my eyes traversed the portion of the thick snake that wasn't shrouded by the underbrush, I had little confidence I could hit it. The difficulty I had drawing an arrow from my quiver instilled even less confidence. Does Enora have built-in assistance for aiming, or does the realism cross into the mechanical as well? The snake slammed its belly to the ground, whipping my pet with it so the pudgy beast slammed to the earth. She squeaked and rolled away. Yikes. The porcupunk wavered as if disoriented, its eyes lolling in its head. But then it righted itself and launched again. She was a resilient little thing. Unfortunately, the snake was ready this time. Gaping jaws filled with fangs that had no business in a boa constrictor launched at the porcupunk and snared its neck. A high-pitched yelp followed by a roll of rapid clicks rattled from my pet. The snake slammed it to the ground again, reared up and slammed it down again. Striped boa uses slam. Porcupunk, minus 13 HP. Striped boa uses slam. Porcupunk, minus 12 HP. Aiming for that I hoped was the meaty middle of the snake, I unleashed the arrow. It sailed like an anvil and thunked to the ground about 3 feet short. Gods damn it! Yeah, crosshairs would have been nice. I knocked another arrow, took a deep breath, raised the arrow a couple inches higher than before, and fired. This time I was about 20 feet long and way left. My heart thumping against my ribs. A pulse of fear surged through me as the porcupunk slammed into the ground over and over. Casting off my analytical tendencies, I leaped into the clearing, pumping my legs to close the distance to the snake as I dropped my bow to free my other hand. Upon my approach, as I raised the arrow in both hands to strike, the snake glared at me and stilled. Yeah, what are you going to do about it? Your mouth is full, dude. Then the snake released my pet from its jowls and shot toward me. The porcupunk landed with a heavy thud. Uh-oh. I feinted with the arrow I'd planned on shoving into the beast's scaly hide. The boa's body curved as it jerked away. Its long tongue flicked out and vibrated. The porcupunk lay dormant, and I wondered if it was dead. But wouldn't I have received a prompt? My HUD was icon-free. The snake lunged. You dodged the striped boa's attack. My muscles tensed with anticipation, ready to shove the wooden tip into the snake's scaly flesh as its strike sped past me. But the arrow found only dark soil. I'd let the snake shoot past me, and then missed my attack. All it had to do was turn its head and... As the boa rose, I yanked my arrow from the wet ground cover, knowing it was too late. But then it stopped in midair and slid backward, right past me. It snapped in my direction, but I jumped back, avoiding its strike. When I swiveled my head to peer past the boa, I found my pet had shaken off its daze and gripped the serpent's midsection in its silvery teeth. The porcupunk growled. Her face scrunched into 1,000 wrinkles as she dug her feet into the earth, hunched her back, and dragged the boa away. Now that she had its attention, I wanted to ensure she kept it. Focusing on my pet tab, I gave the command to bite. The porcupunk spread her jowls wide, releasing the snake for a short second, then slammed down hard with a growl. The snake turned its head back to my pet and lunged, folding over itself in a vain effort to strike. Giving the clearing a quick scan, I spied a thick branch a few steps away. Deciding the arrow made for a lame melee weapon, I changed tactics. Thankful it didn't crumble in my hands when I picked it up, I found myself allowing the briefest of smiles at its significant weight. Heavy branch, aka a stick. Level 1, club. Durability, 2 of 4. 2 to 4 damage. I took the word club as an order as I closed the distance, set my feet, locked my gaze where the beast's head floated side to side, and swung for the fences. My first strike slammed into the snake's jaw. I was Casey.
I was at bat, and that scaly tube of slithering crap was the ball. Die! I'd gotten into the habit of screaming at my adversaries during my short time in Enora. A quick mental note to stop doing that lest I draw unwanted attention set the habit to rest. I followed through on my second swing and nearly spun to the ground when my foot landed on the slippery moss surface, but my simple boots gripped at the last second and I corrected. On the backswing, I knocked the snake senseless. My pet's silvery teeth lodged in the fat, meaty center of the reptile's long form, blood pooling across its lips. A hissing sound emanated from my pet. Porcupunk sucks striped boa's blood. Striped boa, -5 HP. Porcupunk, +3 HP. Striped boa, -5 HP. Porcupunk, +3 HP. It's a vampire. My little porcupunk is sucking health from the bastard. The snake turned its head toward my pet, and I slammed my foot down just in time to keep the porcupunk from taking a snake bite. Once I had purchase, it was game over for the slippery bastard. I pounded it over and over until the snake gave a final shimmy and lay still. The porcupunk gave the snake a few furtive shakes, growled a final time as if it was daring the boa to move again, then peered up at me. I think we got it. My pet relaxed her jaw and the snake's body thumped to the ground. Blood ran in rivers down the porcupunk's chin. Sniffing at the corpse a few times, she bared her teeth. I swore she was smiling. I mentally clicked a waiting prompt. You have defeated a striped boa. 350 XP. You have learned the weapon skill, blunt weapon. Your blunt weapon skill has increased to rank 1. Your blunt weapon skill has increased to rank 2. Your blunt weapon skill has increased to rank 3. My eyes tracked the experience bar at the bottom of my HUD. I needed about 1/3 of a level to advance. I hoped there was a rabbit or a possum around, but knowing my luck, they'd have fangs too. That was fun, huh? The chubby vampire beaver clicked and set her rump on a patch of moss. We both sucked wind. The rampant rising and falling of my chest called for a stamina glance. It was almost empty. Considering that and my burning arms, I decided to contribute a point or two to the Constitution attribute. First, I wanted to check my stats. Gemini Fowler, human, level 2 woodsman. Attributes, strength, 1, dexterity, 4, intelligence, 1, wisdom, 1, constitution, 4, charisma, 10, combat skills, ranged, 3, unarmed, 1, melee, 5, defense skills, dodge, 2, +2% chance to dodge attacks of creatures of equal or lower level. Weapon skills, bow, 4, blunt, 3. Magic schools, light magic, 0. Shadow magic, 0. Nature magic, 0. Status effects, resist magic attacks, 5. Resist charm effects, 10. General skills, pacify beast, 1. Affinities, languages, all neutral and lawful. Learned languages, common. Magic affinity, 100%. I should have dodged a couple more times. Maybe I could have boosted the skill again. The porcupunk shook her head a few times as if to say, "What, are you stupid?" Then she raised her hindquarters, shimmied from neck to flat tail, and sighed. I laughed and glanced back at the stats. Aside from my low-ranged accuracy, the size of the target hadn't done me any favors. Besides, the snake and porcupunk had been going at each other when I loosed my ammo. There'd been nothing natural about the way the arrows left my bowstring, and they'd flown like one-winged sparrows. That cast off any hope Enora employed aim assistance. I set aside thoughts of the ranged and turned my attention to melee. Ending the boa had taken too many strikes. I still had 9 points to spend. and they might have given me the advantage I needed in the early levels if I used them before the encounter. Dexterity is obviously the replacement for agility. I don't see any attribute for stamina, but I have a dedicated stamina bar. Perusing the interface with what I thought of as eye-clicks, I hovered on Constitution until a tooltip appeared. A small speaker icon I hadn't noticed before sat nested in the bottom right corner of that small window. When I focused on it, a female sounding suspiciously like Lucera spoke inside my head.
Constitution represents the health and stamina of a living or undead being. Hit points increase per point spent on Constitution. Your stamina pool is also increased by adding points to your Constitution attribute, as is the rate at which you regenerate hit points.
So HP, stamina, and health recovery were all dependent upon Constitution. That simplified things. I spent 2 points on Constitution but didn't confirm yet. I swiped the prompt aside so I could view the other attributes and divine my best combination of point allocations. Lucera walked me through the other attributes to make sure there weren't any surprises.
Strength represents the maximum weight you can carry and damage inflicted during melee combat. Strength also determines damage mitigated when blocking with a shield. Strength has no impact on ranged weapon use. Dexterity determines your chance to dodge attacks, how much damage is inflicted with ranged weapons, and ranged accuracy. Melee damage for classes in the assassin tree is decided by dexterity, whereas strength determines damage inflicted by other melee classes. Intelligence determines the size of your mana pool, the amount of health restored by healing spells, and damage inflicted by magical attacks.
Magical attacks. Can't wait to cast me some spells. The porcupunk jerked at my sudden outburst. I smiled at her. Sorry, buddy. She clicked. I didn't know what that meant.
Wisdom replenishes your resource pools. The detail level of your inspection skill is impacted by your character level and the number of points spent on this attribute. Charisma is one factor in determining how others respond to you. A high charisma score results in better trade benefits. Players with high charisma might escape dangerous situations or convince people to see from their point of view.
Well, that was helpful. I don't know any spells yet, so we'll hold off on intellect for now. As a woodsman, dexterity was my bread and butter, damage and dodge attribute. Overwhelming my enemies by boosting it was critical. If an enemy recipient of my arrows was dead before it reached me, I wouldn't have to worry as much about HP. But the recorded voice also mentioned ranged accuracy. Judging from my first salvo, that stat also depended on some level of proficiency with my bow. None of that meant I should focus on Constitution. For one thing, what if there was more than one enemy? Since I'd been out of breath after sprinting away from my pet before I pacified it, and since I found myself huffing after the melee entanglement with the striped boa, putting points into Constitution was justified. The question was, how many points? Opting for stronger attacks, I dropped 4 more points into Dexterity. I designated 3 points for Constitution instead of the 2 I'd originally planned, leaving me with a surplus of 2. Since the last thing I wanted was to come upon too much loot for me to carry, and since I wanted to beat snakes to death faster, I decided that the remaining 2 points should go into Strength. But considering the pain I'd encountered during my first engagements in the world, I doubted if I'd ever select a melee class and spend a lot of points there. Not until I had some serious plate armor, anyway. As I glared at the confirmation prompt, I hesitated for a long moment, making sure that this was the path I wanted to follow. Ultimately, even though my life depended on success right now, I had to decide in the same way I had with other games I played. I used the best logic I could conjure, given what little I knew about the road ahead. I confirmed the point expenditures. Your dodge skill has increased to rank 4. Plus 4% additional chance to dodge creatures of equal or lower level. Diminished returns for creatures of a higher level, with a penalty of 0.5% to your dodge skill,
for each level higher than your own.
Again, I muttered to myself. So my dodge skill has improved by 1% for every 2 points spent. I wonder if that trend will continue. As I glanced at the red bar representing my health, I noted a gap indicating the increase in my maximum hit points. On the right-hand side of my field of view, text rose from bottom to top. +4 HP, +4 HP, +4 HP. Awesome. The points I spent in Constitution increase my natural health regeneration per tick. With no active buffs, I now had 150 max HP, proving that 100 HP were given for the first Constitution point, and 10 for each additional point. Again, the porcupunk's clicking drew my attention back to the present. The snake had vanished. After briefly considering another round of combat when it respawned, my eyes wandered back to the glowing line leading toward the trail. What do you think? Should we take it again? As if I'd expected the animal to shrug or give an indication either way. It didn't. She just stared at me like I was an idiot talking to a porcupunk. We returned to the trail. If I would be a woodsman worth his wood, beating a snake with a branch would not get me there, and I sure hadn't been hitting it with my arrows. I returned the projectiles I'd fired unsuccessfully to my quiver, then I headed for the edge of the clearing. Though pleased by our first encounter together, I was concerned. The cracking sound we heard earlier might indicate greater challenges in our near future. I needed to practice, and snakes made impossible targets without it. Come on, buddy. We're out. I didn't have to tell her twice. The porcupunk scurried past me with her nose dipping along the yellow line. 15. Rules change. I'd become so accustomed to firing arrows with precision as a high-level ranger in Light of Babylon that missing the boa so badly served as a wake-up call. As I learned upon rising in my cot when I arrived, my thoughts didn't drive my movement. My muscles did. If I wanted to fire with accuracy, I'd better notch a few in practice. I bet if I'd been an archer in real life, success would have found me, but skills I'd leveled with my mind in one game didn't equate to having those talents in real life, and certainly didn't correlate to Enora. As we followed the glowing trail back in the direction from which we'd come, a sobering thought sent chills up my spine. If I'd been engaged with a more dangerous adversary, overconfidence in my skills could easily have been my undoing. In LOB, I'd gone to a target dummy to level my archery skills in my early levels. Since I didn't yet have access to such tools in the forest, I'd have to make do. So my pet and I searched for a strip of land free of spawning enemies amongst the dense foliage where I could practice. Though one might think a game world forest would be overrun with creatures, this wasn't the case in the dark wood. Oh, we heard enough life out there, clambering across branches above and scurrying through bushes beside the path. But setting eyes on anything was a different matter. Everything was stealthy. It was a little spooky. I wouldn't have been surprised to look into the trees and find speakers making the life noises. I dismissed an initial idea about practicing on one of the wide trunks surrounding us for two reasons. First, and most obviously, I'd seen a magical being hug a tree and disappear. Though I'd initially joked with myself about what I'd witnessed, it creeped me out when I considered archery practice. There was no telling if these trees were alive in more than the traditional sense, and I didn't want to piss off any pixies, fairies, or forest matrons. Secondly, while the arrows were somewhat sturdy, lodging them in trees and retrieving them might break shafts or dull their tips. Reminding myself that the boon cast upon me by Jara would last under 2 days, and I needed to get at least 6 levels to complete her quest, I decided to dedicate just a couple hours to practice. It took half a quiver of projectiles before I hit a dead log we'd found on the forest floor. But the way the arrows cracked through the hollowed-out shell without breaking, I knew it would serve. I fired the whole quiver. When I made contact with the third arrow, I received a prompt. You have gained +1 to ranged accuracy. Your ranged weapon skill is now rank 11. When I fired the last arrow, I was rewarded again.
Gaining more confidence each time I struck my target in the general area at which I'd aimed, I soon found myself tightening up the halo on which the arrows zoomed, even when they fell short. I fired arrow after arrow until the skin covering the joints of my right hand was chafed. It would have been the perfect time for a self-deprecating joke if one of the guys I used to play online with had been around. But it was just me and a rather bored porcupunk, who sniffed around the bushes well clear of my target practice. It was too bad she didn't have a fetch skill. On the other hand, I wasn't sure what those razor teeth would do to the arrows. Maybe later we'd find out when I got some upgrades. If I got some upgrades. As I pulled my final arrow out of the decrepit log, a light breeze began to blow, rustling the leaves. My head jerked around as whispers began to fill the surrounding air. My ears perked up, my shoulders tensed, and instead of returning that final arrow to the quiver, I notched it, drew back again, and turned in a slow circle. Poised to fire at intruders as I pivoted, I noticed a distinct absence of another sound. My eyes trailed to the porcupunk staring up from where she'd just started a nap with her head tilted to one side. Something told me if beasts or people surrounded us, whispering in the forest, my companion would have been clicking incessantly in that way she did. So I relaxed. I addressed a prompt, blinking in my periphery. When I focused on it, my progress appeared in my combat log. +1 to ranged accuracy. Your ranged weapon skill is now rank 12. +1 to ranged accuracy. Your ranged weapon skill is now rank 13. +1 to ranged accuracy. Your ranged weapon skill is now ranked 14. On a whim, I raised the arrow again and fired it. +1 ranged accuracy. Your ranged weapon skill is now rank 15. +2% ranged attack damage. After firing another quiver's worth of arrows, I noticed no further prompts. Scanning the game logs, nothing had changed. I checked my character sheet, paying particular attention to one area. Weapon skills. Bow, 14. With the lull in ranged accuracy increased after firing a full quiver of arrows, I wondered if skills were capped by level. I might need to reach level 3 to see further advancement. Besides, Jara's blessing was only going to last so long. I needed to get moving. There's no telling what a curse or negative spell cast might do to me, and I could very well find myself needing the resistances her blessing provided. The golden glow of the quest line surrounded my feet as we paced up a slight incline across rockier treading. I hoped I would run into some leveling opportunities en route to the actual quest target. An LOB I might have risked doing a quest that was above my level, but 6 levels? No. Besides, an LOB, I wouldn't have been wiped from existence by experimenting. My pet darted back and forth across the trail a couple paces ahead with its nose down. Every few feet she sniffed the air, and I recognized her for the blessing she was, acting as a radar, giving me confidence, especially considering the strange whispering noise the breeze made as it rustled the leaves in the forest, creeping me out. My stomach grumbled. That was another thing I'd quickly noticed in Enora. Food wasn't just a source of buffs. I actually got hungry here. It confirmed why my preteen escort into the dark wood had said I could choose whether I use my rations to fill my belly or save them for stats, which reminded me of my pet's need for food. I opened my companion's tab as we stepped up the gradual incline. A 3-dimensional representation of the porcupunk spun in a slow circle in the right-hand window. The pink stomach icon in one of the squares below the image faded slowly in and out, whereas before, when she'd been particularly hungry, it had flashed rapidly. Still, it was bad strategy to let her appetite grow and find her having to fight with an attack rating penalty because I didn't keep her tummy full. Taking the world by the jewels means paying attention, first and foremost. I switched to my inventory tab, reached into my small bag, and focused on the remaining strips of deer jerky. You hungry, girl? Though she didn't have earlobes to twitch or pull back when I spoke, the adorable way her head tilted was a clear enough indicator she'd heard. She swung all the way around, tilting her head in that funny way, and started the whole bouncing thing again. I ripped off a piece of the jerky, then tossed it into the air. She launched to my shoulder height to snatch the meat. A move of such agility from such a round, pudgy animal seemed whacked. Perhaps all that pudge was muscle. She did have some stumpy legs. As she chomped, her head tilted sideways and her gaze shifted to one side of the trail. Though she didn't relinquish the grip on the food between her paws, the little clicker turned and faced the brush to the east. "What is it? You hear something?" I scanned the surrounding forest. The breeze rattling the leaves muted other life sounds, yet I was still surprised at how quiet it was otherwise. The usual chipping of bird song was absent. To be here at night, to hear all the activity, it was almost like being surrounded by a symphony of bird calls, leaf rustling, claws scraping tree trunks as tree dwellers climbed, and any other number of sounds I couldn't identify. But now, everything was so quiet beneath the whispering breeze. Crack. I lowered my voice. What was that? Crack. My porcupunk swallowed the rest of her meal whole and received a constitution buff. Judging from the way her upper body leaned forward and her shoulders hunched, her stubby legs were poised to launch into the bush. She peered up at me. Recalling the crackling noises from the forest earlier, I wondered whether we were being stalked. It was a silly notion in a game world, where creatures typically spawned in given areas and roamed in short perimeters. But this place had already proven itself willing to forego norms in the form of baby spiders creeping out of their dead mother, porcupunks somersaulting into the air and shoving their spikes into your arm, and boas with fangs. The breeze slowed and stopped suddenly, and as it waned, the humidity rose. Turning my ear in the direction my pet faced, I pulled an arrow from my quiver, notched it, and squeezed my eyelids shut to focus. A distant crack came to me on the dead air. Recalling how I'd stood idle as the spider approached me in my indoctrinating encounter, I cocked my chin up at my animal. Go for it. The porcupunk went for it, launching into the bush and disappearing. I followed the sound of its scampering feet with my bow gripped tight in one hand. Text floated down from my mana bar, indicating I'd just spent 10 points of mana to give the pet that command. Thump. Crack. Definitely closer now. A rustling to my left caused my heart to jolt as I swung around and increased the tension on my bowstring. My pet's scrunched little face emerged from the bushes. She bounded up and down and turned in a half circle and back, as if to indicate the way. She'd waited. Good form, girl. Okay, show me. Again, she launched into the brush, cognizant of the status of my stamina bar, noting how it trickled away a little more than before my constitution upgrades. I made sure to keep the animal in sight while adjusting my pace so I wouldn't burn myself out. A fast walk kept the meter balanced. 30 seconds later, she came to a halt. The porcupunk raised onto her rear legs, pumping her front paws furiously. I crawled up to the bush next to her, pushed a couple branches to the side with my bow, then peered into an open meadow as I scratched the soft hairs on her head with my other hand. A scaly beast stood 5.5 feet tall, with an elongated head and a set of teeth contained by a powerful jaw. A twinge of nausea crept into my belly as I envisioned it clamping down and snapping my bones. It's a goddamned dinosaur. My first instinct was to step backward, retrace my path to the trail, and run like hell until my stamina bar was depleted. But cowardice wasn't going to get me to level 10, and though the beast appeared formidable, I needed to return to the habit of assessing situations before making decisions. This was my life now. Running away from challenges would be the end of me, especially if this creature spotted me and leaped onto my back as I fled. Judging from the powerful rump and thick legs, it could do so easily, and with that jaw clamped onto the back of my neck, well, that would end things rather quickly. Until I entered the dark levels, I'd never turned tail and ran unless I was outnumbered, or my health was low and the situation was hopeless. Somehow I doubted monsters in Enora would stop pursuing just because I left their patrol area. Young Forest Coelophysis, Level 5 reptile.
Young, I whispered to myself. Doesn't look so young to me. I peered down at the porcupunk. Attacking would be crazy, right? A common expectation in multiplayer online games was that semi-skilled players would be reasonably safe attacking creatures within a couple levels of their own. But the ingenuity I'd seen in this game so far, the way hairs on my arms prickled beneath the breeze, the ambient sounds of the forest, and the way the boy who led me into the woods turned on me and put a knife to my throat when I disrespected him, told me common rules governing other games were out the window. And the window was slammed shut. How long could I live with my Adam's apple dislodged? Could I swallow a health potion with it missing? A low rumbling brought my head up. The Coelophysis' eyes had turned toward me. Its short, thick arms raised to its chest, and thick-knuckled fingertips sported curved, black, razor-sharp claws. It grinned to show me its carnivorous teeth. Rising its snout high, it sniffed in our direction. The long, agile legs tensed as it pivoted its hard, scaly body toward us. I might have peed a little. "Go!" I yelled at the porcupunk. "Go, go, go!" My pet leapt into the meadow, closed the distance to the dino in a couple blinks, and launched at the prehistoric beast as if she held the advantage. She somersaulted through the air, bounced off the Coelophysis' chest, and landed at its feet. A shrill scream emanated from the reptilian beast's jaws. The shriek wrenched my eardrums, and I fumbled my arrow. Holes opened in the monster's chest. Beads of crimson welled up where the porcupunk's needles had injected themselves. A soft spot, friends and neighbors. I hadn't even loosed an arrow yet, and my pet was preparing her second strike. The Coelophysis raised a massive foot. As it stomped down, the porcupunk bounced effortlessly out of the way, jumped on the beast's other foot, and ascended the Coelophysis' scaly flesh like a squirrel on a tree. Vanishing behind the Coelophysis' back, she appeared again on its shoulder, sank razor-sharp teeth into its neck, then yanked away a mouthful of scales. Blood spattered. The porcupunk spat. The dinosaur screamed. Above the Coelophysis' head, bright red text flashed. Critical hit. Young forest Coelophysis, minus 17 HP. Good girl. Now what the hell am I doing? Watching a show? As the stout dinosaur reached toward its shoulder to grip my pet with those long claws, a renewed sense of vigor surged through me. I leveled my bow and aimed for center mass. The arrow soared through the air, zipping toward the thick, muscled beast. Though my aim wasn't exactly what I would call true, I considered it a small victory when the arrow lodged itself right in the joint between the dinosaur's hip and abdomen. It was all I could do not to throw up a hand in victory at finally having landed a ranged strike in Enora, but I instead glanced at my opponent's health bar. It sat at about 85%. Another shriek caused me to flinch as it raised a massive head. Unable to reach those thick arms high enough over its shoulder to get its claws into my porcupunk, its eyes turned to the new threat. Me. My hand fumbled as I reached for another arrow. When I finally grasped a fletching, the arrow didn't want to come free. The Coelophysis lumbered closer as my pet had its way with its backside. It shimmied violently as it lurched forward, trying to dislodge the nuisance tearing at its back. An arrow finally came free. I knocked it to the string, yanked it back, and released in one motion. The arrow sailed wide, but it had been enough to get the Coelophysis to turn its head as it dodged. By the time it looked back, I was running, or more accurately, kiting. Hurdling the underbrush, dodging saplings and thicker trees alike, I pumped my legs as fast as they would carry me. It was a testament to a lifetime of gaming that I ran for my life, and yet I wondered if I'd be able to find my way back and recover the arrow that missed the target. My stomach lurched at the sounds of the underbrush crackling and popping beneath the beast's lumbering pursuit. Thump, thump, crack, thump, thump. My chest thumped. My breaths became shorter. The odds of trying to outmaneuver a monster on its own stomping ground shrank along with my stamina bar. Caitlin's voice came on a wind of memory.
That's it. Now you're thinking like a gamer. It was time for a little human ingenuity. When the thumping grew louder, indicating it was right on my tail, I made a hard right, clutched a sapling with one hand, swung around the tree, and pumped my legs furiously in another direction. Sliding leaves crunched behind me, and I ventured a quick glance as the Coelophysis slid and stumbled while trying to match my turn. You have discovered Mossy Grove. 50 XP. Its roar filled the forest as its feet found purchase and it gave chase. A cacophony of chirping and bustling wings filled the air as birds took flight. A few steps later, I spied another rare sapling and repeated the motion as the thumping behind me grew louder. I stumbled on tangled ground cover and almost took a header. My adrenaline fired as I tried to right myself with flailing arms while keeping my bow shouldered. Shit! I regained my footing, then pumped my legs for all I was worth. I plowed through the forest, just waiting for my face to go head-on into a branch. When I tried to grasp an arrow from my quiver, I cursed the difficulty of the motion and made a mental note to relocate that container to somewhere more accessible. The porcupunk's clicking came like a high-pitched snare roll, followed by her tiny growl. My girl was riding that prehistoric bronco like a seasoned cowboy with thighs of stone.
Glad one of us isn't completely worthless.
The Coelophysis screamed, and judging from the distance to the sound, I thought I'd actually gained a few steps. Sweeping around another trunk, I popped up on the other side of the tree and spied the enraged beast, arms raised, claws fully extended, mouth open in a roar as it bore down on me. Luck was with me as an arrow came free from my quiver, and my bow slid easily down my arm. I knocked it to the string, pulled back as hard as I could, and pushed what little air I could gather out of my lungs. Easy. A little closer. Aim. I peered down the shaft and centered it on the Coelophysis, then turned my focus to a smooth release of my fingers to ensure the least resistance as I loosed the arrow to sail. The arrow zipped from my bow in a blur, and its wobble-free flight told me the practice had been worth it. Another deafening shriek echoed through the forest as the tip lodged itself in the screaming beast's throat, but this time it was more of a squeal. It lumbered. It stumbled. Then it stopped. Your arrow strikes the young Coelophysis. Young Coelophysis, minus 9 HP. Yeah, I yelled. What do you think of that? Reaching up, the Coelophysis wrapped its hands around the arrow and tugged. When it didn't come loose, it yanked harder, and the arrow ejected with a pop. Its health bar dropped to 15% or so as blood ejected from its mouth and rolled down its chin. A red blood drop icon appeared above its head. Young Coelophysis, minus 19 HP, minus 4 HP bleed. It was nice to inflict some bleeding damage instead of taking it. Time seemed to stop as our eyes locked. The Coelophysis' glares were steady, intelligent, as it sized me up. A thick river of red rolled over its angular chin and down to its chest, where it converged with smaller streams of blood like tributaries feeding into a main channel. A low grumbling emitted from the beast, and a fresh spurt of blood poured down its chin. We were separated by about 40 feet of thick underbrush and forest floor. My hand crept up to my quiver as the Coelophysis raised the arrow clutched in its hand and clenched its fist. The arrow snapped like a cracker. Without breaking its gaze, the Coelophysis' shoulder twitched forward as the clenched fist that had just broken the arrow swung across its chest. My porcupunk had come too far forward, and the dinosaur punched her, knocking her into the underbrush. Young Coelophysis attacks porcupunk. Minus 21 HP. Stunned. Then it lunged toward me, covering half the distance in a single leap. I peered down the shaft of my arrow as the Coelophysis launched into the air a second time. If that thing landed on me, I was good and screwed, so I stepped gently backward while I patiently followed its arc with my aim. As it came to its apex, I filled my lungs with air. As soon as its feet touched the ground a few feet away, I flicked my fingers cleanly from the twine. The missile zipped through the air and lodged into the Coelophysis' right eyeball with a pop. The beast's head jerked back. It faltered, leaning to the side as its balance waned. Its piercing scream echoed through the trees. I notched another arrow. Its health meter was a hair from empty. White juice mixed with red blood formed a pink trail dripping from the arrow lodged in its eye socket and down its face. I relaxed my grip on the fresh arrow. The Coelophysis lumbered a final step forward as its health bar blinked. It rocked a final time, then fell backward, landing with a thud on crackling underbrush. It died with a shudder. 1 second, I stood there, huffing and puffing. The next, I was completely refreshed as a gold flash surrounded me and funneled into the sky. The number 3 popped up inches away from me, then zoomed into the distance and faded with an accompanying orchestral flare of victory. My stamina was instantly refilled, and 1 additional breath replenished me. You have defeated young forest Coelophysis. 550 XP. 10% XP bonus for defeating an enemy more than 2 levels higher. You have reached level 3. +1 Constitution, +1 Dexterity. You have 2 attribute points to spend. Ingenuity had worked for me. I'd lured the dino through the forest, using my agility against it. So I split the additional 2 points between Dexterity and Constitution to increase my attack and ease all the huffing and puffing. Unless a future encounter changed my mind, I planned on following that method until I reached level 10 or died, whichever came first. Attack, HP, and stamina all the way. If anything, the battle so far had taught me that worrying about what attribute points I spend in the early levels because of what class I might discover later was stupid. Also, the points in strength would have made me more dangerous if I'd spent them on dexterity for higher damage. Oh well. Lessons learned. I read the message in my log again. 10% bonus. Nice. I've never seen that, but it only seems fair considering the ultimate pain in the rump this world is. The porcupunk, who'd recovered from the stun effect of the dino's punch, peered up at me with her head in that common tilt, as if she wondered why I bothered talking to her. My cat used to look at me like that. I was level 3 now, but the XP and 10% boost filled my experience bar up more than halfway. That was excellent news. The enemies are harsh. An adolescent dino almost killed me. Least Enora could do was grant some XP. I told myself to quit whining. The Coelophysis hadn't laid a claw on me. I continued to read. Your pet has reached level 3. Your reputation with your pet has advanced from neutral to friendly. Next rank, endeared. 150 out of 500. Your pet is now also your companion. +2 to attack. You have learned the skill Dismiss. Dismiss. Dismisses your pet to the nether until summoned again. Cost, NA. Cast time, instant. Cooldown, NA. You may now name your pet. Would you like to name your pet? Well, why not? I glanced down at the animal perched next to my boot and smiled. What do you think, buddy? What should I name you? The porcupunk began to click again. I chuckled, my sense of humor apparently returning with my breath. I don't know, is click a good name for a porcupunk? Another drum roll of clicks emanated from the beast's throat. Okay. I reached down and ran my hand across the smooth tails on Porcupunk's back. Click it is, then. Are you sure you want to name your pet Click? I confirmed. Stepping high so as not to become tangled in the thick undergrowth, I approached the slain beast. Click scampered ahead of me and weaved her way through the tangles as if running on flat ground. Must have been nice. The beast was even uglier up close. Its scales were thicker on its back and around its haunches, but one arrow had penetrated its unarmored chest. I crinkled my nose as I got a whiff of something and stood up. Talk about reality. Yikes. The animal had defecated upon its death.
Click had no problem with it as she openly sniffed the result before circling the animal. I wondered, had she been a boy porcupunk, would she have raised a leg? Click finished her revolution around the dinosaur and stopped at my foot. When she had my attention, the porcupunk turned from our victim as if she wanted to lead me back to the glowing trail. What, no basking in the glory of our victory? A single click was her lone response. I spied a loose scale on one of the Coelophysis' shoulders and snatched it. You have found small Coelophysis scale, possible crafting item. Possible crafting item? What does that mean? Possible crafting item. What does that mean? Possible crafting item? Well, I loved me some crafting, so I plucked scales until I'd filled one of the slots in my bag with them. As it turned out, they'd each popped loose with a little effort and a few grunts, and I'd bared about a fifth of the dinosaur's body by the time a slot was full. That little bag was awesome. So I filled 2 more slots. It sure would be nice if Enora Online treated looting like all other games I'd played, where I could just touch the beast and a loot window would appear, but I was having to work for it. The Coelophysis was so dense, so thick with muscle, I couldn't turn it over. I would have never thought to give myself more strength points just to be able to loot, but there it was. An alternate theory to my earlier thought. Think dragon scales. My interface reported that I'd managed to pull 72 scales off the corpse. The golden line leading us to my lone quest objective reappeared after combat. That it disappeared when we entered combat mode was pretty slick, but as I peered down at it, and then eyed my character sheet, I revisited my earlier sentiment about whether a level 3 who had to get to level 8 before ever performing a quest should be following the quest line. That would only take me to an endeavor for which I was unprepared, so I turned the line off. We're going to explore a little, my friend. The porcupunk sniffed the air between us, then jerked as a shriek carried through the trees. Click swiveled, bounced a few times, and settled. She sniffed the air. That was no dinosaur. The shriek repeated. Dude, I barked. That sounds like a woman screaming. An exclamation point flashed gold, doubled in size, and then zoomed to one side of my HUD and blinked incessantly. You have been offered a legacy quest. The world of Enora has evolved for over 3 millennia. The creatures and humanoids of this world live unique lives. Because anything can happen in Enora, the fates of players and NPCs are intertwined. The Scream. Recommended level 3. Investigate the source of the scream in the woods. Reward 500 XP. Would you like to accept this quest? Upon release, this game was going to suck up revenue like blackjack tables in Vegas. I focused to accept the quest, directed Click northeast with a finger, then we shot off into the forest.
16. We sped through the forest, and I found my new constitution point a mild improvement to my overall lung capacity. I adjusted my pace, hindered by the overgrown ground cover, but at least my lungs weren't on fire, and the soft breeze dried the sweat covering my face. The stamina bar hovered between 55 and 65%. I focused on a new prompt. You have gained +1 stamina. Keeping yourself in tip-top shape has its rewards. If I hadn't been running through the forest seeking the source of a scream, the added point to my stamina might have made me ecstatic. Gaining attribute points in this way had never occurred to me. If I'd learned anything from all those years of gaming, it was that every point counted. It was too bad it didn't add to the parent constitution stat, but I'd take what I could get. My notification log blinked as soon as I closed it, so I focused on it as I jogged down a hill. You have discovered the lower marshes. 125 XP awarded. My last discovery had only been worth 50 XP, and I wondered if I received more the deeper into the forest I went. I'd just reached level 3, and at 86%, I could almost smell level 4. Unhand me, demon! A voice, thick with a harsh accent, came on the breeze. I snapped out of my reverie and changed course. Sunlight burst from above in the distance, and I longed to feel the embrace of those golden rays shining down.
Not since I stood in the village the day before had it graced my skin directly. But I skidded to a stop short of its influence at the edge of a clearing that emptied onto a lake beach with white sand. The perimeter was surrounded by low bushes and younger trees than those found in Jara's part of the forest. The smell of burning wood greeted me as I came to a halt next to Click. She was hunkered behind a bush. I dropped to my knees so I could observe unnoticed. "You have discovered Prowler Lake. 200 XP awarded." I checked my XP bar. 95%. So close. I hid behind my pet as a broad-shouldered man with scraggly auburn hair dragged a woman by her arm past a campfire. Her kicking heels left trails in the sand. His powerful legs lumbered until he stopped and unceremoniously dumped her onto the sand along the edge of the lake. He leveled a finger at her. "You might be the governor's prize, and I might not be able to beat you like I would a common troublesome woman, but if I catch you trying to escape again, I'll put you over my knee and tan your hide good. I've been dealing with you for thousands of miles and my patience wears thin. Keep it up, and you'll be bound until we rendezvous with his men tomorrow. Got it?" Giving her shoulder a final push, he stomped away, kicking up sand behind him. Cocking his head toward two hunched figures sprawled next to a small campfire, he thrust his finger at one of them and barked orders. "Bind her and lend a more vigilant eye." As the man scrambled to his feet, the scraggly-haired boss stepped closer to the fire and smacked a third man in the back of the head. "You!" He unsheathed the long, shiny knife and used it as a pointer. "Next time she gets away from you, I'm going to feed you to the fish." You have completed the quest, the Scream. You discovered the source of the shrieking in the dark wood. 500 XP awarded. Another golden flash and a giant number 4 appeared. Click jerked beside me. An illogical fear I'd be discovered caused me to cringe as the image zipped into the distance. But the men went on about their business as if nothing had happened. While Click had obviously seen the celebration of my level, no one else had. I stood at the edge of that tree line and wondered about the algorithm used to scale XP according to the level of completion and difficulty. Nerd alert. You have reached level 4, +1 Constitution, +1 Dexterity. You have 2 attribute points to spend. I spent 1 point on each attribute as I planned. Even straining my eyes, I couldn't get a focused look at the woman or her captors against the high sun, so I scurried along the shrubbery that lined the trees until I had a better angle. Peering between the branches of a fruitless bush, I spied the female captive. She turned her head in my direction. Her coppery skin had a shining tone, whereas the surrounding men wore the prune-like flesh indicative of common sunburns. Even from this distance, her large eyes were obvious. Their roundness and the way they tapered off would have made me guess she was of Asian descent, if we'd been on Earth. A long-sleeved blouse that had probably once been white was covered by a ratty brown leather vest. Pants that equaled her blouse in dinginess stopped well above her ankle boots. Lucera's words echoed in my mind again. Make friends. I wondered what kind of ally this NPC might make. Considering the way she'd just been manhandled for trying to escape, and since I could see the lasers firing from her eyes at her captor's back, she at least had spirit. Maybe even additional quests. If I was getting involved with this fiasco, I wanted to ensure I was making the kind of friend who would fit in. With deeper consideration, I reasoned that a captive who traveled thousands of miles didn't seem the type to have a wealth of quests to offer. The leader cuffed the man on the side of the head once more, I suppose for good measure. Just because the boss died doesn't mean I'm giving up the reward for our little princess. We traveled halfway across the world, over land and sea, and now we're in the final stretch. I'll be damned if one of you idiots is going to ruin it for me. I'm the boss now, and if either of you has a problem with that, you can quit when we return to town. Else you can challenge me for it. Any takers? The smaller of the two men dragged trails in the shallow sand with the toes of his boots as he paced over to the woman. Reaching into the pockets of a tattered bag, he retrieved a cord and bound her wrists. The other one took his cuffing like a good dog and set off for the woods, in my direction. "That's what I thought, ye ingrates." The boss stomped over and plopped in the sand at the edge of the clearing, up the beach. Setting a sack under his head, he closed his eyes and lounged in the shade cast by a few trees. A prompt appeared and I focused on it. "You have been offered a legacy quest. The rescue. Objective: rescue the woman from her captors. Reward: 2,500 XP. Do you accept this quest?" After hastily accepting the quest, I ran a check on the boss. "Unknown human, level 9 fighter." Way outside the usual 2-level comfort zone, I thought. A stealthy approach would be better. I whispered at my pet. We'd never take him with his friends around. As the larger of the two subordinates paced toward me, I ran a check on him. "Unknown human, level 6 fighter." Even with Click next to me, taking him down would cause enough commotion to draw the attentions of the other two. Then I realized Click wasn't next to me. For whatever reason, she'd stayed at our previous position where she stood sniffing the air through the bush that concealed her presence. I supposed she could see fine from where she was. Even if I took this guy out now and kept it quiet, it wouldn't be long before his two companions came looking for him. Remembering how I'd used a little ingenuity to overcome my weaknesses with the dinosaur less than an hour before, I ran through scenarios in my mind. I didn't have a melee weapon because I'd lost my knife. A quick check of the third guy, the one who'd bound the Asian woman's hands, confirmed he was the same level as his compatriot who paced toward me. A whoosh somewhere behind me on the left led to a guttural squeal, and I swiveled my head to the left to find Click laying on her side, her stubby legs pumping wildly. An arrow warbled in her side. My first inclination, to run over there and help my new companion, was stifled by the branch-cracking footfalls from the forest. I got blips of a figure as he raced between bushes, pines, and oaks. Pressing myself against the thin trunk of a young tree near the bush, I ground my teeth as I watched my pet quiver and kick like she was trying to run somewhere on her side. A man dressed in a leather vest and tattered, knife-cut shorts wielded a bow as he stood over Click and smiled. An urge filled me to take his every tooth. "You can summon her. Don't do anything stupid."
Trapped between the bowman and the thief closing from the beach behind me,
I leaned my back into the tree and slid around it so I sat between it and the bush. I wished I could pull a Jara and merge into the tree so that I might spring out and take these bastards unaware. Though I tried to calm myself, my lungs filled only with short breaths as my pulse surged at the sight of Click's flailing legs. My temples throbbed. My body born of Enora was functioning at full throttle. Damn it, just kill her already. The level 6 stepped off the beach, peered around, and spied the man who wielded the bow. His boots stomped pine straw no more than 5 feet from me as he crossed the distance. As he passed me by, a prompt popped up on my screen. "Thanks to your sneaky stillness, you have learned the skill Stealth. You fade into the shadows, stalking your victims. Your stealth skill is now rank 1, 50 XP. Nice. For all the good it did Click. Sliding the bow onto his shoulder and grinning down at the paralyzed animal, the stringy-haired, sweaty bastard reached into a belt sheath and withdrew a knife. With one decisive swing, he lodged the knife into Click's neck, twisted, and yanked it away. A stream of blood signaling the end of my porcupunk spurt onto the pine straw. The bow wielder grabbed the flesh tails on the back of my pet, raised the corpse into the air, and swung his trophy out before him. Click was limp. Dead. I wished her spikes would pop out and puncture that asshole's hand. My face flashed hot as I fantasized about ripping my bow from my shoulder, notching an arrow, and ending that mother. After a back clap of congratulations over his hunting skills from the level 6, the two men stepped back onto the beach.
"Hey, Red, looks like I got us some dinner."
Huddling next to the tree, its rough bark scratching my cheek. I noted a red prompt on my interface display. I mentally focused on it, though I predicted what it would say. Your pet has died. The boss's voice came to me on the breeze from the beach. Least you're good for something. Used to about let the miner run off into the woods. Miner? Once they were on the beach and had cleared the woods, I turned my attention to the summon skill. Leveling out my breathing and focusing my thoughts, I stretched out a clawed hand and pushed thoughtful intent through it. A blue glow emanated from beneath my skin. I ensured it was well concealed by the tree. I found myself wanting to scream in victory as my lost pet shimmered into existence. Not only could I summon Click, it seemed there was also no cooldown after a pet's death. The 5-minute cooldown I'd noticed must have only applied after casting Summon Pet. Click shook her head a few times and peered up at me. All her teeth were visible as she spread her lips wide, but she wasn't smiling. She was pissed. The red mood bar under her picture on my interface confirmed it. Angry. A glance back at the beach proved poorly timed as a river of blood splattered the sand at the hunter's feet when he ripped his knife from the swinging porcupine carcass he held by one foot, disemboweling it. My shudder came not at the violence, but in anticipation of robbing him of that simple copper knife and spilling his blood in a similar way. My companion stepped past me, and though she remained concealed, she peered at the beach and wrinkled her nose. A quiet click popped from her throat. Then she turned her gaze on me. A low whine emitted from the beast, and I knew what she wanted. I shook my head. Sorry, babe. Too many of them versus 2 of us and an unfamiliar woman. She might choose the devils she knows. We need to make sure she's interested in leaving with us versus going it alone. Click. She turned her eyes toward the group again. No. She clicked again. I sighed. Why was she being so persistent? Pet or not, game world or not, the porcupunk had wants of her own. Gone were the days of mindless companions. But when I looked back at her, noting the way her narrow lips screwed up in a sneer, the weight of what this meant hit me. Click remembered how she died. Oh, that is so messed up. The hunter carried on his celebration. Fresh meat'll be a nice change. Look at all that fat. I bet it'll crackle and pop over the fire. I can smell it now. I stroked my pet's fleshy hairs and then scratched the top of her head. She squinted as my fingernails worked at the knob above and between her eyes. Okay, buddy. We'll backtrack. Wait for nightfall. Good enough? Without waiting for a response, I pushed myself up against the tree, cocked my head over my shoulder to ensure the coast was clear, then paced off into the woods, hoping my pet would follow. Enjoy your meal. Might just be your last. 17. Reflections of light rippled on the surface of the lake beneath myriad stars. They were a welcome relief from the canopy of leaves and tangled branches blocking the sky since I'd entered the forest. I scanned for constellations I might recognize, but glimpsed none, which made sense. Though I had no idea how long I sat there and scoped out the scene, I peered up later to find the stars had changed positions. It reminded me that the world spun on an axis like any other planet, and a momentary sense of awe tickled my brain. I still couldn't see the moon, but judging from the white light bathing the lake, it was likely somewhere above the trees behind me. I scanned the scene from my new perspective. I'd wanted to circle around and come in from a different angle, lest I risk crossing paths with the bowman who had killed the previous iteration of Click. If Enora remade humans based on their own images, they were creatures of habit, and walking a reoccurring patrol path fit the bill. As I peered across the beach and caught sight of the woman, she propped herself on her elbows, almost staring right at me, although she didn't indicate any knowledge of my presence. Shuffling in the sand to get comfortable as she propped herself up, her shoulders hunched and dropped with frustration. Sitting upright, she raised the bindings, twisted her fists, and flinched. They'd tied them so they wrapped her around her wrists, with a long line between each hand. With a quick glance over one shoulder to ensure no one was watching, she pulled her hands close to her body and glared down. Light surrounded them, bloomed white, then dimmed and winked out again. What the hell? I focused on her. Unknown human, level 8, Light Priestess. Light Priestess. Did she just heal chafing around her wrists? The way she glanced over her shoulder to make sure the coast was clear, I wondered if she'd been hiding her abilities from her captors. Maybe that had been why they called her a minor. I still didn't know what they'd meant by the label, but the more important attribute of this NPC on the beach had just literally flashed before my eyes. A healer. Suddenly, the screaming woman and the rescue quest offered upon my arrival at the lake seemed a lot less like a coincidence. Just because the AI had been letting the world evolve didn't mean it didn't interfere, as I'd been thinking for some reason. Now that I reconsidered, wasn't it the system's job to spawn these quests? Present these opportunities? Click and I worked our way around the lake, ensuring each footfall fell silently. The sound of snores filled the air as we closed the gap, and the wind changed direction. I poked my head out of the foliage and peered up and down the beach. Text popped up at the bottom of my HUD. Your stealth skill has increased to rank 2. The woman's tanned face and raven hair reflected the white of the moon. Like many NPCs in many games, she was attractive. Warmth coursed through my chest. I shook my head in derision. NPC. Say it 5 times. Non-player character. Not a woman. 1s and 0s. Lock it in. Finish the quest. She pushed herself up, did a double take in my direction, and squinted. Did her eyes just flash? The Light Priestess glanced over her shoulder, up the beach and back. Up the beach, back at me again. Knowing I'd been spotted, I slid forward between 2 bushes and used exaggerated gestures to convey my intent. I pointed. You. I jerked a thumb at myself. Me. I dipped 2 fingers in a walking motion and thrust the thumb over my shoulder. After another head check as if she was trying to change lanes, the woman pumped a hand, urging me back. I turned to look in the same direction she had, but the view was blocked by the bushes and medium-thick trunks of high trees. I threw her an exaggerated nod to ensure she'd see it from where she sat. Click and I tiptoed further up the beach and found a new vantage point. From here, I saw 2 moons perched high in the star-filled sky. One was bright white, the other washed in an orange tinge. Just as I stuck my neck out, boot-stroked sand and a shadow cast by the high moons passed across us. I stilled as his wretched scent blew at me on the breeze, knowing any noise could bring this little prison break to a screeching halt. An indicator popped up in my vision. Your stealth skill has increased to rank 3. I breathed a sigh of relief, thankful my companion had not chosen that moment to click. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than a low growling utterance vibrated in the aggressive little beast's throat. Raising my head just enough to see over the top of the dense bush with blooming purple flowers, I spied the bow bouncing over the bastard's shoulder. My eyes trailed down to a wooden handle and a sheath on his hip. That's the bastard, all right. And Click knows it. Envisioning my plan, drawing the movement inside my mind's eye, I scooted around the bush and took a final gander up and down the beach. Hesitation was the enemy of victory. The thief was close and his friends distant. Now or never. Even if I hadn't had a stealth skill to speak of, the thick sand of the lake beach made for silent movement. My chest beat a hard, steady rhythm, and I bent low as I eyed the wooden handle at his waist. The moons bathed me in their light, and I had little doubt my target's friends would spot me if they woke. Every reason to move decisively. Extending my shaking hand as I prowled closer, I focused hard on that wooden handle until I was just a short step away. Then I sprung. Slipping the knife from the sheath, I threw my opposite hand around the porky-punk murderer's mouth and shoved the blade into his neck. Surprise attack. Damage bonus, 200%. Critical hit. Damage bonus 100%. Arterial gouge. Bleed bonus 100%. Unknown fighter. Minus 44 HP. Your surprise attack has inflicted a mortal wound. Mortal wounds require instant healing or will lead to rapid death. The cords in the side of his neck tensed and provided more resistance than I'd expected. But he'd kept his blade sharp, so a good hard thrust sliced through the tissue. I pried his face backward as I drove my knee into the bottom of his spine and eased his back down on top of my chest. The sand broke our fall, and I managed to keep my wind as I bore his weight. I clenched my teeth and sneered. My legs swung easily around his emaciated waist for leverage as I cupped his mouth and yanked his head back, widening my access to his neck. But his face, the jutting chin angling into my hand, it all felt real. He grabbed my trembling arms with both hands and yanked my knife hand away, dislodging the blade, but it only increased the damage. Blood jetted from the gap and gurgling rose from his throat as it poured into his lungs. Bleeding effect. Mortal wound. Unknown fighter. Minus 15 HP. Bleed. Minus 17 HP. His struggle became vital as his life surged out of him in a sickening wet pulse of gore. The surprising strength of his clutching hand as he pulled desperately at my wrist and tried to call out increased the strain. Chills ran through me as I fought with him, my muscles protesting as I bore down, yanking his face to one side so the wound on the opposite gaped wider. His spurting blood was painted black by the moonlight. He screamed through my hands. I'd never conceived of such horror in a game, but despite my logical mind's insistence that I was in an artificial world, killing a manufactured being, I was a murderer. It was only by sheer adrenaline, virtual adrenaline, and the fear of being discovered that I was able to shake off the vibe of authentic violence. I squeezed my eyes closed as I begged Enora to just let him die. I didn't want to be here, wrapped around this man like a striped boa, squeezing the existence out of him as his life force poured into the sand. Despite the system message about mortal wounds, his health bar seemed empty in slow motion, but eventually his spurting eased to a trickle. I dropped the knife, grabbed a handful of sand, punched his jaw twice, and uncovered his mouth just long enough to shove a handful of sand between his lips. Sweat beaded and ran down my forehead. Gods, please just die. Sand flew into my face and I realized my pet was bouncing back and forth next to me. I hadn't given her an order to attack. I cocked my head in Click's direction and whispered, "Help, dude." Click's weight piled on as she leaped onto our victim's chest. She glared into his eyes as she peeled back her lips and sank her jowls into the man's cheek to rip away a bloody chunk of revenge. Grunts of pain burst from his clamped mouth. I growled into his ear, "You should just die. Let go." His utterances into my hand sounded loud enough to wake the undead. I groped in the sand, found the knife, plunged it into his chest, then twisted the blade. Warm death soaked my hand. Sand flew into the air as he kicked in his death throes, and finally, my enemy stilled. "You have vanquished level 6 fighter, 650 XP. That's a rapid death. Sucking wind, I pushed his limp body to one side and crawled out from under him. I spied the 3 huddled figures lying dormant around the remnant coals of the campfire. It was a miracle no one had heard. Peering further up the beach, my gaze locked with the only person who responded to the conflict at all, the priestess. She stood straight as a board on her knees near the water, with both hands cupped over her mouth. I clutched the man's vest with quivering hands and dragged him toward the forest. At first, my fists wouldn't cooperate, and impatience flooded through me. Releasing my hands and flexing my fingers repeatedly, I grabbed the tattered leather vest and pulled again. Even with the gift of my new, stronger body and his thin constitution,
I strained against his weight as his backside and the heels of his boots left a curvy trail of resistance in the thick sand at the edge of the lake. I scanned the trail of his arterial blood in the sand. An image of Sarlacc from that ancient movie Return of the Jedi cycled through my mind. In contrast to the gruesome scene, Click pranced happily in a circle around us as I heaved the dead weight behind the same flowering bush where it all had started. I peered down at her. "There's something seriously wrong with you, dude." Then her utter joy elicited some gratitude in me. She'd gotten her revenge and was happy about it. Who wouldn't be? I snagged one of the flowers from the dense bush and dropped it on my victim's chest. Rest in peace, motherfucker. If the struggle I'd just been through taught me anything, it was that I was going to have to tighten up and thicken my skin. Once the level 6 was hidden from the moonlight, I peered across the lake at the woman and muttered, "I hope you were worth it, lady." I paused to recover, taking deep breaths and slowing my heart rate. Then I navigated the thin line of trees and bushes, circling around and crossing the sand on the other side of the campfire. Keeping a constant watch over the huddled figures, I shuffled to where the woman sat. The bloody knife was still clutched in my trembling hands. Simple copper knife, level 3, durability 12 of 16, 3 to 6 damage. She jerked when I gripped her wrist, so I stopped and tried to convey my intent to help her with my expression. Her chest rose with a deep breath, then fell with a long sigh. She pushed her arms toward me. I forced myself to focus on her bindings, and they snapped after a few wrenches of the blade. Her huge sienna irises rose to mine again, but I found myself unable to meet her gaze. The image of her hand covering her mouth as I'd murdered her captor was frozen in my mind. When I'd cut her free and ventured a glance, her attention was locked onto the bloody knife. I leveled my gaze on her and whispered, "Hey, I would never hurt you. Sometimes you do what has to be done, and that man stood between you and freedom. I'm a friend. Rest easy." She parted her lips as if to reply. The scent of copper wafted into my nostrils as I held a finger painted in dried blood to my lips, begging her silence. Then I cocked my head to one side, pointed at her, then Click, and then the woods. "I'll catch up once I know you're away," I whispered. The last thing I needed was one of these guys waking and giving chase with my back turned. The woman stared at me for entirely too long before she nodded her understanding and glanced at the porcupunk. Then she nodded again, her eyes flicking toward her feet. A rope I hadn't noticed tied her ankles together. I cut it. Getting to her feet, she turned toward the sleeping masses just 30 feet away, then pointed. I followed the digit and eyed the curly-haired boss from earlier. A long leather bag sat in the sand nearby. That would be risky, so I shook my head. She interlocked the fingers of both hands in a pleading gesture, but her facial features didn't match. Maybe her pride wouldn't allow it. After a final glance in that direction, I nodded understanding. It was just as much a risk to stand here all night debating the task. Stroking Click to get her attention, I pointed at the footprints we'd left in the sand. She silently scampered off in that direction. Stopping to peer back at the woman, Click left no doubt she'd understood what I wanted. The captive shot me a final glance and followed my beast until they disappeared into the shadows of the tree line. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Then it was just me and 3 scumbags on a lake beach. I focus-clicked on the exclamation point prompt on the right side of my vision. My experience bar had jumped about 5 inches forward, and while that was nothing to sneeze at, I needed to play smart. I might get a slight XP bonus by sliding my new blade into the leader's throat and inflicting a mortal wound, but I balked at the idea of waking the 2 who snoozed nearby. I also wondered if Light Priestess was a non-violent tradition. Just in case she stood in the shadow of the trees, watching, I played it cool. The revenge taken on the one who killed Click turned out to feel anything but rewarding, but the mage was sprung from captivity. Mission accomplished. That needed to be good enough, but I saw no notification showing I'd completed the quest. I checked the quest dialogue.
Legacy quest. The rescue. Objective. Rescue the prisoner from her captors. Complete. New objective. Reunite with the woman in the woods and see her to safety. Reward. 2,500 XP. The bag was packed in the sand, only 5 paces from the boss, and it lay ripe for the taking. My brain itched despite my trembling hands. Gotta do it. With a silent sigh, I tiptoed through the sand, carving a wide arc around the largest of the 3 men. I focused on the steady rise and fall of his rotund torso as I approached. His snoring broke, and I paused, clutching the knife in a white-knuckled grip. His chest hitched, settled, and finally resumed a normal rhythm. I released a slow breath into my cupped hand, careful not to kick any sand in his hairy, stupid face as I passed. I clutched the large cloth sack in my free hand and tiptoed toward the tree line. The distant mounds of humans lay still as I crossed through the sand, and I stopped just beneath the perimeter shadows to take a final look. The boss sat up, resting on both elbows. He looked around the clearing, first toward his men, then to where he'd last seen his prisoner. I didn't wait around long enough for him to check over his shoulder and locate me. When I was sure I was deep enough into the trees to go unheard, I took off.
Wake up, you worthless bunch of ingrates. She's gone again.
A few seconds later, he yelled,
You follow those tracks. I'll go with the other. I didn't come all this way.
His words trailed off as I hustled through the woods. When I depleted 25% of my stamina bar, I brought up my map and scanned for the blue dot. Click was just southwest of my current position. I headed that way. Would the mage be there? Given her reaction when I murdered one of her captives, I wasn't sure. When I found Click, I was pleased to see the mage sitting on a fallen tree, arms between her knees, her neck bent as she whispered something to my pet. Click made a chattering sound. The priestess glanced up. The black forest shrouded her features. I spoke in rushed whispers as I approached. I'm Gemini. You've already met Click. I'd love to be more formal with the introductions, but we're about to have company. I thrust a thumb over my shoulder. The woman showed no sign she would bolt. No matter which sets of footprints the men followed, they would be coming in our general direction, and we needed to make new tracks. A golden flash funneled into the air. A huge 5 popped in front of me and zipped into the distance. You have reached level 5, +1 Constitution, +1 Dexterity. You have 2 attribute points to spend. Click jumped side to side in response, but the woman didn't react. I pumped my fist in celebration, and Click clicked. Maybe that took gall, considering the situation. But hey, screw it. The levels were finally coming now. As my eyes had adjusted to the darkness surrounding us, I noticed the woman's eyes flared. Sorry for the outburst. I just leveled. I ticked off a point for Constitution and 1 for Dexterity. I registered her silence, then a thought occurred. Can you understand me? She raised a fist to her mouth and cleared her throat. I am Roshan, Clan Fort 1. She balled up her fist and held it to the center of her chest as she slid off the log and dropped to one knee. My life is yours, Gemini. Say what? I raised both eyebrows, wondering if I'd heard her right. I glanced at Click, but she didn't seem to have any answers. That won't be necessary. I just couldn't stand to see you treated like that. That and you were worth a bundle of XP. Reading the plain confusion on her face, I continued. I was there earlier today after you tried to escape. The way that man handled you. How he threatened to tan your hide. Well, that wasn't cool. You saw the men around the camp and came back for me. Shuddering at the coppery smell of blood that wouldn't leave my nostrils, I forced a nod. Her facial muscles widened into an expression of awe. And though you were easily outnumbered, you waited until nightfall and returned to deliver me from their clutches. Do your kind always risk their lives for strangers? I didn't like the way that guy handled you. Voices echoed in the distance.
though I couldn't make out what they were saying.
Look, we gotta hustle.
You saved me from life as a concubine at the whim of their benefactor.
Still bent on one knee, she lowered her head again.
Where you go, shall I go?
She clutched my ankle and nodded furiously.
Thank you, adventurer. I will be forever grateful. Please, please don't leave me behind. I do not know these lands and am far from my home. Accept my pledge, and I will serve at your side with diligence and loyalty.
You certainly don't waste any time, do you? She raised her face and tilted her head.
Do you believe time is to be wasted?
We turned our heads at the nearing sound of cracking branches. Click turned and took a few steps in that direction, sniffing the air. Pivoting to face the direction from which I thought the sound had come, I stared into the inky blackness, but there was no seeing. Images of giant spiders, lumbering dinosaurs, and kidnappers armed with bows and knives spurred me into action. Turning, I clutched her arm and led her away through the forest. Time certainly isn't to be wasted right now. Let's roll. As we set off at a fast walk, I opened my interface and assigned 1 point to dexterity and 1 to constitution to match the ones the system auto-attributed to those stats.
Gemini Fowler, human, level 5 woodsman, strength 4, dexterity 13, intelligence 1, wisdom 1, constitution 13, charisma 10. Your base dodge skill has increased to rank 5, plus 4.5% additional chance to dodge creatures of equal or lower level. Diminished returns for creatures of a higher level, with a penalty of 1 for each level higher than your own.
Balanced stamina, double digits in 2 major attributes, a climbing dodge skill, and a healer jogging next to me. Things were looking up, especially for level 5. I couldn't help but turn my head and flash my new friend a smile. Then, I face-planted into a tree. 18. White lights danced before my eyes like tiny fairies as pain webbed across my forehead.
Minus 27 HP.
Great. Blinking furiously, I peered up to find Roshan staring down at me. A rapid clicking sound filled one ear, and I turned my head to find Click's snout near my face, lips peeled back, head bobbing up and down. Are you laughing at me, you little ungrateful?
Perhaps, Roshan's soft voice whispered, I should lead.
A flash of light traced the rim around her eyes, then faded.
Follow me.
She extended her hand and helped me to my feet. As we ran, her hand still grasping mine, I leaned my head toward her.
What was that?
After a furtive glance over her shoulder, probably seeking pursuers, she shrugged mid-stride.
What was what?
You know, I wiggled my fingers before my face erratically. That whole white light around the eyeballs thing.
Inner illumination.
3 full strides later, when my silence indicated I didn't get it, she continued the explanation.
It's a level 4 spell of the light. It allows me to see in dark spaces.
That sounds useful. I think I've seen that in an RPG before. Though I couldn't read her expression with her head turned away from me, I could hear the confusion in her voice as she replied.
RPG.
Red flashing text appeared in my HUD and glowed against the forest's darkness so I could read it clearly as Roshan led me along.
It is a violation of the Enora online players' agreement to discuss the outside world with NPCs. While Infinity Designs understands the use of common expressions in day-to-day gameplay, it is forbidden to inform NPCs of your life outside the game world. Although NPCs will often ignore concepts that don't apply to life in the world they know, there will be circumstances where the built-in game filters are subverted. In these instances, you can use dismissive terms such as never mind or it's not important, and the NPC will move forward without further inquiry. In these instances, the AI makes every effort to adjust the filter, but flagrant violations will be penalized by a loss of 25% of your total XP, including any levels lost. Please focus here to acknowledge. I acknowledge that I have been warned that it is in violation of the Enora Online players' agreement to discuss the outside world with NPCs. I focused on the acknowledgement with a sigh and turned my attention back to Roshan, who awaited clarification, taking heed of the warning. I shook my head. Never mind. It's not important. My stamina is getting too low to talk anyway. I sense the light in you, Gemini. Perhaps I should teach you the spell when we come to a stop. You can teach me? Jump! Roshan blurted. She leaped but did not relinquish her grip on my hand. I jumped without thinking and realized halfway through my arc I was hurdling another thin, fallen tree. Something distant on the right combated for my attention. I pulled Roshan to a halt and thrusted out a finger. Do you see that? Her eyes flashed again and then she nodded. Yes. Command me. Should we run to it or away? I don't want to command you. Her head tilted to one side. I sighed. Let's run toward it. A minute later, we peered up at the flashing tree with strangely knotted branches and thick leaves. As a player of numerous games where flashing objects indicated quest targets, there wasn't any doubt this tree had something to do with Jara's. I peered at Roshan and muttered, If you don't share my quests, I wonder why you can see the flashing. She seemed to ignore me as she bent and peered at the base of the tree. There were new sub-tabs at the top of my companion tab labeled Click and Roshan. I clicked on the tab with her name. A brief representation of her stats was printed here, along with an image of her adorned in her current attire, and a list of her spells. But I really didn't have time to get into that with people chasing. Here, she blurted in a whisper. Roshan had gone a few paces ahead of me. She doubled over and fiddled around at the base of the tree. After some rustling, a faint click sounded and she swept out an arm. I gaped. A door? This is a very exciting development, Gemini. A door in a tree. It seems life with you will be quite interesting indeed. I held a finger to my lips and glanced around the forest. Roshan whispered, Apologies. I was excited. It will not happen again. I waved the apology away. No worries. Though the door frame blinked gold, the light didn't extend into the darkness beyond. Looks like a good place to hide out, if nothing else. She nodded enthusiastically. If you don't mind sharing close quarters, I hope you'll find it preferable to our odds out here in the darkness. She waved me forward. Please, my liege. I peered for a moment into the dark hole, then scanned our perimeter to make sure we weren't being followed. I rushed inside and fell down a flight of stairs.